Chapter 1235. With regards to Mr. World's request, Force wasn't surprised. She nervously replied, "That's not a problem." She replied nervously, okay. What kind of deal is it?" During this period of time, she had already exchanged letters with her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Under Miss Justice's guidance, she had laid the groundwork. World Klein chuckled hoarsely and said, "You don't have to tell him what I want for now. You don't have to tell him what I want for now. Just give him my chips and see if he's interested. Your bargaining chip is still the promise to remove the curse from the house of Abraham?" Magician's Force cautiously sought confirmation. Klein nodded and pointed at 0 to 61 on the long mottled table. "It can also be this box of the Great Old Ones. Something that requires a grade 0 sealed artifact to be exchanged for is definitely not simple." Be it Justice Audrey or the hermit Catlear, they suddenly came to this realization. Magician's Force placed more importance on the promise to remove the curse. This was because she had personally experienced it and knew how tragic her teacher's family was. Without any hesitation, she solemnly replied, All right. Beekland, Westborough, in the basement of a house. Saint Tenebrous Kesma, who was hiding in the shadows, suddenly grew out of the darkness. He turned his head as though he was listening to something. The muscles on his face gradually twitched, not in patches, but bit by bit. Not only did they fail to connect with each other, but they even interfered with each other. It looked extremely strange. In just a few seconds, Kesma revealed an expression of extreme pain. His skin tore apart inch by inch, and his flesh and blood squirmed as though they were boiling, mixed with a deep blackness. With a thud, he fell to the ground and crawled towards the altar, spitting out large amounts of organs and shimmering points of light. Saint Tenebrous' head was pressed tightly to the ground as he kept muttering to himself crazily, "Booties is actually dead. A secret sorcerer with a grade 0 sealed artifact died just like that. There was a tarot card at the scene, the hermit. The two enemies are both saints. One is a mysticologist, and the other is a manipulator. An organization that believes in the fool and uses tarot cards as code names, German Sparrow. Aztec Egus." After muttering uncontrollably, Saint Tenebrous Kesma cried in frustration and pain. I repent. A few days later, in a certain room of an apartment in Pritz Harbor, Dorian Gray Abraham, who had disguised herself, received a letter from her student, Force. He carefully checked it, and after confirming that there were no problems and no unusual signs, he picked up the letter opener and took out the letter inside. The letter began with the usual greeting, and Force went straight to the point. "We have already killed the Saint of Secrets, Booties, and obtained the items on him." Dorian, who had originally planned on skimming through it, was suddenly stuck on this sentence. She read it back and forth several times, forgetting to continue reading. Dorian had a deep understanding of how strong Booties was, and she knew very well how terrifying a secret sorcerer was. But now, the new student he had taught for more than a year had told him in a very calm tone that she had already taken care of Booties. For a moment, Dorian's mind was filled with thoughts like impossible, lies, and conspiracy. She suspected that Force had already been controlled by Booties and the Aurora Order. In any large faction, a Sequence 4 Beyonder was an absolute upper echelon. They were very important members, so how could they be killed so easily? Dorian's Adam's apple squirmed as she forced herself to focus and continued reading the contents of the letter. "We've obtained the box of the Great Old Ones. I believe you're no stranger to it." After reading another line, Dorian's eyelids twitched a few times. He felt that the letter in his hand was as heavy as a boulder. Of course, he was no stranger to the box of the Great Old Ones. This was the grade 0 sealed artifact of the House of Abraham, proof of their former glory. The one who was killed was Booties, who held the box of the Great Old Ones. As Dorian grew more and more alarmed, he felt that things had exceeded his imagination. At the same time, he inexplicably felt that it wasn't impossible. Perhaps the one who killed Booties was actually the box of the Great Old Ones. He knew very well how dangerous that grade 0 sealed artifact was. At the same time, he finally noticed a word, "we." This was the first time Force had indicated that she had companions and collaborators. Of course, Dorian had long guessed it, but he tacitly didn't expose her. As expected. Dorian sighed and eagerly read the rest of the content. The operation against booties this time is because a friend of mine wishes to show his friendliness to you. He said that he's willing to use the box of the Great Old Ones or the promise to remove the curse of the House of Abraham to make a deal with you. I wonder if you're interested. He doesn't know where you are, and I won't tell him. You can completely reject the promise to remove the curse. Dorian skipped over the box of the Great Old Ones and ruminated over the extremely important words to him. After the previous few letters, he had completely understood the essence of the family curse. He was both sad and helpless. In the midst of the pain, there was a glimmer of hope. Before this, who would have thought that the reason why generations of descendants of the House of Abraham had lost control was because of their ancestors' cry for help? This was like a terrible joke from fate. Dorian didn't know if Mr. Dorr understood the consequences of his actions, nor did he know how to describe his complicated feelings. However, he couldn't help but begin searching for a way to make Mr. Dorr return and completely remove the family curse. This was an extremely unlikely path, but to the House of Abraham, it was enough. This was because a ray of light had finally appeared in the darkness. After an unknown period of time, Dorian folded the letter and muttered to himself with a bitter smile, "Friendliness. Such friendliness is really terrifying." After muttering to himself, he fell into silence again. His expression alternated between being gloomy and clear, as though he was struggling internally. Gong. The wall clock rang on time, jolting Dorian awake. His expression gradually turned solemn as he finally made up his mind. After making up her mind, Dorian felt much more relaxed. There was even a smile on her face. He first burned Force Letter, then packed his luggage and went straight to the steam locomotive station in Pritz Harbor. He was going to Southville, but it wasn't to hide, but to make some preparations. He planned on handing over the family items and potion formulas he had been keeping to a family member who had settled down there. Then, he would return to Pritz Harbor and head to Beekland to meet his student, Force, as Dorian Gray. He wanted to meet the powerhouse who had shown friendliness. When the time came, he would consume a type of medicine in advance, allowing himself to suffer a strong curse that was rooted in his spirit body. He would have to consume another type of medicine at regular intervals to maintain his life. This way, even if he was controlled and couldn't commit suicide, he would die quickly because he didn't have the chance to consume the medicine. As his spirit body dissipated, he wouldn't leak any critical information. For Dorian, this journey no longer concerned him with life and death. For that fleeting hope, he was willing to give up his life. Beekland, North Borough, underground of St. Samuel Cathedral. Leonard, who had just had a case discussion with the mandated punishers, Machinery Hivemind, and MI9, returned to his office and sat down. At this moment, Palez Zoroast's slightly aged voice echoed in his mind. They've finally found the exact location of the Jacob family's treasure trove and are about to enter. Ah! Leonard was momentarily stunned, unable to react in time. Previously, at the gathering of the Hermits of Fate, he had sold the news of Jacob's treasure trove. As no one knew what was inside, no one was willing to offer a high price. And Leonard's main goal wasn't to trade, so he only exchanged it for some rare spirits. He immediately lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry. Old man, how did you know?" "Heh, I obviously sent an avatar to monitor the area," Palez Zoroast replied in a bad mood. "Aren't you underestimating an angel of the Marauder pathway?" Leonard laughed dryly. "Old man, you've recovered quite well. You even have an extra avatar. I'm already at the Sequence 2 level." Palez Zoroast scoffed and said, "Don't go out next. Stay in the cathedral to prevent any accidents from happening." "Are you worried that there's a trap in the treasure trove?" Leonard asked in thought. "How can there be no traps in the treasure trove left behind by a marauder angel?" Palez Zoroast scoffed. "I can't predict what will happen, but staying in the cathedral's underground is definitely safe." Leonard nodded and suppressed his voice. "Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Old man, you promised me that if you successfully obtained a Sequence 2 beyond a characteristic, you would steal a Grade 1 sealed artifact from the items they obtained." He didn't care if he gained anything, but mainly used this method to ease his sudden nervousness. "Didn't you reject the word steal?" After mocking him, Palez fell silent, as though he was focused on monitoring the situation at Jacob's treasure trove. About an hour later, he heaved a long sigh of relief in Leonard's mind. Although there were many traps and accidents, I ultimately achieved the desired goal. Heh, I only took the characteristic and one sealed artifact. The rest will be their payment. Don't be in a rush to leave. Wait for me to absorb the characteristic before leaving. When that happens, there won't be any problems. Leonard immediately relaxed as he leaned back, crossed his legs, and leisurely read the newspaper. In the evening, Palez Zoroast finally spoke again. All right. His voice contained plenty of emotions, but as it was too complicated, Leonard couldn't tell. Seeing that there was nothing else, and that old man might still need to digest, Leonard stood up and rubbed his temples. He left St. Samuel Cathedral and returned to 7, Pinster Street. Just as he passed through the porch, he suddenly saw a person sitting on the sofa. The person was wearing a classic black robe and a pointed hat. His right foot was crossed over his left leg as he leisurely read a newspaper. As though sensing Leonard's entrance, the person looked up and adjusted the monocle on his right eye as he revealed a teasing smile. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period ~PS2, recommended book, I'll Become Stronger Even in Death. Ma Shaw died and ran to the world where the greatest force was in the hands of scientists. This had an interesting Frankenstein system. Chapter 1236. Amorn. Blasphemer Amorn. Leonard was no stranger to the person in front of him. Not only had he faced his avatar, but he had also heard from Taro and old man Palez Zoroast about his deeds and nasty personality. At that moment, Leonard's thoughts were almost completely frozen. His mind was blank, and only a small number of thoughts could be processed. At this moment, Amorn's lips quivered as he spat out ravings that were completely at the level of godhood. In Leonard's mind, voices echoed one after another, as though they came from countless Amorns. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? After realizing that I couldn't obtain Sapphira Castle in a short period of time, I shifted my focus to Beekland. If it wasn't to deceive you, why would I play such a simple game of cat and mouse with him? I believe the two of you should be in contact. He must have told you that I'm still tracking him, sabotaging his operations, and setting up traps at his destination. That's just an avatar that's close to Sequence 1. Right, Palez. I forgot to tell you. In the later stages of the Fourth Epoch, I pretended to be the ancestor of the Jacob family for a long period of time. I had long secretly devoured him. Then, I watched as his descendants panicked and thought of a way to add a secret treasure to the place where Tudor became Blood Emperor. I didn't finish off these guys because I had a premonition that this treasure trove would be very useful. I have an avatar that has been sleeping there for more than 1,000 years, patiently waiting for someone to open the treasure trove. As for the other avatars, I didn't synchronize this information with them. This way, I might be able to inadvertently mislead them. Yes, this kind of synchronization is my invention. Palez, you're behind the times. In order to truly determine your whereabouts, I watched those guys destroy the traps and take away the items. I watched your avatar steal the characteristics and sealed artifacts from their hands, and I watched as he carefully devoured and digested them. And now, my patience has finally paid off. I'm guessing that you must be thinking of how to stall for time and wait for the deity's descent. The voices overlapped with each other, tearing apart Leonard's thoughts and stinging his soul. It made his head expand and contract physically, made short black hair grow on his face, and made his ribs and waist bulge out, as if they were about to form new limbs. Leonard was on the verge of losing control with just a few ravings. He was in extreme pain and had no ability to resist at all. This was the son of the Creator. This was a king of angels. At the same time, 7, Pinster Street underwent changes. Pitch-black stone pillars had been erected at some point in time, propping up a majestic and magnificent cathedral. Every pillar, every arch, and every dome of the cathedral was inlaid with the bones of different races. They were densely packed together in an extremely chaotic manner, staring at the tiny Leonard in the middle of the hall with their hollow eyes, as if they were holding a trial. Amorn stood in front of the 100-meter-tall cross in the depths of the cathedral. He smiled at Leonard, who was bending over with a twisted expression. This corpse cathedral isn't bad, right? It hasn't been long since I stole it. This way, If they wish to discover any abnormalities here and descend, there will be at least a delay of 30 seconds. That's enough. As he spoke, Amorn raised his hand and pinched the crystal monocle, his face beaming. A clang suddenly sounded in Leonard's ears. It was illusory and ethereal, as though it came from an infinite distance. This caused the ravings that were tearing apart and contaminating Leonard's spirit body to come to an abrupt halt, causing everything around him to fall silent. In Leonard's eyes, beams of light shot out from his body, condensing into a pure and clear figure in front of him that resembled an angel, but one without wings. This figure was also 100 meters tall. Its body constantly flickered with faint light, as though it was indicating the passage of time. Leonard's body was pushed by an invisible force as he flew towards the door of the corpse cathedral. On the door, transparent and distorted faces appeared, sealing the inside and outside, isolating the spirit world and the astral world. Clang! Another bell rang, and the transparent faces that were filled with pain suddenly froze. Leonard's figure was no longer obstructed. In this short interval, he passed through the corpse cathedral's door in a seemingly incorporeal manner. Everything in front of him immediately returned to normal. There was still some light in the sky, and the gas lamps by the side of the road were already emitting light, illuminating the dark 7, Pinster Street. And from the outside, the building was silent, peaceful, and dark. There was no one there. Old man. At this moment, Leonard finally regained his senses. His heart tightened as he took a step forward and returned to the building. However, the door to 7, Pinster Street stood there with a heavy weight. He was temporarily unable to open it. With such an obstacle, Leonard finally regained some of his rationality. As he anxiously retreated, he quickly thought of what he could do to save old man. After a few steps, he stopped, lowered his head with a serious expression, and quickly chanted in Jotun, "That's right." He quickly chanted in Jotun, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Leonard already knew that the one inside was Amorn's true body. And to deal with Amorn's true body, he could only seek help from a deity. With the lantern in hand, Klein, who was walking in the darkness, immediately entered the fog of history. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. After hearing the contents of Leonard's prayer, Klein, who was originally a little puzzled and a little inattentive, instantly woke up. It was as though he had just woken up in winter and had crawled out of bed only to be splashed with a basin of ice water. Amorn's true body went to Beekland. Amorn's true body found Leonard and Palez. Amorn stole his brother's corpse cathedral to delay a deity's descent. It turns out that when he suggested playing the game of who would find dark demonic wolf Kota first, he didn't really want to determine the victor. He didn't care what the stakes were. His goal was to attract attention and make me believe that he is still pursuing me and thinking of ways to seize Sapphira Castle. The trap of Jacob's treasure, which Amorn had buried for 1 to 2,000 years, has finally come in handy. Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he raised his right hand and summoned an item from the junk pile. 0 to 61, Box of the Great Old Ones. This was a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and it also belonged to the apprentice pathway. It could better mobilize the power of Sapphira Castle and come up with more trick. Against Amorn's main body, this might give Palez some hope. At the same time, Klein used the prayer light to confirm that Leonard wasn't parasitized by Amorn. He immediately instructed in the tone of Mr. Fool, "Leave the scene and go to the dark church. While you're at it, pray to the darkness." Below deities, a battle at the top of the sequences was definitely not something a Beyonder at Leonard's level could participate in. Even if Klein had gained initial control of Sapphira Castle and held 0 to 61, he didn't have much confidence. He only hoped that he could stall for time until a deity descended. Outside 7, Pinster Street, Leonard's ears echoed with Mr. Fool's words. Startled, he raised his head and looked at the tightly shut door. Then, he pulled his gaze back and turned around abruptly. Using the knuckle of his right fist, he fiercely knocked a tooth in his mouth. Illusory soil surged out and sprayed at Leonard's head, enveloping him from top to bottom. Suddenly, Leonard seemed to turn into a mud doll as he constantly sank and fused with the ground. This was a rare natural spirit that he had exchanged from the Hermit Order of Fate. It didn't contain any Beyonder characteristics, and its powers mainly came from the spirit world. It allowed Leonard to traverse through the soil at a speed far faster than a steam subway. As Leonard left the battlefield, Klein had already picked up the gem-embedded box of the Great Old Ones and stirred the power of Sapphira Castle. He cast his gaze at the huge, pitch-black cathedral that overlapped with 7, Pinster Street. The cathedral isolated his true vision, preventing him from seeing the situation inside. He could only determine that the battle hadn't ended through the flickering light on the stained glass. Using the power of the first level of 0 to 61 to swap the corpse cathedral with the interior space? No, wouldn't this be equivalent to letting Amorn enter Sapphira Castle? Just the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones can't imprison him at all. Activate the second level and move 7, Pinster Street to another place? No, that won't do either. If I leave Beekland, there won't be a timely deity's descent. Palez Zoroast will be in even more danger. The third level? If I open it, Sapphira Castle might change owners on the spot. As his thoughts raced, Klein had an idea. It was to shrink the target area and break through it. He wanted to swap the door of the corpse cathedral with the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones that was pushed by Sapphira Castle, making the seal that isolated the spirit world and the astral world lose its effectiveness. That way, the deities would sense it and the deity's descent would be brought forward. At the end of the long, mottled table, Klein sat on a high-back chair. He aimed at the crimson star that represented Leonard and opened the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones. The surging power in Sapphira Castle suddenly calmed down and returned to its concealment. It silently pierced through the crimson star. In the real world, 7, Pinster Street. The door of the corpse cathedral that overlapped with an ordinary building lost its luster. Then, it turned into a shallow beach with gravel and pebbles. The interior and exterior were suddenly connected, and the situation inside was clearly reflected in Klein's eyes. In front of the 100-meter-tall cross, Amorn, who was dressed in a classic black robe, a pointed hat, and a monocle, faced the open door and slowly turned around. In his hand was a crystal pillar formed from light and shadow. Many 12-ringed worms of time were rapidly swimming inside as they wandered about. Everything around him seemed to come to a halt. Amorn raised his head and looked up into the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period ~9 Heavens Divine Sovereign. Chapter 1237. Too late. After Klein's heart sank, he suddenly felt the box of the Great Old Ones in his hand tremble violently. He hurriedly looked down and saw that the surface of the corpse cathedral's door, which had shrunk into a toy, was glowing with light. Every white skull and distorted face seemed to come alive. Adam's corpse cathedral is of such a high level. Just a door was enough to resist the first level of 0 to 61. Without any hesitation, Klein used the crimson star representing Leonard to lock onto a gas lamp pole outside 7, Pinster Street. Suddenly, the door with the distorted face embedded in the white bones returned to the real world. As for the first level of the box of the Great Old Ones, there was an additional toy street lamp. Right on the heels of that, Klein aimed at Amorn, who was inside the corpse cathedral. His right hand slid down to open the second level of 0 to 61. At that moment, Palez Zoroast was no longer on the battlefield. Klein could move Amorn elsewhere without any qualms. He had targeted the astral world, hoping that Amorn would be cared for by the 7 deities. However, he didn't know if there would be a random anomaly. At this moment, the door returned to the corpse cathedral. Then, the magnificent building that overlapped with 7, Pinster Street quickly collapsed. The process of collapse was very orderly. It began with the dome, followed by the arches and walls, and finally the pitch-black stone pillars. The items that fell didn't hit the ground. They disappeared in midair. Amorn, who was standing in front of the cross, also dissipated inch by inch as the corpse cathedral collapsed. It was as though he had also imagined something that could be removed at any time. Of course, Klein knew very well that this was only Amorn using a loophole. He had used the end of the corpse cathedral's imaginary conjuration to make himself an imagination and leave Beekland. Boom. At some point in time, thick dark clouds appeared in the sky. A ball of lightning the size of a house dragged a silver-white stream of light as it ruthlessly smashed into the corpse cathedral and Amorn, who had yet to completely collapse. Tiny cracks suddenly appeared on Amorn's crystal monocle, and the pointed hat on his head collapsed. However, this angel of time didn't panic. After his face twitched uncontrollably, he maintained his smile. With the crystal pillar formed from light and shadow in hand, he dissipated like a phantom, disappearing into the sea of light that filled the interior of the corpse cathedral. In the next second, the majestic church with a black base and inlaid with white bones completely turned into a fantasy. At this moment, the house at 7, Pinster Street still existed, but there was an exaggerated mark on the floor of the living room. It was as if a person had laid there and turned into charcoal. This was left behind after Amorn's countless clones were killed, but Klein knew that Amorn's main body had successfully escaped and achieved the desired goal. Once he recovered, this King of Angels only needed a ritual to ascend to the throne and become the embodiment of all the mistakes in this world. After I swapped the door to the corpse cathedral, the first one to sense and react was the Lord of Storms. The goddess really has no way of performing a divine descent. All she can do is use various mediums to slightly interfere with reality, making it difficult for her to affect him when Amorn's main body is prepared. I was still happy that I had escaped Amorn, satisfied that I had repeatedly avoided his traps, but in the end, he silently did such a huge thing. When did he shift his focus to Beekland? Yes, it should be after I used the law of deception to reincarnate in another land. He sensed Palez Zoroast's shadow, as well as the fact that he has a connection with me. He began to set his goal on obtaining the last sequence, one beyond a characteristic, to become a true god. Leonard didn't go into detail when he prayed previously. He only mentioned that there was a problem with Jacob's treasure. For a sequence one angel like Palez Zoroast, who's so familiar with Amorn, to not notice anything amiss and directly step into a trap, Amorn must have done something impressive again. Phew, although I've rapidly grown in my battle of wits and courage with Amorn and completed my transformation, I'm still far inferior to a top swindler like him. I'm still too inexperienced. Once Amorn becomes a sequence 0 error and his ability to walk on land, it will be too difficult for me. No, I have to figure out the Marauder Pathways apotheosis ritual and think of a way to wreak havoc. I can't let Amorn easily ascend to the throne, but could this be what Amorn wishes to happen? He deliberately held a ritual and waited for me to deliver myself to his doorstep. As his thoughts raced, Klein let out a long sigh. Then, he sent a message to Leonard with the attitude and tone of the fool. There's no need to pray. Inside St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard had just emerged from the soil in the garden and was attempting to rush into the prayer hall when he heard Mr. Fool's words. There's no need to pray. Leonard's footsteps gradually slowed down as he repeated the sentence in a daze. He slowed down and finally stopped beside a stone pillar. He lowered his head and raised his hands to cover his face. At this moment, a slightly aged voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What's there to be sad about? I'm not completely dead yet. Ah! Leonard released his hands as he said in a daze and pleasant surprise, Old man, you're not dead yet? His eyes were already slightly red. Look, what are you saying? Palez Zoroast's voice was clearly weak. Ahem, to put it simply, I've died once, but I'm not completely dead yet. Leonard finally heaved a sigh of relief. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention before suppressing his voice. You successfully deceived Amorn? It can't be said to be a fraud. Palez Zoroast sighed and said, all these years, the thing I've been thinking about the most is what to do if Amorn's true body really finds me. After repeated experiments, I've also created a method. After my true body dies, I can revive in my avatar, but I will lose my sequence 1 beyond a characteristic and passively lower my level. I'm not too far behind the times. In other words, Amorn killed you once and obtained your sequence 1 characteristic, and you revived at the level of a sequence 2? Leonard roughly understood what was going on as he asked in confirmation. Palez Zoroast sighed and replied, that's about it. Actually, it's not like Amorn didn't notice it. When I pushed you out of the corpse cathedral, he didn't stop me. He left me a sliver of hope, making me lose the determination to fight to the death in the subsequent battle. Sigh, if not for that, I wouldn't have been finished off by him so quickly. After absorbing the Beyonder characteristic from the treasure, I've basically recovered. Leonard blurted out in surprise, "Old man, you pushed me out of the corpse church because I have your doppelganger in me?" Pales immediately scoffed. "What do you think? Do you really think I see you as my grandson? Don't you have other doppelgangers?" Leonard muttered. Pales grunted and sighed. To think that Amorn would even deceive his own avatar. This time, I have nothing to say about my loss. If he hadn't known from absorbing Amorn's avatar that this Angel of Time didn't know the exact situation of Jacob's treasure trove, he would have definitely been more cautious on this matter and would have been more prepared for Amorn's appearance. This was the most important reason. Be it the ancestor of the Jacob family or the fact that Klein Moretti was dealing with Amorn's main body in the forsaken land of the gods, none of them were factors that made him make up his mind. Leonard thought for a moment and comforted him. "Old man, this is the most fatal trap in this treasure trove. No matter what, you will step into it. It will be good enough if you can survive." "That's not it," Pales immediately retorted. "If I had a premonition of danger, I would have directly chosen to believe in an orthodox God and become his grounded angel. Under his blessings, I would head to Jacob's treasure trove. Sigh, after I absorbed the characteristic and recovered my sequence 1 strength, I was considering this problem. Should I directly join the Church of Evernight, cooperate with your fool, or remove the parasitism and hide like before to avoid Amorn?" Upon saying this, his emotions became very complicated. "Old man really has a plan. Why are you so familiar with seeking refuge?" Leonard sighed inwardly and focused his attention on the most important matter. "Old man, after Amorn obtains your sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, is he going to prepare for the apotheosis ritual?" "Yes." Pales replied in a deep voice, "This means that for a very long period of time, your former colleagues and us will at most suffer the harassment of Amorn's lower-level avatars, or nothing at all." "What are the requirements of his apotheosis ritual?" Leonard pressed. Pales fell silent for a second. "Take his place during someone else's apotheosis ritual." At this point, Pales laughed in a self-deprecating manner. "Amorn's next focus will definitely be the apotheosis ritual. This will be our last period of peace. Once he becomes a god, he will definitely seek you out and use you to deal with the fool. Although I can abandon you and run ahead of time, I have to worry that he will have thoughts of retrieving all the characteristics at the angel level. Quickly grasp those rare spirits, digest the potion, become a demigod, wield a holy artifact, and obtain the blessings of Evernight." Leonard's expression turned solemn as he slowly nodded. He then found a quiet spot and informed Mr. Fool of some necessary information through prayer. "Someone else's apotheosis ritual? The only one with a chance of becoming a god seems to be Adam. It'll be good if the 2 brothers fight. The final period of peace. I hope that the avatars that Amorn left behind to interfere with me aren't too strong. I hope that I can find traces of the dark demonic wolf as soon as possible. I hope that Dorian can agree to that deal." Klein sighed and returned to the real world. He continued walking in the darkness with the lantern in hand. P.S. This chapter on Saturday will be updated in advance. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1238. Beekland, Sherwood Borough, 22, Hope Road, Hat Trick Inn. The broad-shouldered and thick-armed Dorian Gray Abraham unconsciously paced back and forth in the room, waiting for her student force to visit. No matter how calm he was and how mentally prepared he was, he couldn't help but feel nervous and apprehensive at the final moment when he really needed to face the answer. After an unknown period of time, knocking sounds came from the door of the room. Dorian listened to the rhythm for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, walked to the door, twisted the handle, and pulled back. Outside the door was Force with slightly curly brown hair, a dark dress, and tinted glasses. Dorian habitually looked behind Force. After confirming that no one was paying attention to them, she stepped aside and let the students pass. At the same time, he glanced at Force's hands and realized that his student was not carrying a suitcase. Dorian immediately retracted her gaze and walked to the center of the room. She found a seat and sat down, then pointed to the sofa opposite her. "Take a seat." Force cautiously lifted her skirt and sat down. She then took the opportunity to ask, "What's up?" Good morning, teacher. Dorian didn't get straight to the point. Did you really kill Booties? Yes. Force took out a long and delicate cigarette case from a hidden pocket in her clothes. She opened it and showed Dorian what was inside. It was a pair of pitch-black eyes that were frozen with an indescribable fear, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying before they died. Dorian had been mentally prepared to receive a horrifying head made of blood and debris like the last time. However, the student did not carry any luggage and only took out a lady's cigarette box. This made him think that it was a relic that could prove Booties' identity, but the truth was once again beyond his expectations. This was still Booties' corpse, but there were less of it than Louis Vine's. There's only a pair of eyeballs left. The spiritual intuition of an astrologer made Dorian believe that the eyeballs belonged to Booties. Seeing that her teacher was silent and did not speak, Force subconsciously explained, his body has completely collapsed and dissipated. Only his eyeballs are still intact. She paused for a moment before continuing. This eyeball contains remnants of Booties' horror before his death and the corruption from the box of the Great Old Ones. It's a very powerful cursed item, so I didn't send it to you directly. That would cause the postman who handled it to encounter something bad. They might even die unknowingly. The corruption of the box of the Great Old Ones. Dorian nodded in enlightenment and sighed with a smile. Did he eventually die in the box of the Great Old Ones? This is really fate. Back when Booties rebelled and attracted the Aurora Order, the first item they snatched was the box of the Great Old Ones. Force had listened to Maram Hermit and Miss Justice's recount of the battle spoils of war during the private gathering. She understood how beautiful and dangerous the battle she had missed was. At that moment, she thought and said, I guess so. However, he had already begun to lose control before he was corrupted by the box of the Great Old Ones. Dorian wasn't surprised as she said to her student, put it away. Keep it. It's your spoils of war. After Force closed the cigarette box and placed it back into her secret pocket, Dorian leaned forward, clasped her hands, and pressed them against her nose. Booties is one of the people with the most talent as an apprentice I've ever seen. Who knew that he would end up like this? At this point, Dorian let out a long sigh, as though she was reminiscing about something and regretting something. Force didn't really understand the details of what had happened back then, so she didn't dare to speak rashly. She could only remain silent and wait for her teacher to walk out of his own emotions. After about 10 seconds, Dorian straightened her body and asked, how did you digest the scribe potion? This was not only to show concern for the students, but also to accumulate experience and provide some reference for the other members of the family to teach the students. Force's expression suddenly became a little complicated, as if she had recalled something she did not want to remember. It's mainly because someone helped me. On the one hand, they helped me record many strange or high-level abilities. On the other hand, they took me to many places in a few months and recorded different folk customs and sceneries. Dorian was silent for a while and nodded. It's not easy to imitate, he then asked, German Sparrow? Yes. Force gave an affirmative response. Dorian fell silent again. What kind of deal does he want? Or rather, what does he want? Force pulled herself together and replied a little embarrassedly, he wants the Planeswalker potion formula and uses the box of the Great Old Ones to exchange for one of the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts in your hands. This price was definitely generous. Force originally imagined that Mr. World was going to use his promise to exchange for the Planeswalker potion formula and Grade 0 sealed artifact. She never expected that there would be an additional box of the Great Old Ones. Of course, the promise of freeing the House of Abraham from the curse was definitely worth a lot to Dorian, but a promise was always a promise, and it might not be fulfilled. Dorian wasn't surprised by German Sparrow's request for a Grade 0 sealed artifact. She was already mentally prepared. Instead, she felt that the conditions were unimaginably good. After all, there weren't many things in the House of Abraham that a demigod coveted. He frowned slightly and said, what does he want the Planeswalker potion formula for? I don't know, Force answered honestly. Dorian stood up and began pacing. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at Force. I need to meet him and talk to him before I can make up my mind. All right. Force agreed without any hesitation. Dorian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He prepared to send his student away before quickly taking out the potion and consuming it. He had arranged to meet at this time because he knew that his curse was about to erupt. If anything were to happen, the enemy definitely wouldn't be able to communicate with his spirit in time. However, after Force stood up, she didn't walk towards the door. She stood on the spot and grabbed at the void in front of her. Her arm suddenly sank as she quickly pulled back, dragging out a figure in a black trench coat and a silk top hat. This figure had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were deep and cold. He was none other than German Sparrow. German Sparrow's eyes moved slightly as he quickly recovered from his daze, becoming no different from a real person. "Teacher, he's here," Force said solemnly. "He's the German Sparrow." This made Dorian Gray Abraham's mouth gape slightly. She forgot to close it and didn't respond for a moment. Although he came from an ancient family and knew many secrets, he was only a Sequence 7. There were many things that he couldn't truly imagine even after seeing the descriptions. After Klein's consciousness returned, he reached into his clothes and took out a golden pocket watch. He opened his pocket watch and glanced at it. Without any emotion, he said to Dorian, "You have 3 minutes." He's exactly as rumored, cold, arrogant, and crazy. Dorian didn't dare to waste any time and said straightforwardly, "Give me a reason to believe your promise." Klein closed the pocket watch and put it back inside his clothes. "Actually, I've already grasped the ritual to make Mr. Dorr return." Dorian's eyes lit up. Just as she was about to ask, she heard German Sparrow add calmly, "But I'm not going to do that." "Why?" Dorian and Force were both confused, but one dared to ask, while the other didn't. Klein looked out the window. "Do you know about the pollution from the starry sky? Apart from true gods and angels, the House of Abraham definitely ranked first when it came to understanding the stars." Klein believed that they must have left some hints and obscure records. Dorian nodded solemnly. "I know. I suspect that Mr. Dorr has been corrupted by the cosmos." Klein gave a simple explanation. "As for my promise, it has a way to fulfill it now, but you may not be willing to. Plus, it doesn't completely remove the curse." "What's the solution?" Dorian held back his surging excitement and asked. Klein's expression instantly turned serious. "You and the members of your family should convert to my Lord. That way, when the full moon and the blood moon arrive, you will receive protection and will no longer be troubled by the curse." After completely digesting the scholar of your potion, Klein no longer needed to pull people above the grey fog to avoid Mr. Dorr's ravings. He could directly use Angel's Embrace to resolve it. At present, the only thing he needed to worry about was that there might be more people in the House of Abraham, making it difficult for him to deal with the situation or the lack of spirituality. "Who is your master?" Dorian asked after a moment of silence. Klein suppressed his shame and said solemnly, "Honorable Mr. Fool." "The Fool? Are you from the Antigonus family?" Dorian suddenly made some connections. Klein shook his head, denying the other party's guess. Dorian fell silent again, but considering that she only had 3 minutes, she hurriedly asked, "Believing in him will save us from the curse?" As a member of an ancient family, he knew very well how dangerous it was to believe in an unknown existence. He was afraid that after resolving Mr. Dorr's ravings, he would be burdened with other curses. Klein answered frankly, "This is only a temporary solution. This is only a temporary solution. I will find a better solution for you." Dorian nodded and hurriedly said, "This is only a temporary solution. I'll try to believe in your Lord and give you the Planeswalker potion formula. If this can really temporarily resolve the curse, we'll complete the deal for the Grade 0 sealed artifact." He planned on using himself as an experimental subject to see if the method was effective. Furthermore, he didn't plan on telling the other members of the family. He wanted them to wait for the better solution mentioned by German Sparrow until they couldn't wait any longer. "All right." Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and wrote down the fool's honorific name. As for Dorian, she began using the crystal ball to help her recall and record the Planeswalker potion formula. After the exchange, Klein cast his gaze at the supplementary ingredients and ritual. Supplementary ingredients: 1 worm of star, 1 worm of time, 1 worm of spirit. Advancement ritual: leave behind a legend in 9 places outside this planet. P.S. Seeking monthly votes during the double period Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1239. To leave a legend in 9 places outside the planet. Isn't that the cosmos? Klein looked at the potion formula in his hand and nearly frowned. He felt that this was even more dangerous than the advancement ritual of a miracle invoker. Although the box of the Great Old Ones and the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts in the House of Abraham, as well as a number of Grade 1 sealed artifacts, had the ability to send people into the cosmos, making the ritual not seem difficult, Klein clearly remembered that the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Oriana, had once warned him that the cosmos contained extremely terrifying corruption. It was dangerous to even understand it unless one was at the level of an angel. If one isn't a planeswalker, they will be corrupted by the cosmos, and to become a planeswalker, one has to roam the cosmos. This has become a dead end that can't be resolved. Perhaps the House of Abraham has records of relatively safe places in the cosmos. I can't be too pessimistic. Also, I have to use divination to verify the authenticity of this formula when I return. Dorian won't lie to me, but that doesn't mean that he won't be lied to by others. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at Dorian Gray Abraham. Where are the Planeswalker Beyonder characteristics? Dorian, who had already memorized the fool's honorific name, thought for 2 seconds and said, 2 are in our family in the form of Grade 0 sealed artifacts. 2 of them are in our family in the form of Grade 0 sealed artifacts. 1 of them has evolved into the box of the Great Old Ones. It's said that 1 is in the hands of the Demonis sect, and 1 is in the hands of the Church of the God of Combat. The last one has gone missing since the Second Epoch. If I can use the box of the Great Old Ones to exchange for one of the 2 relatively normal Grade 0 sealed artifacts in the House of Abraham, I don't have to worry about obtaining the Planeswalker Beyonder characteristic, but the advancement ritual is really a headache. Furthermore, the essence of this ritual is clearly to leave a mark in the cosmos. No matter how I change it, I can't bypass the cosmos. Klein controlled his expression and nodded at Dorian. I hope you can find the answer when the crimson moon turns round. With that said, his figure quickly faded. He had already reached the limit of force endurance. Dorian watched as German Sparrow left just like that. She subconsciously looked down at the piece of paper with the fool's honorific name in her hand and realized that it had turned illusory and vanished. Dorian was unable to find the correct answer from the various Beyonder powers recorded in her family's records. She turned to look at Force and opened her mouth, planning to ask. At this moment, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart and his pupils dilated. Oh no! The curse was about to activate. Dorian hurriedly took out a small metal bottle from a hidden pocket in her clothes. She unscrewed the cap, brought it to her mouth, and gulped it down. Dang! He was in such a hurry that the lid of the metal vial fell to the ground. Force watched as her teacher's face turned pale and clutched his chest. For a moment, she couldn't react to what had happened. As a former surgeon, she quickly made a judgment and hurriedly said, I'm fine. Teacher, do you have heart disease? Did you bring any special medicine? After asking the last question, Force realized that she had been too anxious and concerned, making her appear a little silly. The bottle that teacher drank just now was definitely the special medicine. Do you need any more help? I have the ability to record a doctor, Force asked again when she saw her teacher's expression ease up. Dorian shook her head, indicating that she was fine. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. It's because you didn't act according to plan and directly summoned German Sparrow in the room, preventing me from having the time to drink the medicine. That's why I'm in this state. Sonia C., the capital of the Rorsted Archipelago, the city of generosity, Bayam. The Blue Avenger docked at the harbor in the evening. Previously, the Church of the Storm's destruction of Sonia Island's maritime communications had finally attracted the demigods of the Faesac Empire. Many captains had died in the line of duty as a result, and the fleet had suffered an extremely serious blow. Alger Wilson and his crew, who had been waiting for an opportunity to attack the harbor in the island's Primeval Forest, managed to escape the attack. After the Church of the Storm and the Ruin Navy announced that the battle had basically achieved its goal and could end, they returned to Pazu Island to rest. After that, Alger deliberately requested to fight. He appeared pious, hot-blooded, and impassioned. He was praised by the cardinals. Because he was familiar with the Rorsted archipelago, there was no doubt that he was sent here to strengthen the naval forces of this important colony. Of course, in order not to contradict his past identity and to leave clues for other matters in the future, Alger and his crew arrived in Bayam under the guise of being recruited as pirates. In this war, many pirates were recruited and became an effective supplement to the navies of various countries, just like mercenaries in the early and middle Fourth Epoch. While there was still some light in the sky, Alger got off the ship and headed straight for the Church of Waves where Sea King Jan Kopman was. As a Sequence 5 ocean songster, he was already qualified to meet the Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers. As he walked, Alger suddenly saw a familiar face. It was a middle-aged man in a formal suit, a bow tie, and glasses. He looked rather refined, but Alger knew very well that he was a believer of sea god Cavituis. He had once been a pirate, and now, he was a merchant who did business in both the underworld and in the underworld. "Ralph, long time no see." Alger greeted the illegitimate son of Ruin, Fasak, and Rorsted. Ralph was taken aback, as if he couldn't recognize the captain of the Blue Avenger. "Alger, captain of the Spectre ship?" he asked in surprise after a few seconds. Alger smiled. "Have I changed a lot?" Ralph furrowed his brows slightly and replied, "Your temperament has changed a lot. You're more like the sea and dark clouds before a storm. You have good taste. But I'm just deliberately showing it. If I didn't have such changes after consuming the ocean songster potion, I wouldn't look like a member of the Church of the Storm." Alger sighed. "Because there are too many things to worry about. Now, I've been hired by the Church of the Storm." Ralph's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly felt a sense of wariness in his heart, but on the surface, he laughed. "This is indeed a good thing, if there is no war." Alger glanced at the spot where Ralph had come from and asked, "What's wrong? Since when was there a school here?" At a glance he could see the 4-story building, the cement playground, the garden lawn, and many children playing happily. The children's skin was darker, but some of them were not as tanned as the natives. Their hair was only a little naturally curly, but it was not too obvious. There was no doubt that part of it was mixed blood. Ralph looked back and sighed with a smile. "Didn't you donate money to my charity fund? Under God's guidance, I built schools in several major cities on the island to provide education, meals, and boarding for these discriminated children. Our childhood was not bright enough. I don't want them to be the same." While Ralph replied, Alger kept staring at the school. Only after he said that did he retract his gaze. "I thought you would take at least half." Ralph could not help but laugh. "Looks like I left a bad impression on you. What do you think of this school?" Alger sized him up for a while. "Do you think I'm someone who has been to school?" He paused for a moment before continuing. "Which street is your charity fund on? I might need you for something in the future." Recalling that he had been hired by the Church of the Storm, Ralph didn't dare to expose his connection with the resistance. He chuckled and said, "Donations are fine, but there's no need to come for anything else." After giving him the address of the charity fund, Ralph returned home. He went up to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door of a particular room. "Lord Danny's, I have something to report." Inside the room, a deep and dignified voice replied. "Come in." Beekland, Sherwood Borough. Dorian, who rented a house here, walked to the window and watched the sun set as the sky gradually darkened. The crimson moon would be full tonight, and the curse of the house of Abraham would descend once again. Dorian hadn't shaved for days. Around his mouth, the sides of his cheeks, and his lower jaw, there was a white beard. It was a stark contrast to his middle-aged appearance. After looking for a while, Dorian lowered his head and chanted in Jotun. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After finishing his prayer, he returned to the middle of the room and found a sofa to sit on. He waited for the crimson moon to rise, waiting for the period when his spirituality was at its strongest. At that moment, above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, Klein had already sat in the seat belonging to the fool. He beckoned for a paper figurine. Under the protection of Sapphira Castle's power, the paper figurine passed through Dorian's prayer light and landed on him. During this process, Klein deliberately didn't show his effects, allowing the angel to silently hug Dorian. He felt that if Mr. Fool made his presence too obvious, it would instead scare the members of the ancient family, so he chose to keep a low profile. The process of waiting for the outcome was always torturous. From time to time, Dorian would take out his pocket watch and snap it open to take a look. He wanted to know how long it would be before the full moon spirituality was at its strongest. This could be calculated using his knowledge of mysticism. Finally, when it was almost midnight, Dorian instinctively bent down, hoping to reduce the pain brought about by the curse. However, as time passed, there was only silence in his ears. There was no buzzing of ravings. The crimson moonlight passed through the window and shone on Dorian. He looked up in a daze and felt that his surroundings were peaceful, tranquil, peaceful, and indifferent. Nothing abnormal had happened. Dorian then looked out the window and saw the crimson full moon. It was holy, dignified, gentle, and dreamy, as though it was hanging in his heart. After a moment of silence, Dorian lowered his head, took out his pocket watch, and opened it. He raised his right hand and rubbed his eyes, covering his face. He didn't loosen his grip for a long time. The white beard on his face gradually became messy, stained with tears and snot. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1240. Inside the room, the crimson glow was like water, soaking every corner. Dorian slowly raised her head and looked at the full moon outside the oriel window. She didn't move her eyes away for a long time, as though this was the first time she was enjoying such a beautiful scene. Phew! He exhaled, stood up, and entered the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, scooped up a handful of ice-cold water, and splashed it on his face. After washing up, Dorian wiped her face with a towel and returned to the living room. She sat on the sofa, lowered her head, and piously muttered to herself, "Praise be to Mr. Fool." After finishing his prayer, he walked into the study, took out a pen and paper, and wrote to his student, Force, "Please tell Mr. German Sparrow that I've confirmed his promise. I hope he can find a better way to resolve the curse. I will gather the other members of the family to discuss if we should use one of the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts to exchange for the box of the Great Old Ones. Here, I'll first introduce the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, so that Mr. German Sparrow will have sufficient time to consider which one he wishes to obtain. One of them is called the Painting of God. It looks like an ordinary oil painting in a brass frame, but the content depicted on it will change from time to time. When it presents different locations, the wielder can change the surrounding area of the target, allowing the corresponding scene to descend. When it presents different characters, the wielder can make those characters attack the target once per person. When it presents abstract and incomprehensible images, different effects will appear in reality, and we only understand a small portion of the corresponding relationships. When it presents doors, opening different doors will transfer them to different places. It's impossible to predict the destination beforehand, and it can be used to exile targets. When it appears in the dark underground or the deep starry sky, it's extremely dangerous. It has to be sealed. If no one is watching or appreciating this oil painting, the characters inside will come to life. They will extend their hands from the oil painting and slowly enter the real world. You have to pay attention to this when sealing it. Once upon a time, a branch of my family made a mistake when they took care of this painting of God. No one admired it for a full minute. At that time, it presented an image of an angel surrounding a deity. Then, the deity came to life and walked out of the oil painting. That branch of my family was destroyed, leaving only a few mentally deranged members. I don't know where the god went, but he didn't take this painting with him. We were worried for a long time, afraid that the god would destroy the world. Fortunately, he never appeared again. Perhaps he had been noticed by the 7 gods and dealt with. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that this is a story made up by those with mental disorders. But in one night, most of the members died, and a small number of them went crazy. This in itself means a lot. The other Grade 0 sealed artifact is called the Staff of the Stars. It's shaped like a black staff embedded with gems. When holding it, if the corresponding scene appears in your mind, and it's real and still exists, this staff will bring you directly to your destination. However, you have to pay attention to one thing. The outline has to be absolutely correct. Every detail can't be wrong, and it can't be different from the original. Otherwise, you will never know where your destination will be. Similarly, when holding the Staff of the Stars, if some beyonder powers or characters appear in your mind, this staff will reproduce the corresponding power or person. The latter can launch an attack. To achieve such an effect, the prerequisite is to have a sufficient understanding of the powers and characters. Otherwise, you don't know what kind of anomaly will happen. Once, someone wanted to use the Staff of the Stars to release Lightning Storm, but he ended up turning into a frog. He only recovered after finding a way to remove the curse. The Staff of the Stars is hard enough and can be used to attack directly. Those who are struck by it will randomly experience anomalies or encounter all kinds of strange effects. Previously, I used the Staff of the Stars to strike a beyonder from the Aurora Order. The left side of his body was transferred outside the door, while the right side remained where it was. His organs splattered out. The Staff of the Stars will randomly move around. If it's not sealed properly, it will disappear at any moment and escape control. When holding it, one's mind has to be empty most of the time. This is because once a scene appears, it might trigger the effects I described earlier. If no one is holding it, all kinds of anomalies will happen around the Staff of the Stars. It's hard to predict whether it's good or bad, so it has to be sealed. Burn after reading. After writing the letter, Dorian read it several times to confirm that there were no mistakes before stuffing it into an envelope and pasting a stamp. At that moment, in the ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein had already finished reading Dorian's letter through the prayer point of light. I seem to have forgotten to tell him that I can pass the corresponding information to German Sparrow through Mr. Fool. That's good too. I'll treat it as a benefit for an official member of the Tarot. If every believer does this, I won't be able to handle it if I don't leave some worms of spirit in Sapphira Castle. Yes, this can also effectively maintain Mr. Fool's status, making the members of the House of Abraham not dare to belittle him. Klein mumbled and turned his attention back to the 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts. He once again confirmed that Grade 0 sealed artifacts had serious negative effects and couldn't be used as regular items. Of course, their abilities and effects were extremely powerful and terrifying. They lived up to the title of Grade 0. In comparison, the Staff of the Stars is more suitable for me. I can get Miss Justice to hypnotize me ahead of time, making the thoughts that surface in my subconscious exist in the form of thoughts and not in the form of images. I have to consciously control them to outline the scene. I wonder if I can get the residents of the City of Silver to hold the Staff of the Stars and outline the streets of Beekland in their minds to directly leave the forsaken land of the gods. However, there's no way to hypnotize them beforehand. They have never really seen Beekland. Even if they were to recreate the corresponding scene, it would be very difficult for them to accurately outline the details. In short, it's very troublesome, but I can give it a try. I'll choose volunteers who aren't afraid of death. If I can exchange for the Staff of the Stars, I won't be in a hurry to shatter it and turn it into a characteristic. Who knows when it will come in handy? After all, the advancement ritual might not be completed. With the Staff of the Stars, I'll have more confidence in dealing with the dark demonic wolf and escaping from the forsaken land of the gods under the Dark Angel's nose. Klein sighed and made up his mind. At this moment, he discovered another fact. That was, if a portion of the members of the House of Abraham followed Dorian and converted to Mr. Fool, then even if he returned the box of the Great Old Ones to them, it wouldn't be difficult for him to borrow it if he really needed to use it in the future. In other words, out of the 3 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, the Staff of the Stars, the Painting of God, and the box of the Great Old Ones, he had obtained the ownership of one and the right to use 2. It's still very useful to develop believers. When the time comes, wouldn't the House of Abraham become Tarot's subordinate faction? However, Dorian definitely won't spread the faith of the Fool so quickly unless some members are already on the verge of losing control and can no longer resist the curse of the next full moon. Klein had an inexplicable feeling that Tarot's faction was expanding. He thought about it seriously and felt sad that he might have to respond to believers 24 hours a day in the future. Only by becoming an angel and truly gaining control of Sapphira Castle and daring to place some worms of spirit on it could he resolve this problem. If there's really no other way, I'll get a Rhodes to be an artificial intelligence customer service. Klein rubbed his temples and left the grey fog, returning to the forsaken land of the gods. Late at night, in the waters of the Rorsted archipelago, a huge sea monster quickly swam to the target location. This was a helper that Alger had prayed for from sea god Cavituis. At the level of an ocean songster, he was still unable to control a creature of this size. In fact, he could have swum from Bayam, but that would have been too tiring, and he wouldn't have been able to resist any accidents. A few seconds later, the sea monster opened its mouth and Alger swam out, approaching a gorgeous coral cluster. After circling around a few obstacles, a dark blue color suddenly appeared in Alger's eyes. Through the deep blue, he saw a magnificent palace made of coral. It was clearly so real, but no one could see it unless there was a specific medium. Alger stared at it for a while before swimming forward. When he arrived in front of the palace, he reached out and pushed open the door. The shaking water waves stopped as Alger passed through the barrier and landed on the ground with the help of the wind. He looked around and saw murals painted on both sides. The contents of these murals weren't anything out of the ordinary. They were mainly about ships and elf-faced people fighting against storms and huge waves. However, Alger noticed that the ships weren't sailing in the sea, but a patch of black that was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. This made Alger think of a phrase, abyss. This is a little similar to the legendary abyss, but it's a little similar. Furthermore, there aren't any devils. They seem to have surged out from underground. These murals record the history of the elves. But it doesn't match the corresponding myths. The world said that every elvish word corresponds to a primordial elf. As Alger pondered, he walked towards the 9 steps ahead. As he approached, he saw 2 thrones and a dark blue crystalline coral. On the branches of the coral, silver bolts of lightning danced, illuminating the surroundings. Alger held his breath and slowed down his pace. He climbed up the steps and arrived in front of the thrones. He solemnly reached out his right hand and picked up the coral. With a splash, the seawater outside the palace suddenly surged. As the coral was enveloped by the dark blue, it gradually turned incorporeal and fused into Alger's body. Bolts of lightning bloomed like flower petals. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday Tilda. Chapter 1241. In the forsaken land of the gods, the frequency of lightning was very low at night. A few humanoid creatures cautiously approached a meatball with 6 legs and a dozen eyes. They were wrapped in animal skins or simple clothes whose original material could not be seen. With the help of a few lanterns, they walked through the deep and boundless darkness. Their expressions were very solemn. On their faces, some had 10 to 20 sarcomas, some had 2 eyes that were almost squeezed together, and some didn't even have a nose at all. Instead, it was replaced by a black hole. After a fierce battle, they managed to kill the monster without a hitch. They then split into 2 groups. One group guarded the surroundings, and the other group harvested the spoils of war. During this process, the man with multiple sarcomas on his face suddenly stopped while he was dissecting the monster's corpse to collect the edible parts. "Adal, what's wrong?" the noseless woman asked in puzzlement. The man known as Adal slowly retracted his right hand and revealed an item he had found on the monster. It was an amulet carved from stone that had many traces of corrosion. "This is..." The man whose eyes were almost squeezed together seemed to understand the reason and hesitated to finish his sentence. Adal surveyed the area. "Sin, Ruth, I gave this to my father when I was young. On the day I came of age, he felt that he could no longer control himself. He chose to leave the city and enter the depths of darkness." Shin and Russ fell silent when they heard that. They could understand Adal's feelings. In Moon City, this was a common occurrence. Since they did not have enough safe food, they could only pick mutated plants and fruits and collect monster flesh to survive. This would lead to the accumulation of toxins and madness. After their physical condition deteriorated, they would either die quickly or gradually lose control. In order not to affect the surroundings and cause damage to the city, the latter would often arrange everything after noticing that something was wrong. They would take torches and a small amount of food, leave the defensive circle, and leave alone in the darkness that would never dissipate, never to return. The residents of Moon City could imagine what would happen to them. They would either be killed by monsters or become monsters. There was no other possibility. After 7 to 8 seconds of silence, the noseless female, Shin, hesitantly said to Adal, "That's right. Perhaps, this is the monster who killed your father. It has a belt made of beast hide." Adal's voice gradually softened as he raised the bone dagger in his hand and stabbed it down, cutting out a rather normal piece of flesh. The members of the hunting team skillfully completed the collection in silence until Russ, whose eyes were almost squeezed together, suddenly said in a deep voice, "There are more and more deformities among the newborn children. The price of accumulating poison and madness from generation to generation wasn't as simple as a decrease in average age. Those who maintained normal physical conditions would gradually experience a certain mutation. For example, Adal had quite a number of sarcomas on his face. Similarly, the accumulated toxins and madness could also be passed on to future generations, resulting in deformities. Russ and Shin in the hunting team belonged to this category. Their lives would be shorter, and it would be easier for them to lose control and mutate. All the hunting groups present knew very well what the increasing number of deformities meant. Perhaps in less than 2 or 3 generations, before the residents of U City grew up and a new generation was born, the deformities might go out of control. In that case, even without external attacks, U City would quickly be destroyed. Only the stone buildings and wall paintings would be left behind to prove that they had once existed. "I hope the High Priest and the rest can find a new direction." Adal stood up with his lantern and answered weakly. In the past 2 to 3,000 years, it wasn't that U City hadn't sought a way to escape their current situation. They had sent one exploration team after another into the depths of the darkness. Some returned after suffering serious setbacks without gaining anything. Some disappeared into the endless darkness without any news. In addition, to the east of U City, there was a grayish-white fog that enveloped the sky and land. It was like an invisible barrier. Not only did it block off vision, but it also prevented any living being from passing through. The residents of U City once believed that this was where hope lay. They believed that the place enveloped by the grayish-white fog was a normal country. They believed that the other side of the grayish-white fog was the land that wasn't cursed. They tried to enter the grayish-white fog again and again, but they failed. They dug a long tunnel, hoping to pass underground without an invisible barrier. However, the corresponding area deep underground was also shrouded in grayish-white fog. They thought of ways to obtain the ability to fly and attempted to cross it from a high altitude. However, they couldn't see the top of the grayish-white fog until they were struck by lightning. They mobilized the powers of all the demigods and sealed artifacts, attacking the target again and again. Over 2 to 3,000 years, they accumulated day after day, but they failed to wear down the invisible barrier at all. Upon hearing Captain Adal's words, the members of the hunting team felt despair and sorrow. It was as though they were slipping down the edge of the abyss, unable to save themselves. Those deformities were the type that found it difficult to control their emotions. At this moment, they more or less felt as though they were suppressing something in their hearts, wanting to erupt. In U City, 2 to 300 years ago, deformities were unable to become beyond us and join the hunting team. They could only do work related to gathering. However, as manpower became more and more scarce, the High Priest and the other upper echelons relaxed the restrictions. "Let's go. This bit of food isn't enough." Adal looked around and walked deeper into the darkness with the lantern in hand. They didn't take the risk of extinguishing the fire and letting monsters surge out of the darkness, because it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to deal with them. In the suffocating silence, the members of the U City hunting team couldn't help but feel as though there was no end to the darkness. This was just like U City's present situation. They could never find hope, and the lantern in their hands could burn for less and less time. When the last sliver of light dissipated, they would be silently engulfed by the darkness. As he walked, Adal's eyes suddenly reflected a faint yellow. It was a spark that didn't belong to the hunting team. The light of the fire shone into the eyes of all the members of the hunting group, filling up their pupils. Adal, Shin, Russ, and company couldn't help but widen their eyes as intense surprise surged in their hearts. In their lives, in the historical records of U City after the cataclysm, there had never been a spark that came from elsewhere. Indeed, many monsters had the power of the flame or sun domain, but before they attacked, They would hide in the darkness without revealing any light. But now, a spark appeared in the depths of the darkness. Adal, Shin, Russ, and company trembled slightly. They thought of many things, but they couldn't think of an answer. They quickly recalled the hunting arrangements and confirmed that it was impossible for any Moon City residents to appear nearby. Since the flame didn't belong to Moon City, where did it come from? The entire hunting team slowed down. They were shocked, stunned, curious, afraid, worried, and panicked. They had also discovered some destroyed city-states and knew that any abnormality in the darkness could be fatal. Be on guard. Adal finally snapped out of his daze and gave the order. The hunting team immediately took up a combat formation and waited for the faint yellow flame to approach. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Every second seemed to slow down. Finally, after the flame grew larger, it illuminated a figure. A figure. There's only one person. The members of the Moon City hunting team held their breaths at the same time. It seemed like they were about to meet an outsider. After 2,000 to 3,000 years, someone else had finally set foot on this land. They were no longer the only ones in this abandoned world. As for who could traverse the endless darkness and arrive here, Adal and company had no way of guessing without any experience. As the fire grew bigger and bigger, the members of the hunting group gradually saw the figure clearly. It was a young man with a slender figure. He had black hair and brown eyes. His expression was grave and stern. He wasn't a deformed person, nor had there been any abnormalities. He wore a strange hat and clothes, and carried a lantern made of a special material. He walked out of the darkness step by step. The light from his lantern was brighter than all the lights in the hunting group combined, and the darkness around him faded away quickly. Before long, the light shone on Adal, Shin, Russ, and company. The figure stopped, looked at the hunting team from Moon City, and said in a low voice, "Let's go." "Where are you from?" He's speaking in Jotun. His eyes are clear, and he can communicate. Adal opened his mouth and stopped himself from subconsciously answering. He asked in return, "Who are you?" The figure carrying the glass lantern calmly replied, "German Sparrow." After more than half a year of traveling and overcoming one difficulty after another, Klein's spiritual intuition finally told him that he was about to reach his destination. And he also met the first group of living people on this trip to the forsaken land of the gods. "Where are you from?" Adal asked while maintaining his vigilance. Klein's gaze swept across their faces, and his tone remained unchanged as he said, "I'm from the City of Silver. Also from outside the Cursed Lands." Hearing this answer, all the members of the hunting group were in a trance. They wondered if they were hallucinating because they were expecting too much. In the autumn of 1351, Beekland was shrouded in the flames of war. Ever since Fainapotter also declared war on Ruin, the war that had been in a stalemate for a period of time finally lost its balance. Ruin and its allies, Lenberg, Mason, and Seeger, lost a lot of territory. Only the last few lines of defense were struggling to resist, on the verge of collapse. After seeing the long queue at the food distribution point from the carriage window, Audrey slowly retracted her gaze and said to her personal maid, "Annie, don't worry. To St. Samuel Cathedral, P.S. Double the monthly votes for the last day tilde." Chapter 1242. As the carriage slowly drove on the road, Audrey subconsciously cast her gaze out the window. Many pedestrians stood by the side of the road, staring at the horses that were pulling the carriage. Their eyes seemed to emit a green glow. The lucky ones who had successfully received the food crossed the street in secret and ran to their homes. Teams of policemen in black and white checkered uniforms patrolled the streets. They had revolvers by their waists and short batons in their hands, intimidating those who wanted to take risks. Recently, we don't even dare to go out on the streets alone. Annie, Audrey's personal maidservant, muttered softly. Audrey nodded slightly without a response. After a while, the carriage arrived at Phelps Street and stopped at the edge of the square in front of St. Samuel Cathedral. The flocks of white pigeons had already disappeared. It was empty. The Ruin Charity Bursary Foundation, as well as the Ruin Poverty Relief Foundation and the Ruin Medical Charity Foundation, had moved from 22 Phelps Street to a few small rooms inside the cathedral. This was because the building they were in had collapsed during an air raid some time ago. To the staff of the 3 foundations, it was a thrilling memory. If they hadn't left 22 Phelps Street early for different reasons, they would have long become victims. After getting off the carriage and passing through the door, Audrey saw a girl with black hair, brown eyes, and a thin face walk over. Without waiting for the other party to speak, she took the initiative to say, "Melissa, is there any more food that can be distributed?" Melissa shook her head with a solemn expression. "Even the injured soldiers that we're helping don't receive enough food." Audrey's green eyes dimmed. She didn't show her helplessness or weakness as she nodded slightly. "I'll think of a way." From the City of Silver, from outside the Cursed Lands, German Sparrow's words echoed in the ears of Adal, Shin, Russ, and the other members of the Moon City hunting team. It made them feel as though they were in a dream, unable to snap back to their senses for a long time. Just as Adal gradually regained his rationality and deliberated over what to say, Shin, who was born without a nose, excitedly asked a series of questions. "Where is the City of Silver? What does it look like? How far is it from here? How many normal people are there outside the Cursed Land?" Klein glanced at her and replied in an emotionless voice, "On the other side of this Cursed Land, the City of Silver discovered a plant that can be eaten normally. It's called black-faced grass. This allowed them to maintain the stability of their species, allowing them to effectively explore the depths of the darkness and seek a way to leave. They found some mushrooms recently. These mushrooms can use the flesh and blood of monsters as nutrients and produce fruits that are not poisonous or crazy. The City of Silver has taken a step further in escaping its madness. When the new generation grows up, even if they're old, it won't be so easy for them to lose control." These words left Adal, Shin, and company disappointed, as though their persistence no longer had any meaning. The life in the City of Silver described by German Sparrow was the most beautiful scene they could imagine, but others simply had it. "There are deformities among their newborns?" Shin asked in a dreamy tone. Klein shook his head. "Almost none." "Will their parents walk into the depths of the darkness when their physical conditions decline?" "No, when they grow old?" Adal subconsciously asked. Klein, who was wearing a black trench coat and top hat, and holding a lantern, replied, "I won't. Because they bear the curse of killing their kin. If a life is not ended by the hands of a blood relative, it will turn into a terrifying evil spirit or monster." The members of the Moon City hunting team finally found some sense of reality. Their hearts were like a lake that was slowly heating up, with bubbles popping up one after another. These bubbles were fragile, hollow, and could burst with a single poke. There was actually nothing inside, but something called hope and light flickered inside. Russ, whose eyes were almost squeezed together, could not help but repeat Shin's question. "How many normal people are there outside the Cursed Land?" Klein looked at them with a complicated gaze. "I'm basically a normal person. I don't have to worry about monster attacks all the time. I don't have to be afraid of being in the dark. I don't have to go crazy when I'm old. I don't have to bear all kinds of curses. I can see the sun when I wake up every day. I have enough food every day. There's a crimson moon rising every night. However, all of this is being destroyed." Klein silently added. This time, Adal, Shin, Russ, and company were somewhat at a loss. This was because the scene described by German Sparrow seemed to be something they could imagine, but at the same time, they couldn't imagine it. It was just like how when they read the few remaining ancient books, they could understand a certain spirit, but they couldn't truly understand certain contents. They had no idea what the sun or the crimson moon was. However, they had normal food every day. They didn't have to bear all kinds of curses. They didn't have to constantly worry about monster attacks. They didn't have to be afraid of being in the dark, and they didn't have to go crazy when they were old. This was the beauty they yearned for day and night. There's such a place in this world. Is this the heavenly state recorded in the ancient books? Is this land really cursed? The members of the Moon City hunting team fell silent once again. Among them, some of them opened their mouths, but they didn't know what to ask. Some of them wanted to bring German Sparrow back to Moon City and inform the High Priest and everyone else of this news, but they were afraid of attracting danger. During this process, they didn't let down their guard or let down their guard. Klein wasn't surprised by their attitude at all. Instead, He believed that this was how a civilization in the forsaken land of the gods should behave to this day. With the lantern in hand, he took a step to the left, attempting to circle around the humans who wore beast skins or strange clothes and continue heading east. Regardless of what story these people had or if they were worth helping, he planned on investigating and listening to them later. This was because his spiritual intuition told him that his destination wasn't far. The western continent he was teleported to was just 2 to 3 hours away. The moment Klein took a step, Adal and company immediately bent their backs and prepared to defend and attack. However, they didn't manage to wait for German Sparrow to approach. They watched him walk more than 10 meters to the left and turn back. Seeing the young man dressed in strange black clothes, wearing a strange black hat, and carrying a strange transparent lantern gradually fade away, Adal, who had quite a number of sarcomas on his face, had his expression change a few times as he shouted, "That's right." He shouted, "Who are you?" Klein didn't turn around. With the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light, he walked deep into the darkness. He said normally, "A missionary. A person who spreads the light of my Lord." Adal, Shin, and company looked at each other, their expressions filled with confusion. They hesitated for a while, and just as the faint yellow light was almost gone, all of them instinctively took a step forward and followed behind Klein. They didn't dare approach, but they didn't want to leave either. Just like that, they carried the food they had hunted and silently walked forward, seemingly monitoring and guarding against him. As for Klein, he walked at a moderate pace, maintaining a general speed. He didn't wait, nor did he attempt to shake them off. Just like that, both sides walked extremely quietly under the sparse lightning. At some point in time, Russ and another member of the hunting team had left the team. With the beast skin lantern and the food they had harvested, they turned around and silently disappeared into the endless darkness. As time ticked by, Klein finally stopped. With the help of the lightning that streaked across the sky, he saw a grayish-white fog a few hundred meters away. The fog connected the ground and extended all the way to the sky, as though it had no top. At the same time, the fog extended to both sides without end. Klein stared intently for a long time. Even though there was darkness in between, he slowly raised his head. Only when the second bolt of lightning subsided did he retract his gaze. Is the vanished western continent behind or inside the fog? Klein thought with a heavy heart. He couldn't help but slow down his breathing. He held the lantern and continued forward until the dim yellow light illuminated the solidified fog. Without needing to make any other attempts, Klein's seer intuition told him that the grayish-white fog was an invisible barrier that couldn't be passed through using conventional methods. He thought for a moment, stretched out his right hand, and grabbed at the darkness diagonally in front of him. After 4 to 5 consecutive grabs, Klein pulled out a black cane embedded with many gems from the air. This was the Staff of the Stars, a terrifying sealed artifact numbered 0 to 62 that Klein had exchanged for with the box of the Great Old Ones. Of course, Klein had only summoned the historical void projection of the Staff of the Stars at the moment. This way, even if an unwanted scene appeared in his mind, he could remove the maintenance of the historical void projection and stop the danger in time when the corresponding effects were about to be triggered. To a scholar of yore, this was the best way to use a Grade 0 sealed artifact on a daily basis. However, there was a limit to its effectiveness. At present, it couldn't exceed 3 minutes. Furthermore, the effects were somewhat different from the original version. Using a marionette to hold the Staff of the Stars was impossible to avoid the negative effects. This was because a marionette needed to be controlled, and with control, there was a high chance that the scenes would be transmitted. Of course, if he were to engage in a prepared battle, Klein wouldn't do so. This was because it would take up one of his 3 precious summoning spots. Furthermore, although the Staff of the Stars belonged to him, it was only a forced possession. It was in a sealed state. In addition, the Grade 0 sealed artifacts level was rather high. Klein wasn't able to successfully summon it in one go. He often needed 3 to 6 tries. In an intense battle, this required sufficient opportunities. It wasn't that easy. It was precisely because of this that he would hypnotize himself ahead of time when he was performing in preparation. He would use the staff of the stars in a special state and leave the chance to summon the historical void projection to familiar angels like Miss Messenger, Mr. Azik, Mara Moriona, and Will Orseptin. Holding the black cane embedded with all kinds of gems, the scene of the illusory door slowly opening naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. The gem on the cane flashed with a faint light, and the grayish-white fog quickly outlined an insubstantial door. The door opened silently, and behind it was still the grey fog. Opening the door doesn't work. Klein wasn't surprised by this outcome, but he was still a little disappointed. He thought for a moment and prepared to change his method. However, just as he was thinking, the staff of the stars automatically activated as the scene appeared. P.S. Double the monthly votes for the last day tilde Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1243. At first, I thought I would have to cancel this chapter, but I still finished it. From the beginning of December to the beginning of January, I was very busy. Every week, I didn't even have a day off. I used it to save up chapters, which were quickly used up. The annual gala ended last night. After that, I didn't have anything to do outside. It was mostly things that had been delayed for a long time and needed feedback. These could all be solved online or over the phone. Because I took the opportunity to write a chapter yesterday and had a draft, I thought that everything would return to normal today and I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. But I was too naive. My plan was to have supper with some people after the annual gala ended. I would go back to sleep at around 1 a.m. Today, I would wake up half an hour earlier, at 8:30 a.m. Then, I would go to the hotel buffet and have breakfast. Then, I would come back to think about the plot and write. I would try to finish writing before 12 a.m., or more than half of it. Then, I would check out of the hotel, have lunch, go to the high-speed rail station, and go home. On the way, I would use my phone to complete or fix the remaining chapters. The successful part of this plan was to check out of the hotel, go to the high-speed rail station, go home, and have supper, breakfast, and lunch. Yeah, I ate supper until 1:30 a.m. After I washed up, it was around 2 a.m. I thought that I could sleep for another 6.5 hours. In the end, at 5 a.m., the hotel suddenly gave me a wake-up call. A wake-up call? I woke up from my dream and almost had a heart attack. Although my English wasn't good, I could tell that it was a wake-up call. I wanted to curse, but I held it in. I unplugged the phone and went to sleep while I was still sleepy. Did it end just like that? No. A minute later, when I was about to fall asleep, the phone rang again. Only then did I realize that there was a phone on the desk. I hurried over. On the way over, the phone stopped, then rang again. It was the third wake-up call. I was wide awake. I pressed 0 and called back to scold the caller. Then, I picked up my phone and asked the writers in the annual gala about what had happened. Then, the group came alive. Many people replied that they had received a wake-up call. They were going crazy. Later on, they found out that the hotel's front desk had confused Yuewen's team with another team. That team had to wake up early or leave for an event. Then, the hotel called most of Yuewen's writers' rooms to provide a wake-up call. I'm the kind of person who finds it hard to fall asleep once I'm completely awake. My sleep quality is terrible, and I tossed and turned in bed for more than 2 hours. I really can't fall asleep. I thought about how I still have to write, so I woke up before 8. After resting for a while, I went downstairs to eat breakfast. When I came back, I started thinking about the plot, but my brain felt like it was filled with glue. I couldn't think at all. Just like that, I couldn't sleep, and I couldn't think of anything. I stayed up until 11. Only then did I recover a little. I organized the plot, but I only wrote 500 words before I had to check out of the hotel. I started feeling sleepy on the way, so I slept on the train. I only woke up when I reached home. Seeing that it was almost time, I subconsciously wanted to ask for leave. But after thinking about it, I decided that I could try writing as much as I could. In the end, my condition wasn't bad. Not only did I finish writing, I even had time to edit and write a single chapter. However, I probably won't be able to write tonight. I'm a little sleepy now, so I won't have time to save any chapters. Don't be surprised if I have to update tomorrow. Even if it's a few minutes late, don't worry. Finally, I'd like to add something off topic. The first time I fought for the monthly votes was when I was in the Arcana Club. Back then, it was OBA. I was young and impulsive. I said some weird things, and I regretted it afterwards. Then, I set a rule for myself. When I post a single chapter, I'll only talk about myself and not others. I did it most of the time, and I hope that everyone will learn from me, laughing. Regardless of whether it's in this chapter or in the book review section, I'll only talk about the mysteries, and not other people or other books. Of course, I'm excluding One Life, Arcana Club, Martial Arts, Doom, Crow, and Horse Gang. End of this chapter. Chapter 1244. Just now, when Klein was thinking of a solution, he naturally thought of a scene. The sea of clouds between the two mountains rapidly boiled and split to the left and right, revealing a dark bottomless crack. The orange-red light of dusk filled it, forming a corporeal path. This was the scene created when blasphemer Amorn entered the giant king's court's dream projection. And just as Klein felt that he didn't have enough understanding of the corresponding powers and planned on changing his method, the red, green, blue, and transparent gems embedded in the staff of the stars emitted a faint glow as they automatically activated. The solidified grayish-white fog also boiled, but it wasn't as intense. They swirled backwards and split to the sides, but there was still an endless grayish-white fog in front of him. There was no end at all. Klein sighed inwardly. As he paid attention to controlling his thoughts, he made other attempts. In the past 3 minutes, he had tried at least 10 times. 7 of them were done willingly, and 3 of them were done due to stress, but he failed to open the invisible barrier. Normal methods really don't work. With a flick of his wrist, Klein made the historical projection of 0 to 62, which was nearing its limits, disappear from the real world. He stared at the silent grayish-white fog for nearly a minute without moving, as though he had turned into a statue. Finally, Klein closed his eyes and retracted his gaze. With the lantern in hand, he walked towards the humans who were spying on him. He didn't plan on continuing blindly because there was a high chance of success. He planned on asking the ancient survivors who had stood guard nearby for 2,000 to 3,000 years and had clearly explored the grayish-white fog before. He wanted to see if he could find any inspiration from their accumulated experience. According to Klein's predictions, the humans would definitely have a rather extreme reaction to his approach. He had already prepared the corresponding abilities to allow them to speak to him calmly. However, when he looked over under the dim yellow light of the lanterns on both sides, he discovered that the ugly or deformed humans were looking at him with their mouths slightly agape. Their expressions were confused and shocked, as though they had temporarily lost their ability to think. Klein frowned slightly. In the deep darkness, he walked at an unhurried pace to the group of ancient survivors and stopped about 2 to 3 meters away. "What do you know about this fog?" Klein asked in Jotun. This kind of language that could stir the power of nature did not differ from region to region. There was only a slight difference in accent, but not too much. This was because if the original version was modified, it would most likely lose its effect in ritualistic magic. Only when German Sparrow raised the question did Adal seem to snap back to his senses. His lips quivered for a moment before he gave an irrelevant answer. We didn't make any changes to the mist. The scene of the German Sparrow making the fog boil like water and splitting it into 2 really shocked them. They felt like they were witnessing a miracle. The hard work of generations after generations of Moon City over the past 2,000 to 3,000 years could not compare to this person's attempt in the span of 1 to 200 heartbeats with his cane. This was also the main reason why they gave up resisting when the German Sparrow approached. They instinctively believed that no matter how much they tried to avoid it, it would be useless. Klein was silent for 2 seconds before he continued to ask, "Do you have any relevant records?" Adal finally understood what German Sparrow was getting at. After some hesitation, he slowly nodded. And said, "Yes. However, only the high priest and the others often read through them." Dressed in a black trench coat and half-top hat, Klein thought for a moment. He suddenly reached out and took out an item from the void. It was a cross that was dyed green and had several sharp spikes protruding from it. It was a historical void projection of the unshadowed crucifix that originated from the ancient sun god. Klein held the cross and raised it a little higher, aiming it at the group of ancient survivors. Pure, bright, and warm light bloomed, dispersing the surrounding darkness and illuminating Adal, Shin, and company. Their combat experience made them reflexively attempt to defend, but their instinctive comfort made them stop halfway through their actions. That kind of light and warmth was definitely not something a bonfire could compare to. This made the remaining members of the Moon City hunting team vaguely recall the deities mentioned in the ancient books and by the high priest. They were deities that emitted infinite light and brought infinite warmth. Under the bright light's illumination, a twisting and struggling illusory black gas that seemed to have a life of its own rose from Adal, Shin, and company's bodies before quickly dissipating. The members of the Moon City hunting team felt their bodies relax as the pressure in their souls disappeared. After purifying the corruption and diseases gathered in the target's body, Klein shook his wrist slightly, causing the unshadowed crucifix to vanish in front of him. Right on the heels of that, he grabbed diagonally in front of him and pulled out another cane from the void. It was an ordinary wooden cane. This was the former City of Silver's sealed artifact, Life's Cane. Although Klein had already sacrificed it to the Evernite goddess, anything that a scholar of your once possessed would only accompany him in another way. With Life's Cane in hand, Klein took a few steps forward and used the tip of the cane to poke the leader of the Moon City hunting team. Adal didn't dodge due to his previous experience. The sarcomas on his face began to crack, ooze pus, fade, shrink, and disappear. In the end, not even a scar was left behind. Adal knew of his changes from the looks in his teammates' eyes. He hesitantly and slowly raised his right hand and touched his face. From top to bottom, from bottom to top, he repeated it a few times. During this process, he realized that his condition had never been better. It was even better than when he had just become an adult. Klein didn't look at him. He took a diagonal step and used Life's Cane to treat the other ancient survivors. With Adal as an example, Shin and company were on guard as they accepted the touch of the cane's tip. Then, they felt an indescribable feeling of being reborn. Among them, the two deformities, who were easily agitated, couldn't help but shed tears. Unfortunately, I can't treat natural defects. Mental illnesses can be treated, but some crazy tendencies can't be treated. Klein retracted his right hand and made the historical projection of Life's Cane dissipate. He walked to his original spot, turned around, and looked at the group of ancient survivors. I didn't come here to destroy, but to spread the light of my Lord, bringing light and warmth. Go back and tell your leader that I'm here. If he's willing, he can come over. He didn't attempt to ask where the ancient survivors' settlement was, nor did he plan on heading over directly. This was because it would incite the strongest resistance and vigilance. Therefore, handing the reins to the other party was the most suitable solution. At that moment, Adal, Shin, and company were already shocked by the German Sparrow's performance of constantly taking out all sorts of mystical items out of thin air. They increasingly felt that they were walking into a miracle and had already received the baptism of the divine light, allowing their bodies to recover to their optimal state or even exceed their optimal state. "All right," Adal replied a few seconds later. Just as they turned around and prepared to return to Moon City, a flame lit up in the depths of the darkness, quickly approaching from afar. The leader was an elder wearing a dark brown beast hide. His hair was gray and messy, and his face was filled with wrinkles. "High Priest," Shin blurted out after seeing the other party's appearance. The person who came was none other than the High Priest of Moon City, Nim. Behind Nim were Russ and the other members of the hunting team, as well as a few high sequence beyond us. Nim nodded at Adal, Shin, and company. He walked to the front of the group and looked at the man who claimed to be the German Sparrow. He crossed his arms and bowed. "Honorable guest, I'm the High Priest of Moon City, Nim. Moon City was once a city belonging to vampires, but that civilization was destroyed in ancient times. After that, we accepted the orders of the great sun god, the Lord who created everything. We moved here to guard this grayish-white fog and made the corresponding attempts. Even though this land was later cursed and the Lord no longer responded to us, we didn't give up. To this day, 3,722 years have passed. P.S. Update first before making changes. PS2. This chapter is completely free. Yesterday, I said that I would use a big chapter as compensation because I felt that everyone might value this more. But since there are different opinions, I'll use it as compensation for free. That's fairer. There's no need to worry about owing debts and writing a big chapter. Chapter 1245. 3,722 years. Indeed, they were sent here when the ancient sun god was still alive. Klein had the City of Silver's defense in the darkness for more than 2,000 years as a reference, so he could easily verify the words of Moon City's high priest, Nim. He nodded slightly and asked, "Are you guarding this fog to prevent it from mutating?" Moon City's high priest, Nim, who was wrapped in a dark brown beast hide, shook his head. "The oracle given to us by the Lord is to keep watch every day to see if anyone comes out of the fog." Walking out of the fog. Did the ancient sun god have a premonition that someone would walk out of the fog? If it's really the western continent in the fog or on the other side of the fog, does it mean that there might be life and civilization inside? Klein felt an indescribable throbbing in his heart when he heard this, but he also deeply understood one fact. Even Amorn's father, the second-generation master of creation, couldn't open the grayish-white fog and needed someone to guard it. Was there a special way to pass through this invisible barrier? Mr. Hanged Man mentioned before that Queen of Calamity Kohainam said that she might need an incantation or a password. Also, the premise is that the western continent has already reappeared. Klein looked at the Moon City high priest who had obvious wrinkles on his face and said without batting an eyelid, "I think they've already introduced me to you. I'm a missionary. I've come to this land to spread the light of the Lord." Moon City's high priest, Nim, maintained his calm as he looked at Klein with grayish-white eyes that were the same color as his long hair. "Sir, who is the Lord you believe in?" Klein instinctively wanted to answer directly, but considering his predetermined identity as a preacher, he held back his embarrassment and used his clown powers to control his facial muscles, revealing a slightly fanatical expression. "Please allow me to introduce my Lord, the savior of this land, the great Mr. Fool, the Fool." Moon City's high priest, Nim, Adal, and company never expected to hear such a word. For a moment, they found it odd, but for some baffling reason, they felt that it seemed to contain infinite philosophy. In the end, their attention was focused on the description. The savior of this land. Nim couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Adal and company, sizing up their glowing faces. As a Sequence 4 demigod, he knew very well that the poison and corruption that had accumulated in their bodies had been purified. Furthermore, the members of the hunting team had received very good treatment. If he hadn't watched these youths grow up and remembered how they looked before their mutation, he definitely wouldn't have dared to confirm that they were residents of Moon City. Seeing the high priest look over, Adal immediately said excitedly, "His Excellency Sparrow has prayed to the gods and saved us." Sparrow added, "We feel warmth." Shin, who didn't have a nose, quickly added. After the baptism, she had unknowingly developed a certain level of faith in the Lord German Sparrow spoke of. After Sparrow, Ruth and the god, Sparrow God, thereafter God, Sparrow after God and the God, who had the God of world high S, God. High, Luo God you God of God, God Son, God. High Priest Nim retracted his gaze and looked at the German Sparrow, who was wearing strange clothes and a strange hat. "The great Mr. Fool is a deity from this world, no, this cursed land?" Klein nodded solemnly and slowly. "Yes." "Then, what about the great sun god, the Lord that created everything?" Nim hesitated for a moment before asking the question he was most eager to know. Klein changed his tone to that of a charlatan. "The kings betrayed that existence. Blood, anger, filth, and shadows began to flow across this land, and a great calamity began." Nim's pupils dilated slightly, as though he wanted to absorb more light to see the world in front of him clearly. With great difficulty, he tried to suppress something and asked, "Are you saying that the Lord fell because of this?" Not only did he fall, but his flesh and blood were also eaten by the traitors. As a result, this land has been cursed. Klein boldly said this because he was in the forsaken land of the gods. He didn't deliberately distinguish between the Amorn brothers and the other 6 kings of angels. He planned on making the residents of Moon City believe that all the kings of angels were traitors. This way, they wouldn't be fooled by Amorn in the future. The trek and various experiments over the past half a year had convinced Klein that the Forsaken Land of the Gods was really sealed. Or rather, it was isolated from the outside world in all aspects. The only connection point was either the exit of the giant King's Court or something at the level of Sapphira Castle. Therefore, when Klein used the Staff of the Stars here, he could only move within. He couldn't head to the outside world that he had outlined in his mind. In addition, the box of the Great Old Ones had even suppressed the historical void projection. The moment Klein successfully summoned it, the projection was immediately devoured by the environment, making it impossible to use it. This made him suspect that the 3rd level of the box of the Great Old Ones was dangerous even to a true god or the true creator. Upon hearing German Sparrow's words, the High Priest of Moon City, Nim's body trembled slightly. His wrinkled face instantly turned ashen. The expressions of the Beyonders behind him also changed, as though they had suffered an extremely serious blow. Some of them even showed signs of losing control. Upon seeing this, Klein reached out again and pulled out Life's cane from the void. He made it fly out with the help of the air and accurately touch the target. The Beyonder's signs of losing control immediately vanished. His forehead was dripping with sweat, as though he had just recovered from a serious illness. As Klein removed the maintenance of the historical projection, Life's cane quickly faded away. As for the Beyonders of Moon City, they finally broke free from the grievous news. Some of them were filled with doubt and disbelief. Some of them began to cry softly, while others cast confused gazes at German Sparrow, as though he was their last hope. The High Priest, Nim, had closed his eyes at some point in time. 2 to 3 seconds later, he opened them again and looked at German Sparrow. "Do you have any other questions?" In less than a minute, he seemed to age by more than 10 to 20 years. His body exuded a sense of decay, but it wasn't complete despair. It was as though a tree had rotted, but it was beginning to give birth to new hope and new life. Klein half-turned his body and pointed at the solidified grey fog with the lantern in his hand. "When did you begin trying to open this barrier? What did you gain?" High Priest Nim said frankly, "In the beginning, it was the Lord's oracle. At first, it was the Lord's oracle. He asked us to try to think of a way to pass through this fog while guarding it. After the land was cursed, we used this as our main direction in search of hope. However, we didn't gain anything substantial. No matter what method we used, the solidified fog didn't react." At this point, Nim hesitated for a moment. It wasn't completely unresponsive, but it wasn't the reaction we wanted. Klein immediately saw hope. He maintained a normal pace and asked, "What's the matter? What's his reaction?" Seeing that the High Priestess was a little hesitant and did not answer immediately, Shin took the initiative to speak. "High Priest, His Excellency Sparrow has just parted part of the fog. He has gone deeper than we have in the past 2 to 3,000 years. Nim couldn't help but take a deep look at the German Sparrow before saying, "Don't worry. More than 1,730 years ago, the High Priest at that time had an inspiration in the face of the cruel reality that Moon City had been trying for nearly 2,000 years without any results. He felt that he couldn't purely treat this fog as a barrier that needed to be broken or a seal that needed to be broken. Instead, he treated it as a mighty existence. He designed an honorific name, prayers, and corresponding symbols for the fog. He held one ritual after another here, trying to communicate and pray. This is really a train of thought that ordinary people can't think of. I didn't think of it just now. As expected, after so many years, there must have been many people with strange thoughts in Moon City. 3,000 years wasn't for nothing." Klein sighed in his heart and nodded slightly. "Was there any feedback after that?" Nim answered with a nasal voice. "Once, the High Priest changed the first sentence of the honorific name to the Eternal Fog. Then, at the end of the ritual, he vaguely heard a voice coming from the depths of the fog. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear it clearly and was unable to decipher its exact meaning. From then on, we have held countless rituals. We realized that there wasn't a response every time, and even if there was a response, it might not be in a timely manner. We need to wait patiently. Klein's mind raced as he asked, how many times do we need to succeed? As he thought, he asked, how many times do we need to succeed? There's no pattern. Sometimes, we succeed on the first try. Sometimes, there might not even be any feedback after a month. High Priest Nim sighed and said, we have made many improvements, but they were all useless. Did you hear what those voices were saying after that? Klein asked. No. Perhaps our sequence isn't high enough and we aren't strong enough. Nim shook his head. If that's the reason, I can give it a try. Klein deliberated for a few seconds before politely requesting, can you hold the correct ritual again? Can you perform the correct ceremony again? I want to hear those sounds. Nim couldn't reject such politeness, nor did he dare. He hesitated for a moment. Yes, but many of the materials are in Moon City. You will need to wait for a while. Klein thought for a moment and asked, have you ever used those materials? Yes, Nim asked in confusion. Klein nodded indifferently. Let's do it then. Tell me when you last used those materials and where nearby. P.S. Update first, then change. Chapter 1246. After hearing the High Priest's answer, Klein held the lantern and walked 20 to 30 steps to the right along the grayish-white fog. Then, he half-closed his eyes as though he was sensing something. This made the Moon City beyond us following behind him not dare to make a sound, afraid that they would disturb the oracle. After 4 to 5 seconds, Klein reached out his right hand and slowly grabbed at the air in front of him. An altar made of stone fell from the void into reality. On it were 3 candles made of oil and 7 to 8 spiritual materials. As a sequence 4 demigod, Nim was taken aback, as though he couldn't believe his eyes. Previously, when he saw German Sparrow take out his cane to treat his companions, he had only imagined that the other party had spatial powers or had received the blessings of Mr. Fool. But now, his judgment had been completely overturned. This was because he was very familiar with the altar, the candles, and the spiritual materials. They were all things he had used before. He can actually create something I've used before? Is this a power that originates from history and time? Nim recalled the remaining manuals in Moon City and combined it with his understanding of demigods. He had a preliminary guess. At this moment, Klein turned his head and looked at the High Priest. You can begin. Nim quietly took a deep breath. Under the watchful eyes of Adal, Shin, and Russ, he walked to the altar and created a wall of spirituality. After looking at the symbols, labels, and patterns engraved on the altar and confirming that there were no problems, he followed the process that had been engraved in his memory and performed the ritual with abnormal familiarity. In the end, he lowered his head and chanted in a low voice the eternal and unchanging fog, the barrier that freezes space-time, the existence that embraces everything. Before the prayer ended, Klein had already focused his attention on the grayish-white fog, hoping to hear a voice coming from deep within. For this, he secretly controlled a large number of monster marionettes that were moving in the surrounding darkness to disperse. He placed one at a certain distance, hoping to not miss any suspicious traces. However, he didn't notice anything abnormal until the ritual was completed. After waiting for a while, Klein cast his gaze at Moon City's High Priest, Nim. He calmly said, again, Beekland, Empress, in the study of the Hall family. After receiving permission, Audrey pushed open the door and walked in. Her father, Earl Hall, and brother, Hibbert, were discussing some matters. Oh, baby, you don't look so good. Earl of Hall looked at the door. Audrey didn't act. She forced a smile and said, there's a huge shortage of food in the Poverty Relief Fund. I want to collect more food. I've visited many nobles today, but they all told me that there's no more food left, even if I buy it with gold pounds. While they were talking, the nobles were either in the small living room or in a place specially used for afternoon tea. In front of them were high-quality black tea and a variety of exquisite desserts. From time to time, they would ask Audrey to comment on the cooking skills of their dessert chef. Their servants' faces were ruddy, and their footsteps were light. They almost didn't make any noise so as not to disturb their guests. The current situation. Earl Hall sighed when he heard that. Audrey thought for a moment and said seriously, Dad, I remember that there should be a lot of food at home. Dad, I remember there should be a lot of food at home. Can I buy some with some money? Audrey, you've already done too much. There's no need for this, Hibbert Hall said with a frown. Hibbert Hall said with a slight frown. Audrey just looked at her father and did not respond to her brother's words. Earl Hall's expression, which had relaxed a lot because of his daughter's arrival, slowly turned serious again. Audrey, the premise of charity is not to affect your and your family's lives. This is a principle I hope you will keep in mind. Audrey, who was dressed in a gold and white dress, frowned slightly before relaxing again. She said sincerely, Dad, the food we've stockpiled at home is enough for everyone in this house to eat for an entire year, or even more. Besides, there's still a lot of food in Eastchester County. As Winter County hadn't completely fallen, the Fasac army that invaded through Midseashire didn't attack Eastchester County. As for the Fasac, Intis, and Fainapotter fleets at sea, they were suppressed by Ruan's armored fleets. They could only barely deal with them and protect the sea supply line. Earl Hall looked at his daughter's emerald green eyes for a few seconds before suddenly sighing and smiling. Audrey, you've really grown up. You have your own ideas and good perseverance. However, none of us know how long this war will last. We don't know what the final outcome will be. We have to reserve a lot of food to deal with all of this. I can accept having 2 less delicious dishes for every meal to help those who are in trouble, but I don't wish for my dining table to become like the middle class described in the newspapers. This will make us completely lose the dignity of being nobles. This is something we've been holding on to for every generation. Do you understand what I mean? I was just making an analogy. The essence of the matter is that I value the continuation and future of the family more. I value our identity and status. Only when it doesn't affect them will I show my love and kindness. Audrey, what I said might be cruel, but you've already grown up. It's time to listen to it. Everyone is selfish, just to varying degrees. In my heart, the entire Hall family is more important than your mother and me, more important than you, more important than Hibbert, and more important than Alfred. Apart from these, there's Faith and good friends, followed by acquaintances, and finally, all of Beekland, people in need of help. If it doesn't affect those in front, I don't mind helping them, but unfortunately, I have to consider more things now. At this point, Earl Hall shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. I'm sorry to let you know that your father is such a selfish person. As Audrey listened to her father's words, her expression changed slightly at first, but it immediately disappeared. Until the end, she didn't show any additional emotions. At this moment, she fell silent for a moment before asking again. But we've already obtained things that far exceed what we need. Can't we even share a portion of it? Hibbert Hall interjected a little angrily. Why should we share what we worked so hard to obtain with others? This is produced from our fields, pastures, and woodlands. We bought it with gold pounds, and money and assets are passed down by the family. It was earned by father's precise foresight and powerful courage. It's accumulated from generation to generation. We do charity to help others as an additional display of our love. It's not something we have to do, understand? Earl Hall nodded. Hibbert's words are generally correct. That's what I think as well. Audrey pursed her lips and slowly nodded. I understand. Earl Hall retracted his gaze and said to Hibbert, the stockpiled food has to be guarded well. If the outcome of the war really can't be reversed, try to contact those fellows from Intis and show them our sincerity. The war has lasted for so long, and many of them have died. Many fields have been abandoned, and the prices in the cities have skyrocketed. There's definitely a strong demand for food, pastures, and woodlands. In addition to my shares in Intis and Suchet Bank, as well as some of my shares in Varvat Bank and Beekland Bank, I should be able to bribe them. At such a time, only by satisfying these requirements can we talk about kinship. Intis and Ruan often had marriage alliances. Many nobles were relatives, especially believers of steam. Father, are you considering surrendering? Hibbert asked in surprise. Earl Hall nodded slightly and sighed again. How can I not consider it in this situation? When the time comes, you'll be the new Earl Hall. Hibbert's heart palpitated when he heard that, but he was also rather puzzled. Father, what about you? Earl Hall replied with a bitter smile, "Your mother and I are both devout believers. We also have a certain status in the church. When ruin falls and the church is destroyed, the outcome won't be good if we're still unwilling to leave the stage." At this point, he comforted his eldest son. "As long as the Hall family is still around, the title is still there, and the core assets aren't too damaged, we won't have a miserable old age. After you convert to Steam, remember to prepare a secret prayer room for us at home." As the two of them conversed, Audrey, who was wearing a gold and white dress, watched and listened quietly. Her green eyes were like gems. After repeated attempts, as the projection of the altar disappeared, the high priest of Moon City, Nim, deliberated and said to the German sparrow who was holding the strange lantern, "It doesn't seem like it's possible today. We can try again tomorrow. It won't take more than 2 months." At that moment, Klein's mind was filled with another question. Could it be that I'm using a historical void projection, causing the ritual to fail? He deeply reflected on himself and decided to listen to the High Priest of Moon City. He would try again tomorrow. When the time came, he had to get the other party to bring real materials. Just as he was about to nod, he suddenly heard a faint voice. The voice came from the depths of the grayish-white fog. It was layered, indistinct, and abnormally blurry. "It's effective. This ritual really has an effect, but the delay is too high." Klein was delighted as he immediately raised his right hand and pressed it down slightly, gesturing for the Beyonders of Moon City to remain silent. He then held his breath, reined in his thoughts, and focused on listening. The voice that echoed in the grayish-white fog seemed to come from many different sources. They intertwined, sometimes interfering with each other, cancelling out each other, and sometimes overlapping to produce a resonance. Gradually, the voice became clearer in Klein's ears, especially when it resonated. It seemed to be a language he was familiar with. It seemed to be countless people chanting a name together. The name was "The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings." Chapter 1247. The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings. When he heard the voices in the depths of the grayish-white fog, Klein trembled slightly as the back of his head went numb. This feeling quickly spread from the top of his head to every part of his body, causing tiny goosebumps to appear on the surface of his skin. This was the second time he had heard the name "The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings" from someone else in the real world. The first time was said by Amorn, who had stolen his thoughts. In fact, he didn't know the exact meaning, nor did he truly grasp the incantation. Therefore, in essence, this was the first time. At the edge of the legendary Western continent, outside his vanished hometown, Klein heard the incantation that had caused him to transmigrate for the first time in the real world. He heard one of the most important secrets hidden in his heart, and he heard the Eastern-style honorific name that pointed to an unknown existence. He stood there, his mind almost blank. His ears were echoing with muffled and clear chants and shouts. "The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings, the Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings, the Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings." When the voices became softer and softer and almost disappeared, Klein finally regained his train of thought. As a false god who had done quite a number of guilty deeds, his first reaction was, "I've changed the Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings to King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck. Will I incur the wrath of the heavens?" Back when he set up the 3-paragraph honorific name of the Fool, the first paragraph described his own experiences and state. Back then, he thought that he had transmigrated and was afraid of exposing the problem. He changed the Fool from an alternate world to the Fool that doesn't belong to this era. In the end, it revealed the essence of the incantation. The second paragraph bound the grey fog to him, making the direction even clearer. And in order to completely limit it and not create any ambiguity, Klein directly translated the last sentence of the incantation in the third paragraph of the honorific name, which was "The Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings." He originally thought that it was nothing, but he later suspected that the previous owner of the strange Door of Light in Sapphira Castle was the Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings, or rather, a certain existence wearing an Eastern vest. Of course, it was also possible that the Celestial Worthy of Heaven and Earth for Blessings was the true body. Later on, he wore a coat that was more suitable for the current world. As for which one it was, Klein couldn't guess. Because he had never heard of the honorific name the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings outside of himself in the real world, Klein was suspicious, fearful. In reality, he didn't pay much attention to this matter. He seemed to be used to it. However, at this very moment, the chants of heaven and earth celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings were like warship cannons that continuously bombarded his heart and mind, causing the worry and fear that had accumulated in his subconscious to surge out. After calming himself down, Klein began to force himself to use reason to think about the current situation. Are these chants hidden in the grayish-white fog, or do they come from the vanished western continent? I knew it. The color and state of this fog are very similar to those beneath Sapphira Castle. Its power also originates from history. One has to have the correct power of the domain of time to open it. Queen of Calamity Kohainam said that when the apocalypse comes, the western continent will definitely reappear. In other words, only by pushing time to that node will the grayish-white fog come to life. Only then will it be possible to open it with the corresponding incantation. The one who made the western continent disappear, or sealed it, or made it into a protective isolation is the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, an existence suspected to be the former owner of Sapphira Castle. According to various theories, Sapphira Castle and the other 9 items were left behind by the original creator. They are different parts of his body or something he personally created. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings is roughly equivalent to the former owner of Sapphira Castle, roughly equivalent to the original creator. However, Sapphira Castle only appeared after the original creator split. Furthermore, the incantations like the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings can only point to Sapphira Castle. They can't affect places like the Chaos Sea. Also, the disappearance of the western continent is definitely something that happened before the Second Epoch. As an ancient god, Elf King Sennayathrim was unable to return to his hometown. In other words, in the chaotic and crazy First Epoch, or even before the First Epoch, after the original creator split into Chaos Sea, Sapphira Castle, and other things, something happened before the ancient gods were born. These things caused the western continent to disappear, and the former owner of Sapphira Castle to disappear. The ancient sun god, the city of silver creator's prophecy is also very interesting. It said that someone will walk out of the grayish-white fog, so he sent people to Moon City to guard this place. And strictly speaking, I actually came out of the grayish-white fog from the western continent. However, I left the western continent to enter Sapphira Castle. Long before the ancient sun god's prophecy, I left the grayish-white fog in 1349, in ruin. Yes, after going around in circles, I came here again and encountered the people from Moon City. The ancient sun god's prophecy has really come true. However, the process was a little complicated, and the way it was realized was unexpected. As Klein pondered, his mood gradually improved. This was because the situation and his spiritual intuition told him that there were still civilizations in the western continent that were isolated by the grayish-white fog. There were still many people alive. This method of making the western continent disappear reminds me of the miracle invoker's ritual. It also has the powers of space-time. They are mainly from the apprentice pathway and the marauder pathway. So, the former owner of Sapphira Castle, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, really corresponds to these 3 neighboring pathways. Klein reined in his wandering thoughts and took 2 steps forward. He then turned around and said to Moon City's high priest, Nim, and company, I heard those voices clearly. What are they saying? Nim's grayish-white eyes suddenly widened as his wrinkled face revealed an uncontrollable excitement. Adal, Shin, Russ, and company had similar reactions, or even more intense. Even their bodies were visibly trembling. This was a problem that had troubled the residents of Moon City for more than 1,000 years. Solving this problem had already become a symbol of escaping their current situation. Klein took a deep breath and said in a charlatan-like tone, They are praying to my lord. This was definitely not a lie. After all, as the fool, he had already gained initial control of Sapphira Castle. The last sentence of his honorific name was King of Yellow and Black who wields good luck, which was equivalent to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Nim and company fell silent. When they looked at Klein again, their eyes were filled with obvious respect and fear. Combined with the miracles he had shown, they gradually viewed Mr. Fool as their savior. Klein surveyed the area and calmly said, "That's right. All of you, retreat at least 100 meters. All right, Your Excellency Sparrow." High Priest Nim agreed without hesitation. After the Beyonders of Moon City had retreated a sufficient distance, Klein reached into the void with his right hand and quickly dragged out another version of himself. Following that, his true body vanished. Right on the heels of that, Klein's historical void projection walked in front of the solidified grayish-white fog. He extended his right hand and pressed it down. There seemed to be an invisible barrier there that was a bit cold, blocking everything. After staring at it for 2 seconds, Klein opened his mouth, suppressed his voice, and recited in Chinese, "The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." As his voice echoed, the grayish-white fog in front of him didn't react at all. It remained still and frozen. He waited for nearly a minute, thought for a moment, took a deep breath, and chanted softly again, "The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, the celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings, the celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings." This was the complete incantation for the luck enhancement ritual. As the last word was said, Klein's right hand, which was pressed against the invisible barrier, suddenly felt an obvious tremor. The grey fog began to sway, as though a boulder had been thrown into a lake. The ripples quickly transmitted and overlapped with each other, vaguely outlining a door in front of Klein. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the scene. The Beyonders of Moon City who were not far away widened their eyes, unable to move their eyes away. Among them, the latecomers who had never witnessed such a scene were even more shaken, unable to restrain themselves. From their point of view, there was no doubt that this was a miracle. Klein held his breath, waiting for the door to take shape. However, the ripples eventually calmed down. He was just one step away from success. After a moment of silence, Klein recited the incantation again. He kept chanting, but even if the ripples in the grayish-white fog didn't disappear, it was unable to truly outline the door. For a moment, he wanted to make an attempt with the complete ritual. In other words, he would place 4 portions of food and recite the incantation while taking 4 steps counterclockwise. But soon, he laughed foolishly at his idea. This was because if he did this, he would enter Sapphira Castle without opening the invisible barrier. After taking a deep breath, Klein grabbed a gold coin from the void and used divination to confirm that the effects of the complete ritual were as he had imagined. Is it really not time yet, and the apocalypse hasn't arrived? Klein stared at the grayish-white fog in front of him. There was no movement for a few minutes. When a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky and illuminated his face, he turned around and walked to Moon City's high priest, Nim, with the lantern in hand. It's not the correct time to open it according to the oracle. There are still more than 10 years left. Without waiting for Nim, Adal, and company to respond, Klein pointed at the nearby darkness with his empty right hand. "I'll be meditating here for a period of time. If you want to feel the light of the Lord and listen to his teachings, you can come here whenever the lightning strikes frequently. I will cleanse and heal once a day, when the lightning is the most frequent." He didn't try to get the residents of Moon City to pass on the message, nor did he plan to head to the city or ask for specific information. He gave them enough time to buffer. Moon City's high priest, Nim, heaved a sigh of relief and replied with increasing respect, "I will pass on your words to everyone." Chapter 1248. City of Silver, Top of the Spire, Chief's Room. Colin Iliad, who had white hair and an old scar on his face, looked at the deep darkness outside the window until a silver-white beam suddenly erupted in the distance, bringing a few seconds of light. Only then did he retract his gaze and nod slightly. Chermont successfully broke through. His gaze then fell on the 2-meter-tall young man standing in the middle of the room. "Derek, do you know why I, who had become a Sequence 3 Silver Knight after my first exploration of the Giant King's Court, kept suppressing my subsequent plans and not implementing them?" Derek thought for a moment. "Your Excellency, on the one hand, you want to see if there's any other way to circle to the seaside. On the other hand, you are waiting for the other elders of the 6-member council to advance to Sequence 3. And now, both of these things had been accomplished. Nearly 5 months ago, an expedition team from the City of Silver discovered a hidden path. From there, they circled around the mountain where the giant King's Court was located and arrived at the seaside. However, the sea was illusory. There was no way to pass through it. Forcefully entering the water would only cause their bodies to gradually disintegrate. Now, another demigod of the six-member council, Waite Chermont, had finally advanced and become a Sequence 3 Silver Knight. He could have his own honorific name and respond to the prayers of the other residents of the City of Silver within a certain range. Colin Iliad sighed. Very good. Your understanding of the situation is very clear and comprehensive. If it wasn't for the fact that I have no other choice, I really don't wish to bring you into the giant King's Court again and attempt to open the sleeping Dark Angel's palace. At this point, Demon Hunter Colin paused for a moment before continuing. I don't know how much danger such an exploration will bring. All I can do is make sufficient preparations in advance. Now, Chermont has finally succeeded. Even if an accident happens in the future and we are unable to return, he and the other elders will be able to support the City of Silver, allowing everything to continue and wait for the next opportunity. He sized up Derek for a few seconds and nodded in agreement. Your growth is better than I expected. If it wasn't for the fact that the matter with the giant King's Court was caused by you, I really wanted to keep you in the City of Silver as a reserve elder of the six-member council. Hearing this, Derek Berg answered without hesitation. Even if you want me to stay in the City of Silver, I have to apply to head there. This was the light he saw. This was a chance to save the City of Silver in his heart. He was willing to give up everything for it. Colin Iliad showed a rare smile. You're still too young. When you've experienced a lot like me, you'll understand that compared to drawing your sword, sacrificing your life with passion, enduring humiliation and helplessness, and persevering in the darkness is a much more difficult and painful thing. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chermont later. Ask him if he's willing to lead the expedition team to the giant King's Court or stay in the City of Silver. Derek fell into silence. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Colin Iliad didn't continue the topic and instead asked, "What's the matter? Has your Priest of Light potion been completely digested?" "I completely digested it last week," Derek answered frankly. Colin Iliad nodded. "Have you gathered all the supplementary materials?" Derek acknowledged with a grunt. "I've gathered all of them. I'm just short of preparing the ritual." His ritual needed to strip away the strongest and most unwilling emotions, and then inject them back after consuming the potion. After a few discussions at Tarot's gatherings, as well as Miss Justice's private attempts, there was already a mature plan. With the help of this sequence 4 manipulators' control over the mind domain and Mr. Fool's Angel's embrace, it would be completed. Demon Hunter Colin didn't rush him as he calmly said, "Don't be anxious. The second exploration of the giant King's Court will still take some time. Wait for me to become an unshadowed." Derek took the initiative to ask. Colin Iliad didn't deny it as he nodded slightly. "I'm also waiting for Lovia to become a Black Knight. Her ingredients and ritual have already been prepared." Upon hearing this, Derek immediately felt pressured. In the capital of the Rorsted Archipelago, the City of Generosity, Bayam, at the top of the bell tower attached to the Church of Waves. Cardinal of the Church of the Storm, high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, Sea King John Cotman stood behind the railing, looking at the sea that wasn't as blue as before, as well as the burning ship wreckage floating on it. In my territorial waters, even a war bishop has to lower his head." This demigod with a well-defined body and a rigid face muttered as he retracted his gaze. He had dark blue hair that was as thick as a worm and a pair of dark blue eyes. He controlled the weather and sea around the Rorsted Archipelago. Standing beside the Sea King, Alger Wilson didn't show any signs of frustration as he patiently waited for John Cotman to shift his attention to himself. Apart from the fact that most Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway were irascible, they often trembled in submission when facing high-ranking Beyonders of the same pathway. This stemmed from the characteristics of a tyrant. After murmuring, Sea King John Cotman finally cast his gaze at Alger, who was leading a fleet of pirates, and said without any expression, "Your performance this time was very good. The Council of Cardinals has approved your review and decided to let me preside over your advancement ceremony. After receiving Queen of Calamity Kohainam's relics, Alger found an opportunity to report the matter to see King Jan Kotman. He began from the exploration of the elven ruins in the primitive forest of Sonya Island and recounted his encounter. He only changed 2 details. First, he said that he had taken the initiative to head to the elven ruins to ambush the Phasacians and had deliberately searched for a suitable location. This was confirmed by many sailors who were present at the time. Second, he downplayed the autonomy of his actions. He only said that he had dreamed of a female high elf on the night he explored the elven ruins and drank a cup of wine from her. Nothing abnormal happened after that, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. When he arrived at the Rorsted archipelago, he woke up one night from a deep sleep and suddenly realized that he had entered a gorgeous palace at the bottom of the sea. He had picked up a coral that was emitting lightning. Although there were many witnesses and physical evidence to prove that Alger's description was true, Sea King Jan Kotman didn't fully believe him. He sent him back to Pazu Island to be investigated by Pope Guard II. With the help of Angel's Embrace, Alger appeared to tremble in front of the tyrant's aura. Without holding back, he confessed that he had some ambition after meeting the female high elf in his dream. For this, he had taken the initiative to head to the Rorsted archipelago, hoping to receive the inheritance. However, in fact, he had concealed the most core secret and the most serious problem. He had used the method of confessing his ambition to pass the investigation. As for whether the female high elf had given him a fortuitous encounter because he had some elven bloodline or if she had some hidden motives, he expressed that he wasn't sure. He hoped that His Holiness could investigate and find an answer to put him at ease. Alger showed his fear of the unknown, making the cardinals believe that this was the main reason why he had reported his fortuitous encounter. This plan was designed by Alger himself, but he had received Miss Justice's suggestion to make every segment more humane. Of course, as expected, after that, Alger didn't wait for the advancement ceremony. Instead, he entered a period of observation. The Pope of the Church of the Storm, the grounded angel, had reinforced the seal in Alger's body, preventing the cataclysmic Interra characteristic from seeping out and affecting him for 2 years. In the past half a year, Alger had led the pirate fleet assigned to him and worked hard to harass the ships of Phasac and Phainapota. He had even directly participated in naval battles, taking quite a bit of risk to make contributions again and again. He had fully displayed his piety towards the Lord of Storms and his obedience to the Church's orders. Finally, after the recent naval battle in the Rorsted archipelago, the situation had become increasingly difficult. He had finally received the approval of the Council of Cardinals. Alger clearly took a deep breath. Then, he punched his left chest with his right fist and shouted loudly, "Holy Lord of Storms." His excitement was half a performance, and the other half came from the bottom of his heart. This was because he had been under quite a bit of pressure over the past half a year. Marum Hermit had finished digesting the mysticologist potion and was preparing to advance to sequence 3 clairvoyant. Although Miss Justice hadn't completely digested the manipulator potion, she had made considerable progress. Furthermore, she was a complete rookie when she first joined the tarot. Now, she had become a true demigod. She wasn't just a sequence higher than Alger, but an entire level. It wouldn't take long for Sun to advance to sequence 4 unshadowed and obtain guardhood. The star had also finished digesting the sequence 5 potion and had accumulated quite a bit of merit. He was just waiting for the higher-ups to give him an opportunity. After one trip after another, Miss Magicians wasn't far from digesting the potion. And her teacher had prepared the corresponding sequence 4 secret sorcerer potion ingredients for her. There was no need to mention the German sparrow of the world. Even if he suddenly expressed that he had become an angel, Alger wouldn't find it strange. Miss Judgment was currently a sequence 5 disciplinary paladin. She was digesting the potion and working hard to catch up to everyone's progress. The Moon, who didn't like to work hard, felt a certain degree of anxiety. He was seeking the possibility of becoming a sanguine earl. Faced with such a situation, as one of the most senior members of the tarot, Alger naturally didn't wish to be left behind. He was eager to advance to sequence 4 and become a demigod. After so many days, He had been suppressing the anxiety in his heart and patiently waited. There were 2 times when he showed signs of losing control, so much so that he had no choice but to seek treatment from Miss Justice. And now, he had finally received the answer he wanted the most. Pass the test and prepare for the ritual. Divine Emperor of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 1249. Moon City. Many humans walked out of the mottled but abnormally sturdy buildings. Some of them were clearly deformed, while others had already undergone a certain degree of mutation. These humans looked at each other and saw a certain amount of puzzlement on each other's faces. There were still 2 to 3 months before the sun sacrifice. Why would the high priest summon everyone to the square? Could something major have happened? The residents of Moon City entered the only square from the streets with worry, fear, and puzzlement. At that moment, the platform was empty. The person who had summoned them didn't seem to have arrived. The residents of Moon City gathered in an orderly manner according to their respective areas and began discussing in low voices. Why isn't the high priest here yet? Doesn't he like to wait and not want to be waited for? What exactly happened? Why did he suddenly summon all the residents of the city other than the guards? Amidst the voices, at the top of a tower near the square, behind the crystal glass, the high priest, Nim, leaned against the wall and stared at the square. His expression was warped as he endured something. His grayish-white hair flew up, and a tuft of short black hair grew on his face. The flesh between his ribs and waist squirmed, forming lumps. These abnormal changes would disappear and appear at times. It was as though Nim was having a relapse again and again. His entire being was evil and terrifying. More than a minute later, Nim finally calmed down. He let out a long sigh and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had been resisting the madness that had accumulated in his body. In fact, no matter which Beyonder pathway it was, the higher the sequence, the more serious the madness and inhuman tendencies. This would gradually exceed one's humanity, and one had to rely on external anchors to maintain a sufficient balance. Normally, this situation wasn't that obvious at sequence 4 and sequence 3. But at the angel level, even if there were enough anchors to stabilize them, they would fall into a dark, negative, and mutated state from time to time. They had to endure and resist it alone, waiting for it to ease. This was like a sacred and solemn existence. Usually, it didn't seem to have any problems. It could respond to your prayers, chat with you normally, and even make a few jokes. But at times, it could only hide in a dark room and hide in the shadows. It would tear off the surface of its skin, revealing its sinister side, and show all sorts of signs of madness. As for Nim, he often ate the flesh of monsters, accumulating a lot of poison, corruption, and madness. That was why he suffered such pain at sequence 4. Of course, those who didn't know the acting method and relied on time or luck to advance to sequence 4 and 3 would also do the same. After adjusting his state, Nim turned around and left the room. With the help of an illusory door, he appeared on the platform in the middle of the square. All the discussions died down, and the residents of Moon City cast doubtful and uneasy gazes at the high priest. Nim looked around and said bluntly, "There's no need." The hunting team led by Adal encountered an outsider. An outsider. The eyes of the residents of Moon City widened. They felt as if a bolt of lightning had descended upon the city. More than 2,000 years, this was the first time Moon City encountered outsiders. Of course, this referred to humans who could communicate with intelligence, not monsters. Nim took a silent breath and continued. He claims to be a missionary who spreads the light of deities. He caused the grayish-white fog to undergo an obvious change. He cleared the corruption and toxins accumulated in Adal and company's bodies and treated the abnormalities in their bodies. As he spoke, Nim nodded to the side of the platform. Adal and Shin, who were hiding in the shadows, immediately passed through the torches and walked to his side. They used their own conditions to prove what he had just said. Hiss, God! This is Adal and Shin. They really, exclamations blurted out as shock and surprise intertwined with each other, as though they were corporeal. Adal and Shin looked at each other, took 2 steps forward, and recounted what had happened to their hunting team. Upon hearing the flame that appeared in the darkness, the cross that emitted a bright light, the cane that could treat abnormalities and diseases, the greyish-white fog parting to the sides, and the appearance of the door, as well as the happy description of their good conditions by the hunting team, the residents of Moon City gradually fell silent. Among them, some of them had already unknowingly shed tears. It was because they had finally seen a ray of light amidst their extreme exhaustion and depression. The tears had a slightly salty feeling as they flowed down their faces, past the corners of their mouths, and dripped to the ground. In addition, those who remained rational and clear-headed raised their arms and expressed their opinions. Could that missionary be a special monster from the depths of the darkness? Have Adal and Shin already been controlled and influenced to have such a performance? After the wave of questions subsided, Nim said in a deep and clear voice, "I've checked them and also used sealed artifacts to check them. I've checked them and also used sealed artifacts to check them. I haven't found anything abnormal for the time being. I'll let them continue staying in the Black Tower for at least 15 days of observation." After making the promise, Nim paused for a moment. That missionary named German Sparrow will be cultivating in the vicinity of the greyish-white fog for a period of time. He allows us to go there to sense the light of the deity he believes in and listen to the corresponding teachings. And every day, he will purify and treat us when the lightning is the most frequent. Everyone can choose to head there, but they have to report in advance and listen to the arrangements. They are not to act on their own and affect the city's defenses. And those who go there will be quarantined for 15 days like Adal and Shin when they return. The residents of Moon City fell silent as they looked at each other. They couldn't make up their minds. At this moment, Russ and another member of the hunting team, who had previously returned to the city to inform the High Priest and failed to receive the purification and treatment, stood up. "High Priest, I want to go." "All right, I'll lead this team tomorrow." Nim nodded slightly and agreed. He had originally planned on giving such a team a name, but he couldn't think of a good description. All he could do was stammer and skip it. In his heart, he actually had a name, but he didn't dare say it out loud. Pilgrim. With Russ and company taking the lead, several Moon City residents stood up and expressed their willingness to take the risk. When the frequency of the lightning increased, a new day arrived. A team of 7 to 8 people from Moon City carried animal hide lanterns and began trekking in the darkness towards the edge of the greyish-white fog. After the darkness and light alternated countless times, Russ and company's eyes suddenly reflected a flash of fire. It was a bonfire that was slowly burning. German Sparrow, who was wearing strange clothes and a strange hat, was sitting on the other side. He held an iron-black long stick and was roasting something. There were monster corpses lying around the bonfire. There were all kinds of strange things growing on these corpses. Some of them were pure white and plump, as though liquid would spurt out with a single poke. Some were black with blood-colored threads and fat patterns embedded in them. Some were covered in golden spots, and the lid at the top was the size of a palm. These things were densely packed, covering different parts of the monster's corpse. It had a demonic and alluring beauty to it. After taking a few steps forward, the High Priest, Nim, discovered that German Sparrow was roasting one of those strange items. Droplets of fat dripped down, producing sizzling sounds in the fire. It made the light more obvious as it emanated an alluring fragrance. Gulp. The Moon City residents in the team instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva as they developed a strong and uncontrollable appetite. Every cell in their bodies was screaming crazily, "I want to eat. I want to eat. Let me eat." Klein, who was sitting on a rock, raised his head and pointed at the colorful things growing on the monster corpses around him. "They're called mushrooms, and they're divided into different types. If you're willing, you can pluck them and eat them yourself, but you can't touch the completely black ones. Furthermore, they have to be sufficiently cooked before you can eat them. Otherwise, you will suffer a terrifying curse." Moon City's High Priest, Nim, thought for a moment and answered on behalf of the others. "We want to first listen to your Lord's teachings and feel his brilliance." Klein nodded slightly. As he spun the roasted stick he had summoned from the historical void, he said, "You can sit down and listen. You can sit down and listen." After the 7 to 8 Moon City residents sat opposite the bonfire, he said with a solemn expression, "I'm from the Giant King's Court." This was a term that the residents of Moon City were familiar with. They immediately felt energized as they shifted their attention away from the things being roasted on the bonfire and cast it at German Sparrow. Following that, Klein described the situation in the City of Silver and the situation outside the Cursed Land like before. He also mentioned the city ruins he had seen along the way. This made the residents of Moon City sigh, yearn, and find it unbelievable. At times, they would empathize with him and feel grief. Midway through his speech, Klein suddenly stopped. He retracted the iron-black stick in his hand, brought it to his mouth, and bit off a mushroom. The rich gravy seeped out with a slightly hot feeling, cleansing his mouth. After more than half a year in the forsaken land of the gods, Klein had already overcome his aversion to mushrooms. After all, Danny's often had to be assigned by him to do certain things. He was unable to meticulously prepare food sacrifices, so the gap in between could only be filled with mushrooms. Closing his eyes in satisfaction, Klein handed over the iron-black stick in his hand and smiled. "You can give it a try." High Priest Nim was still hesitating when Russ reached out his hand. As he thanked him, he plucked a mushroom and sent it into his mouth. He ate in such a hurry that his mouth was scalded. However, his expression warped for a moment before it suddenly froze. Following that, his expression relaxed bit by bit, gradually revealing a feeling of intoxication, enjoyment, and desire. In the end, Russ's tears flowed out uncontrollably as he sobbed in a low voice. This is the best food I've ever eaten." Even though their taste for food had changed over the generations, humans were still unable to adapt to the toxins and madness. They craved sugar and fat. At that moment, all the residents of Moon City could tell that Russ was touched. Chapter 1250. You guys try it too. Klein handed the iron-black stick in his hand to the other Moon City residents. Those people's throats squirmed as they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. However, they didn't immediately respond. They cast their gazes at the High Priest, Nim, waiting for him to nod. Nim took out an item from the animal hide clothes he was wearing. It seemed to be a magnifying glass with a handle. At first glance, Klein almost looked like a monocle. He was so scared that his heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, he controlled himself in time and confirmed the details. Nim held the metal handle and placed the glass item in front of his right eye. He examined Russ through the lens for a few seconds. After a brief silence, he put down the item and nodded at the other residents of Moon City. Apart from Russ, the people finally reached out and carefully and orderly removed a mushroom from the black skewer before stuffing it into their mouths. The texture of the mushroom, which didn't contain any disgusting smell or filth, made them instantly intoxicated. They didn't care about scalding their mouths and swallowed the mushroom in a few bites. Then, they instinctively reached out for another one. However, the mushrooms on the long iron stick had all been distributed. Nim retracted his gaze from the long, iron-black stick and waited for German Sparrow to continue recounting his experiences and the fool's teachings. Klein looked around and repeated what he said before. You can pick any of the mushrooms in the surroundings, except for the pure black ones. Also, you must only eat them when they're fully cooked, or you'll be cursed. The residents of Moon City did not hesitate at all. They immediately stood up and chose the mushroom that they had admired for a long time. Klein glanced at it and added, "That's right. When the pure white mushrooms are cooked, they will easily split open and liquid will flow out. You need to prepare some utensils or drink it in time." Without waiting for Russ and company to respond, he picked up the topic that he had previously stopped talking until he heard the voice reciting Mr. Fool's honorific name from the grayish-white fog. Seeing that the High Priest, Nim, was engrossed in his speech and was rather moved, Klein deliberated and said, "That's right. There are many ways to make the grayish-white fog react, but they are all related to my master." This was a reasonable guess. This was because there was more than one suspended person, and there was more than one way to enter the world above the grey fog. If Roselle the Great were to come here with his replica mysterious silver plate, there was a high chance that he could cause an anomaly in the invisible barrier. Of course, the premise was that the Emperor belonged to one of the three pathways: seer, apprentice, or marauder. Seeing that Nim and the others didn't raise any questions, Klein warmly said, "According to my observations, Moon City's beyond a pathway isn't singular." The grey-haired Nim didn't hide anything. "Yes, When we were chosen to come to Moon City, the Oracle consciously made the Beyonder pathways comprehensive. Unfortunately, after so many years and after so many disasters, many of the potion formulas and Beyonder ingredients of the pathways have been lost. Which pathway are you from? Klein asked casually as he watched the residents of Moon City use the monster bones to roast the mushrooms. I'm a Night Watcher, Nim said frankly. Sequence 4 Night Watcher of the Evernight pathway? Klein nodded slightly and asked, what's the matter? Did anything unusual happen near this grey fog? Nim, whose face was covered in wrinkles, thought for about 10 seconds. Yes. Klein's heart skipped a beat, but he asked calmly on the topic, what kind of abnormality? Nim glanced at the fragrant mushrooms and deliberated over his words. A small hill suddenly disappeared, leaving behind only a deep pit. There are no signs of explosion in that area, and there is no soil scattered around. What was going on? What a strange scene. As Klein threw the mushroom's roots into the fire and turned them into fuel, he asked without any change in expression, what's the matter? Did you do any further investigations? Yes. Moon City's high priest, Nim, nodded and said, an investigation team encountered a demonic wolf there. It wasn't a demonic wolf that had rotted or mutated, but the original demonic wolf. Demon wolf? Klein didn't expect to hear such information. His pupils changed slightly as he pressed, what's the matter? What does the demon wolf look like? Nim subconsciously took a deep breath. It's the same as the demonic wolves described in the ancient documents, but it's even bigger. Even if all 8 of its feet touch the ground at the same time, it's still as tall as 2 or 3 people put together. Its fur is not pure black. It gives off a dark and deep feeling. Its eyes are very strange. Most of them are pupils, black pupils. Also, there is a tuft of grayish-white short hair on its head. Wasn't this the dark demonic wolf Kota? It had actually come to the easternmost side of the forsaken land of the gods. Was it related to a strange change? If the power that caused the western continent to disappear really came from Sapphira Castle, it would be normal for it to attract the mythical creature corresponding to a miracle invoker. Klein frowned indiscernibly. It didn't attack your investigation team? Klein deliberately used it instead of him to avoid scaring the people of Moon City. From his point of view, it was very easy for the dark demonic wolf Kota to wipe out an investigation team. It didn't even need to pay a huge price to turn Moon City into his marionette kingdom. To his surprise, the mythical creature seemed to have spared Moon City. If Klein hadn't seen the spirit body threads of Nim, Russ, and company ahead of time and confirmed their condition, he would definitely have suspected that he was talking to marionettes. No, it left in a hurry, Moon City's high priest, Nim, said truthfully. This doesn't match the dark demonic wolf's suspicious and cautious personality. What could have scared him into fleeing in such a hurry, to the point where he didn't even bother to silence the people who saw him? Or could it be that there's something special about the people of Moon City who were ordered by the ancient sun god to guard this place? Unless necessary, the dark demonic wolf didn't want to attack them? Klein continued asking without any change in his tone, did it leave any traces? Did it leave any traces? No. Nim shook his head with certainty. Apart from the hill turning into a crater, we didn't discover anything abnormal. Klein's thoughts raced as he tried asking from another angle. When did this happen? The more he understood an item from the past, the more he could touch upon the fog of history. Nim recalled for a moment. 2 years, 2 months, and 10 days ago. He then explained, there are too few things worth recording. There are too few things worth recording. I have a deep impression. 2 years, 2 months, and 10 days ago. It's currently September 8th, 1351. If we go back in time, it's June 28th, 1349. This. Klein's right hand suddenly trembled slightly. His pupils and expression were normal, but this was the result of a clown's deliberate control. He remembered very clearly that June 28th, 1349 was the day he transmigrated and became Klein Moretti. It was the day he repeated the luck enhancement ritual and entered Sapphira Castle in the true sense of the word. The anomaly here, the appearance of the dark demonic wolf, and the mythical creature's hasty departure are all related to me. Klein's heart surged with emotions. He was momentarily unable to find an explanation, so he pretended as though nothing had happened. After some thought, he said, "Did something similar happen in the past 2 to 3,000 years?" "No." Nim gave a very certain answer. "What about 208 years ago? Did anything special happen?" Klein pressed. "That was the time when Roselle the Great transmigrated to this world." Nim hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, "I can't tell you the exact answer. I can't give you an accurate answer. You need to go back and look through the corresponding records. Thankfully, the information and documents in the past 300 years haven't been damaged." At this point, he added, "Don't worry. My limited impression tells me that there shouldn't be anything special. If that's the case, then the reason for the anomaly here and the appearance of the dark demonic wolf was because I entered the world above the grey fog and bound Sapphira Castle to me." Klein nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. He simply said, "Tell me where the pit is." By the time High Priest Nim answered, the mushrooms roasted by the residents of Moon City were already edible. Some of them took a bite of the white mushrooms and were scalded by the milk inside, but they couldn't bear to spit it out. Some chewed repeatedly, savoring the faint sweetness. Some ate one after another, unable to stop themselves. Nim was somewhat taken aback when he saw this, as though he couldn't believe that these people were from Moon City. Every one of them was filled with conflicting feelings of hunger and satisfaction. Their faces seemed distorted, but they were brimming with pure happiness. "High Priest, you should try it too." Russ, whose eyes were very close, handed Nim a mushroom covered in golden patches that emitted a strange sweet fragrance. Nim hesitated for a moment before carefully shining the magnifying glass at it. Then, he took the mushroom and stuffed it into his mouth. The next second, his expression changed slightly, and he slowly half-closed his eyes. He had tasted a similar taste in some mutated tree roots, but none of them were this pure and memorable. After an unknown period of time, Nim looked at the indifferent German sparrow and said with abnormally sincerity, "Your Excellency, we wish to hear Mr. Fool's teachings. I haven't had the time to make it up yet. However, as I'm getting closer and closer to the level of an angel, the corresponding matters should be brought forward. I have to prepare an anchor in advance." As Klein's thoughts raced, he recalled the words he said back when he modified the believers of Sea God. His expression quickly turned solemn. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the air, dragging out a bronze cross with many spikes. Klein then pressed his right thumb on a thorn, allowing his blood to soak into the unshadowed crucifix. The coppery green color on the surface of the unshadowed crucifix rapidly peeled off, revealing its body formed purely of sunlight. God said. Klein opened his mouth and said in a low voice, raising the radiant cross in his hand quite a bit higher. Warm, bright, and penetrating light surged out like a tide, instantly filling up the surrounding area. The accumulated darkness and discomfort in Nim, Russ, and company's bodies rapidly melted away as though their bodies and minds had been purified. They were in a daze, and heard the solemn voice of the oracle, who held up the radiant cross and was enveloped in a divine aura. God said, "First commandment, do not make living sacrifices. Do not use humans as sacrifices. Second commandment, do not use my name in vain." Chapter 1251. Above the fog sea that wasn't shrouded by the dark clouds of war, the future slowly sailed towards the Berserk Sea while surrounded by ships. Admiral of Stars Catlear, who had nothing to do recently, was waiting for the Mosa's ascetic order to respond to her request. She strolled on the deck and enjoyed the sunlight that shone through the thin fog. She glanced around and saw Frank Lee. This first mate of the future, the second-in-command of the Star Pirates, wore light blue trousers made of thick canvas and a white shirt that didn't have the top 2 buttons fastened. It revealed his thick brown chest hair, making him look like a gigantic bear in human form. He stood at the bow of the ship and gazed into the distance. No one knew what he was thinking about, but he seemed rather downcast. Catlear couldn't help but slow down a little. She turned around and was about to enter the cabin. "Captain." Frank noticed her as he looked over in anticipation, as though he was waiting for this Admiral of Stars to answer him. Catlear paused and pushed up the heavy glasses on the bridge of her nose. "What are you confused about?" Frank pondered for a moment on how to express his question and replied seriously, I'm reviewing all the inventions and creations I've made over the years. What do you think? Catlear cooperatively asked. Frank nodded and said in distress, there's too much to reflect on. Among them, the most crucial point is that the things I've created still lack the most important thing. Catlear was puzzled, but she didn't wish to press further. However, she ultimately held on to the thought of being responsible for all the crew members of the future. What is it? Frank's expression instantly became solemn. They all lack a soul. It's a good thing that wheat, grapes, and mushrooms don't have souls. Catlear subconsciously persuaded him before saying, this isn't a domain you can reach now. You're only a sequence 5 druid. Frank's eyes lit up and blurted out, I understand. Catlear's face frowned indiscernibly. What did you understand? Frank's gloominess was gone. I understand where the problem is. That is, the creation that I want to create has already exceeded the limits of a druid's ability. So, Captain, I don't want to be a druid anymore. I want to be a classical alchemist. This was sequence 4 of the planter pathway, the starting point of a demigod. Admiral of Stars Catlear's expression froze for a few seconds before she assumed the posture of a captain and demigod. It's good to have a goal, but you have to recognize how difficult it is. What he meant was, don't hold any expectations, and don't take this goal seriously. Frank Lee, who was encouraged, immediately nodded heavily. I will do my best. In order to prevent Frank Lee from messing around, Catlear decided to control the progress of this matter. I will help you too. At that time, even if he found something, he could tell Frank Lee that it was a pity. Frank was very glad, and thanked the captain from the bottom of his heart. I will also write to German Sparrow and ask him for some help. He's a good friend of mine. What Frank didn't know was that the few letters he had written in the past half a year had gone through a rather complicated process. Handing them to a messenger to Force would hand them over at the tarot gathering or request Mr. Fool's help. Catlear nudged her thick glasses again, and without another word, she turned around and entered her cabin. After returning to the captain's cabin, before she had the time to think about the matter, she saw an additional letter on the desk with the brass sextant. Catlear was delighted. Without using her Beyonder powers, she quickly walked over, picked up the letter, and tore it open. It was from Bernadette. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, she directly wrote, if you have the time, you can come to La Cha in secret. La Cha was a rather hidden island in the Fog Sea. It hid Queen Mystic's palace. It was called Emerald City. Catlear read this sentence a few times as the corners of her mouth curled up. Beekland, West End, Odora's villa. Emlyn White once again met Cosme Odora, the middle-aged sanguine baron who looked like a gentleman. What did Lord Nibs say? Emlyn controlled his emotions and tried his best not to appear too eager. Cosme looked into Emlyn's bright red eyes. He only wanted me to tell you that the entire sanguine doesn't have any additional Earl Beyonder characteristics. We can only wait for the remaining Earls to pass away due to old age or accidents, leaving behind an inheritance. Compared to humans, the sanguine had a long lifespan. Even without a noble title, ordinary members could live for about 300 years. Under such circumstances, they could slowly accumulate their Beyonder characteristics, filling up every level and not letting too many Beyonder characteristics be left vacant. That was why it wasn't easy for an ordinary member to become a baron or a baron to become a viscount. They either had to wait for the current survivors to pass away, obtain it from the outside, or make enough contributions to receive a precious reward. And compared to the first 2 ranks, it was even more difficult for a viscount to become an earl. This was because a sanguine earl was already a demigod and could easily live for more than 1,000 years. Those viscounts had to wait generation after generation before they had a chance of waiting for an earl to pass away. It was precisely because of this that as long as an earl characteristic was left vacant, it would immediately be distributed and not placed in the warehouse. If the baron and viscount characteristics were more or less left in the sanguine treasury in the form of Beyonder ingredients and sealed artifacts, there weren't many of them. Every bestowal had to be very strict, so there really wasn't any room for the earl characteristic. This answer was within Emlyn's expectations. He looked at Baron Cosme and nodded slightly. In other words, as long as any earl passes away, it will be my turn. No. Cosme shook his head. Although you've already accumulated quite a bit of contribution, you haven't reached first place. What's my rank? Emlyn frowned slightly before relaxing his brows, not allowing himself to make it obvious. Cosme coughed and cleared his throat. 12th. This might not even be my turn when the apocalypse comes. Since the ancestor has given me the heavy responsibility of saving my race, why didn't she arrange these matters? My Scarlet Scholar potion has been digested for months. Could it be that this is another test? Emlyn lampooned inwardly and fell silent for a few seconds before asking thoughtfully, "What's the matter?" He asked thoughtfully, "If I obtain an Earl characteristic from somewhere else, will the race help me prepare the ritual?" Cosme exhaled and said, "Of course. Of course." Emlyn didn't stay any longer. He left Odora's villa and took a carriage back to his residence. Ever since Faina Potter declared war on Ruin, he had never been to the Harvest Church. He had only heard from the Star that the door had been smashed and many things had been snatched away. It had become a residence for vagrants. As for Father Utravsky, he spent half a month in a cell behind Channy's Gate, and half a month in a room on the upper floor of St. Samuel Cathedral. Beside him was Archbishop Beekland. This went on and on in an endless cycle. This was because they were worried that staying behind Channy's Gate for a long period of time would cause Father Utravsky to suffer an irreversible and incurable corruption. And in such a tense situation, the Church of Evernight wished to leave a buffer point so that they could express their goodwill in the future and begin negotiations. Although Emlyn wasn't a believer of Evernight and even hated churches, he would visit St. Samuel Cathedral twice a month to visit Father Utravsky. "Where can I obtain an Earl characteristic?" Feeling that he had fallen behind and that he might not be able to shoulder the responsibility of saving his race, Emlyn looked at the desolate streets as he seriously considered every possibility. He quickly had some ideas. Marum Hermit mentioned that the Aurora Order's Saint Tenebrous has grazed a shaman king. This corresponds to an Earl characteristic. If I can hunt this demigod of the shepherd pathway like how I lured the Saint of Secrets, the problem will be resolved. However, with the previous lesson, Saint Tenebrous likely won't easily step into a trap again. There's also the possibility of directly attracting a king of angels. This was something everyone had discussed on the tarot. The conclusion they came to was to avoid the Aurora Order for the next year and try not to provoke them. Apart from Saint Tenebrous having a sequence 4 Shaman King characteristic, Emlyn White could only think of one place: Rose School. Be it the life school of Thought's artificial vampires or the primordial moon worshippers that originally existed in the southern continent, they now belonged to Rose School. Of course, there were definitely some people who pursued freedom and hadn't joined any organization. However, either their sequences weren't high, or there wasn't enough information to leak out. At the thought of Rose School, Emlyn instantly recalled a person: Marek. Marek represented the Temperance faction of Rose School. This was a faction that resisted the Mother Tree of Desire. They also seemed to wish to obtain something from the Rose School of Thought. Perhaps we can cooperate with them. Emlyn nodded slightly. In Moon City, a number of residents gathered anxiously at the entrance, casting their gazes east from time to time. They were the relatives of the people led by the High Priest, as well as the representatives of most people in Moon City. Finally, a flame appeared as High Priest Nim led Russ and company back to Moon City. A man went forward and cast his gaze at his sister. He realized that there were still traces of tears on her face. This Moon City resident, who wasn't a deformed, sensed her brother's gaze. She couldn't help but open her mouth as her heart palpitated. Tears streamed down her face before she could say a word. God is here to save us," she cried. She cried very sadly and wantonly. Chapter 1252. God is here to save us. The sobbing words echoed at the entrance of Moon City, leaving the waiting residents in a daze and feeling shocked. At the edge of the solidified grayish-white fog, beside a burning bonfire, Klein, who had eaten another round of mushrooms, wiped away the iron-black stick in his hand and looked up at the crater described by Moon City's High Priest, Nim. He then reached out his right hand and gently pulled out his past self from 15 minutes ago. After exchanging looks, Klein's true body rapidly vanished and entered the fog of history. He ran all the way to a time before the first epoch and sat above the stacked cities of the past. His historical void projection stood up and snapped his fingers. Amidst the rising scarlet flames, he flashed towards his destination. When the crater that the hill had turned into was just inches away, Klein stopped and carefully extended his right palm, dragging his past marionette, Kona's Kilga, out of the void. The facial muscles of this tough-looking Earl of the Fallen squirmed as he quickly transformed into another German sparrow. He took out a lantern from the fog of history with one hand and rubbed his temples with the other. He muttered softly, "Why does a marionette have to change his appearance? There's no one else here, I can't develop obsessive-compulsive disorder." A few seconds later, the marionette projection walked towards the crater not far away with the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light. As the light flickered, Klein saw his target and realized that it wasn't deep. The difference between the bottom and the ground was no more than 2 meters. Of course, compared to the original hill, this change was indeed huge. Inside the crater, the soil was smooth with a few rocks in it. There were many mutated and twisted plants that were difficult to distinguish. It looked no different from other places. After observing for a while, Klein, who had already secretly activated his spirit body thread's vision, slowly walked into the crater. He planned on following the planned route and circling every spot that was worth revisiting. As he walked, he frowned slightly and exclaimed, "Huh?" He realized that his thoughts had turned sluggish, but it didn't affect his thinking. It was like waking up after sleeping too much. His head felt stuffy, and his thoughts weren't active enough. This was a situation that occasionally happened to a person. Beyond us of other pathways might not be able to sense it, but as a demigod of the seer pathway, Klein could clearly sense the abnormality. If this were to deepen further, it would be close to the reaction brought about by a marionettist controlling spirit body threads. The influence left behind by dark demonic Wolf Kota? That's not right. If he had unintentionally left it behind, it means that he had presented a complete mythical creature form. Then, Moon City's investigation team would have long collapsed and lost control. If he had intentionally left it behind, what's the point of doing so? Tell others that he had been here? Puzzled, Klein walked around the area but did not find anything out of the ordinary. After some thought, his main body, which was hiding in a historical void before the first epoch, took 4 steps counterclockwise, chanted an incantation, and went above the grey fog. He wanted to do a divination. With the specific time and location, the High Priest of Moon City, Nim's description, and the on-site investigation, as well as the help of the illuminated historical fragments, Klein believed that the prerequisites for divination were basically met. This couldn't be said to be enough, but it was barely enough for him to give it a try. Furthermore, if the matter of the hill turning into a crater was really related to Sapphira Castle and him, then the success rate of the divination would greatly increase. The revelation would be very clear and unaffected. Without any thought, Klein, who had already considered the details, sat on the fool's high-back chair. He conjured a dark red fountain pen and yellowish goatskin parchment and wrote, "On the 28th of June, 1349 of the 5th epoch, an anomaly occurred in this place." Putting down the fountain pen, Klein grabbed with his left hand and took out a clump of crater soil from the fog of history, using it as a medium for divination. With one hand holding the soil and the other holding the goatskin parchment, he leaned back in his chair and recited the divination statement 7 times. Then, with the help of cogitation, he entered a deep sleep. In the grey world of dreams, Klein saw the greyish-white fog, the hill that was dozens of meters tall, and the surrounding twisted and mutated plants. A few seconds later, the fog suddenly squirmed and quickly spat out a black shadow. The black shadow was like a huge velvet curtain, crazily absorbing all the light around it. It was translucent as it grew larger and larger, completely enveloping the hill. The hill disappeared along with it, not even its roots could be seen. All that was left was a deep pit. The strange plants at the edge of the crater that were similarly covered suddenly had thin, illusory spirit body threads that extended towards different sections of the black curtain. The curtain became more and more transparent and illusory. Finally, it reached a point where it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. If not for the spirit body threads revealing the actual situation, Klein wouldn't have discovered that the curtain was covering the surface of the crater. The scene flickered as the dream distorted and a new scene appeared. The 5-man Moon City patrol team approached and discovered that the hill had disappeared. There was an additional crater. They stopped in their tracks and didn't hesitate to turn around and leave the area. They didn't rashly investigate. After an unknown period of time, a huge figure suddenly appeared in another direction. It was a demonic wolf that was 4 to 5 meters tall and covered in dark short fur. It had 8 legs and was covered in dark, short fur. The demonic wolf had a tuft of short, grayish-white fur on its forehead. Its pure black pupils occupied at least 3/4 of the space in its eyes. It was none other than dark demonic wolf Kota, who had yet to reveal his complete mythical creature form. The dark demonic wolf raised his head and opened his mouth as though he was roaring, but there was no movement. In the next second, a figure appeared in front of him. It was another him. The dark demonic wolf's historical void projection gently kicked with his 8 legs and instantly arrived beside the crater. After he surveyed the area, he carefully lowered his head and picked up the completely transparent curtain that had caused the entire hill to vanish. The curtain suddenly came to life as it rapidly contracted and wrapped around the dark demonic wolf. It was as though he had added a half-black, translucent piece of clothing onto him. The dark demonic wolf trembled slightly as though he had turned into a puppet of clothes in 2 to 3 seconds. However, this was only a projection in the historical void. In the next breath, his true body removed his maintenance and vanished. The curtain lost its support and instantly collapsed, spreading out to the ground. Dark demonic wolf Kota didn't give up. From time to time, he would transform the surrounding monsters into marionettes or summon historical projections. He made them come forward again and again, suffering all kinds of failures. But in the end, his new batch of marionettes still managed to pick up and control the curtain. The entire process didn't make a sound, as though he was performing a mime. Following that, the gigantic demonic wolf made the marionettes bring the curtain close to him. At this moment, the nearby grayish-white fog squirmed again, forming a vortex that was comparable to a hill. The vortex emitted an invisible suction force, causing the strange curtain and dark demonic wolf Kota to be pulled over at the same time. This scene caused substantial ripples to appear in Klein's dream. Countless points of light burst out, making it difficult for him to see the exact details. When everything returned to normal, dark demonic wolf Kota quickly left the solidified fog with the transparent curtain. At this moment, Moon City's investigation team arrived and saw the ancient subsidiary god's departing figure. Kota glanced at them and didn't stop as he disappeared into the depths of the darkness. At this point, the scene shattered and the dream ended. Klein woke up. He sat up straight and tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his fingers. It's not that the solidified grayish-white fog didn't undergo any abnormalities before I arrived. It's just that the guards of Moon City didn't notice it. After all, this fog extends for an unknown length of time. What's the curtain that the grayish-white fog spat out? When it's large, it can cover a hill, turning it into a deep pit like magic. When it's small, it can become the demonic wolf's clothes, transforming him into a puppet. It's a little like a high-level item of the seer pathway. It was spat out because I entered the world above the grey fog and completed the binding with Sapphira Castle. It seems to be able to turn the surrounding plants into its marionettes. This gives me a familiar feeling. Right, in the foggy town, there's a problem with the food prepared in the room. There are spirit body threads that grow out and extend towards the cathedral at the core. Once they're eaten, one's entire body will instantly evaporate and vanish. Yes, it's being hung in the cathedral and becoming a marionette. In other words, at the level of a miracle invoker or attendant of mysteries, one can make plants or objects that once possessed spirituality grow spirit body threads, turning them into marionettes? Is that curtain the beyonder characteristic of a miracle invoker or an attendant of mysteries? From the dark demonic wolf's performance, it's very likely the latter. This is the reason why the attendant of mysteries characteristic has been missing for a long period of time. There are only clues, but no one can find it. Before Sapphira Castle has an owner, the grayish-white fog will unconsciously attract the empty high-level characteristics of the 3 pathways and contain them. What is it trying to do? That suction force is really strong. It even scared the dark demonic wolf, Kota. He couldn't care less about staying and only wanted to escape. What is he suspecting and afraid of? After a series of analysis, Klein's face gradually turned excited. If he could successfully hunt an angel-level existence like the dark demonic wolf, it would be an unparalleled harvest. Of course, the dark demonic wolf after obtaining the curtain was definitely more difficult to deal with than before. Klein's confidence in this matter had decreased significantly. As his thoughts raced, Klein suddenly recalled something. From the time node, when the dark demonic wolf arrived at the northern city ruin, Noir, he had clearly obtained the curtain. He turned the entire city into marionettes and created a puppet city not to settle down or to accumulate helpers, but to prepare for the Attendant of Mysteries ritual. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes for Monday Tilda. Chapter 1253. If the dark demonic wolf is really preparing for the Attendant of Mysteries ritual, then his whereabouts aren't completely untraceable. Klein nodded slowly. He already had some vague thoughts in his mind, but he could not truly sort them out. He instinctively wanted to use the soil that had been tainted by the curtain to directly divine the whereabouts of the item and lock onto the dark demonic wolf's current hiding spot. However, considering that the other party was an angel, this method would most likely alarm him, making him alert and take evasive measures. Klein rationally gave up on this idea and returned to the real world to think hard about the entire matter. The next day, when the frequency of the lightning gradually increased, another group of Moon City residents came to German Sparrow's bonfire under the lead of a priest named Duke. They listened to his preaching, enjoyed the mushrooms, and waited for purification. After the residents of Moon City received the baptism and their faces were covered in tears, Klein looked around and asked casually, "What's the matter?" "The God of Sun asked you to stay here and watch out for anyone walking out of the fog." "Yes." Duke, whose swollen body had been cured, knew that the high priest had mentioned this matter to the oracle in front of him, so he answered quite frankly. Klein nodded slightly and asked another question. "If you really find someone walking out of the fog, what will you do?" Duke didn't hesitate and went straight to the point. "Immediately recite the honorific name of the great god of the sun, and report this matter to him." As he spoke, his tone became very gloomy. In the end, he couldn't even form words. That was because the god of sun, the creator, hadn't responded for more than 2,000 years. Even when Moon City held the most complete ceremony and repeatedly chanted the honorific name, there was no response at all. "What else?" Klein asked keenly. This was a revelation from his spiritual intuition, and it was also a result of inference to a certain extent. It was obvious that the ancient sun god and the City of Silver creator had considered a problem. One possibility was that the person who walked out of the grayish-white fog was extremely careful and cautious. He didn't like being watched or monitored. After discovering Moon City's patrol team, he was inclined to use his Beyonder powers to influence their minds, making them forget that they had seen him or recite his honorific name. Facing such a situation, the ancient sun god should have made some arrangements. Of course, this was not absolute. If Amon's father could accurately foresee that the person who walked out of the grayish-white fog was a novice, then there was no need to say too much in the oracle. However, considering that the ancient sun god, the City of Silver's creator, had even predicted wrongly where he would come out of the grayish-white fog, Klein was skeptical of the above possibility. Duke thought for a moment and hesitated. "Greet that person and tell him a word." Klein's spirits were immediately lifted, but he maintained his composure and asked, "What word?" Duke's lips moved a few times, as though he was mimicking the pronunciation. Then, he said in a strange tone, "Chernobyl." Klein's mind froze for a second before he let out a silent sigh. In a forest in East Chester County in the Kingdom of Ruin. The farmers from the nearby villages gathered here, plucking the strange mushrooms that were covered in tree roots, rotten wood, and bushes. According to the kingdom's laws, this forest and everything that grew within it belonged to its owner, Miss Audrey Hall. However, the continuation of the war, the collection of food, and the high taxes made the farmers unable to care about breaking the law. That was something they had to consider only if they survived. Furthermore, with more people participating, they naturally became bolder. They formed small teams and efficiently plucked. They split the mushrooms that were covered in stars or had fat patterns into 2 portions. A small portion was kept for their own consumption, and most of them were prepared to be sold to the grain merchants waiting outside the forest in exchange for gold pounds to buy salt, cloth, and other necessities. These farmers didn't go overboard. Apart from the mushrooms, they only took away a portion of the fruits on the trees, leaving enough for the guards of the forest to hand over. In just 2 to 3 hours, the farmers sold a large number of mushrooms and fruits. With gold pounds in their hands and rations on their backs, they returned to their respective villages with smiles on their faces. To them, everything that happened today was what they wanted to do, and they had achieved their predetermined goals. The grain merchant with a beard was equally happy because this was an unexpected harvest. In the current situation, he could earn a lot of money. He led the workers and moved a large number of mushrooms and fruits to the processing point outside the city. After the corresponding processing, they were all placed into the warehouse. As a meticulous businessman, he checked the warehouse again after sending the workers away. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he personally closed the door and locked it. At this moment, he saw a thick stack of cash on the ground, all of which were £10 denominations. "When did I drop so much money?" The grain merchant bent down in relief and picked up the stack of cash. As he counted, he suddenly remembered the origin of the money. It was the profit from selling the mushroom powder, dried mushrooms, and preserved fruit. How generous! The bearded merchant sighed in satisfaction as he turned to leave the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, Audrey, who was wearing a light blue dress, dispelled her psychological invisibility and took out a black bag. This was a traveler's bag that she had rented from Judgment Zio. Following that, Audrey, whose blonde hair was tied up in a simple bun, easily poured the bags of food into the black bag. After doing all of this, she took out a hard, bronze-green notebook and flipped to the page that recorded teleportation. This was Leymano's travels from Magician's Force. And everything that had happened was secretly controlled by Audrey. She first gave the rapidly reproducing mushrooms provided by Maram Hermit to the animals in the forest. With their help, she planted them in suitable spots. Following that, she influenced the farmers in the surrounding villages, strengthening their inner desires, allowing them to overcome their fear of the law. And the grain merchant and his employee happened to pass by and discover this matter. This manipulation of people's hearts was addictive, as though she was the ruler of all life. However, Audrey didn't smile at all. Instead, she sighed softly. "It's still not enough. I'm still lacking a lot. Very much." The mushrooms she had obtained weren't the type that Little Sun mentioned that could grow by feeding on monsters' flesh and blood. They needed the environment to provide them with sufficient nutrients to grow rapidly. Therefore, there was no way to plant mushrooms in this forest anytime soon, otherwise, it might turn into a desert. Staring at the empty cloth bags, Audrey's green eyes shimmered as she couldn't help but think. Large amounts of food are concentrated with the church, the royal family, the military, the government, the nobles, and the merchants. Fasak, Intis, and Faina Potter also have it, but with just a traveler's luggage, I wonder how many times it will take. It's very dangerous to manipulate the nobles, merchants, and the military. I might be discovered if I'm not careful. If the situation hadn't deteriorated to such a state, I might never have known that some people have such a side. Different environments and situations make everyone wear different masks. I have to take note of this in the future. As her thoughts raced, Audrey, who lacked experience in dealing with such matters, planned on seeking Mr. World's advice in the next 2 days to see if he had any suggestions. As the world, German Sparrow had been walking alone in the uninhabited forsaken land of the gods for long periods of time, surrounded by a dark and despairing environment. Audrey suggested that he seek her out for regular psychological counseling. It didn't necessarily mean that he needed to be treated. Just a casual conversation could effectively relieve the depression, loneliness, and depression. German Sparrow followed the doctor's advice, and Audrey knew from their chats that apart from seeking her out for psychological counseling, this powerful adventurer would occasionally chat with Mr. Star above the grey fog. His emotional state was rather good. With a decision, Audrey immediately activated her traveling ability and returned to Beekland. But on second thought, she felt a little depressed. This was because she knew that even if she gathered a large amount of food, it would only allow the residents of Beekland to stabilize for a period of time. If the war didn't end, the situation would only worsen. War. Audrey closed her eyes, completely at a loss as to how she could stop it. She had heard from Marum Hermit that the essence of this war was very likely to be a battle of gods. And the prelude to a battle of gods was the same. It was to spend a certain amount of time and strength to shake the opponent's anchor. After some thought, Audrey pursed her lips and decided to start with what she could do. As the notebook emitted a blurry glow, her figure quickly turned transparent and disappeared. Beside the quietly burning bonfire, Klein, who had sent off the guest from Moon City, couldn't help but recall what blasphemer Amorn had once said. He said that Chernobyl had history he wanted to explore, and there were many clues. The ancient sun god had also specially emphasized Chernobyl. Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly had the urge to explore Chernobyl. This wasn't considered an impulse. It was something he had always wanted to do, but because of Amorn, he didn't dare to put it into practice. I've been heading east for more than half a year. No one would have thought that I would suddenly descend upon Chernobyl. Amorn has obtained the last worm of time beyond a characteristic and is preparing the ritual. It's impossible for his true body to still be in Chernobyl. Yes, he is a very patient king of angels. Perhaps he has an avatar waiting in Chernobyl. Klein analyzed the current situation and decided to let the projection in the historical void give it a try. In any case, his true body definitely wouldn't head there directly. After making up his mind, Klein first went above the grey fog to do a divination. Then, he returned to the real world, reached out, and dragged out his past self from 5 minutes ago. This historical projection gained consciousness as his true body vanished. Following that, he grabbed a few times and took out the black staff embedded with many gems. Staff of the Stars. Klein wanted to use the powers of the Staff of the Stars to directly teleport to Chernobyl. P.S. Update before making changes. 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign. Chapter 1254. At the same time that he received the Staff of the Stars, Klein took out a gold coin from thin air with his other hand and flicked it with a clang. As the gold coin tumbled, the revelation he had obtained from his divination naturally surfaced in his mind. It was an extremely deep ravine, and at the bottom of it was a thick and wide building that was constructed with layers of grayish-white. Every detail was a restoration of the Chernobyl that Klein had seen back then, but it didn't come from the spirit world, but from Klein's subconscious. With the help of dream divination, he recreated the scene he had seen in his mind. And just as this scene was completed, the gems embedded in the Staff of the Stars emitted a faint light, instantly disappearing with Klein's historical void projection. Then, it appeared above the grayish-white building. In just a second, Klein had returned to Chernobyl from the easternmost area of the forsaken land of the god. This was one of the main powers of the Staff of the Stars. If the corresponding scene that surfaced in the wielder's mind was real and still existed, then the Staff of the Stars could allow him to cross all obstacles and arrive at his destination, no matter how far away it was. Of course, the prerequisite was that the outline had to be absolutely correct. There couldn't be any visible difference from the original. The reason why Klein chose the deep ravine where Chernobyl was located and not the wilderness that was filled with grayish-yellow fog was that he knew that after the Giant King's youngest son, the god of glory, Bladel, escaped the curse and completely passed away, that place would definitely undergo a huge change. The only place that wouldn't be affected was the mysterious Chernobyl that was valued by the ancient sun god and Amorn. This didn't mean that the deep ravine and grayish-white building wouldn't have any visible changes. In fact, Klein was already prepared for the teleportation to fail and for his destination to be unknown. After all, the person was fake, and the item in his hand was fake. It wasn't a pity to lose it. In midair, Klein, who was holding the Staff of the Stars, didn't even have the time to observe his surroundings before his entire body suddenly sank and plummeted down. Without creeping hunger, nor did he transform into an avian creature, he currently didn't have the ability to fly. Therefore, even though the demigods of the seer pathway were so strange and terrifying, they actually had an ordinary human side. As his thoughts raced, a beyonder power appeared in Klein's mind. The Staff of the Stars lit up in different colors, stirring up violent winds around it. The wind wrapped around Klein, causing his black windbreaker to flutter and his body to slowly descend. During this process, Klein's right hand trembled, allowing the Staff of the Stars' historical void projection to return to its usual spot. This was to prevent any accidents from happening due to his instinctive imagination. Right on the heels of that, he pressed down on the half-top hat on his head with his left hand. Just as the lightning in the sky faded, he pulled out a lantern from the void. Under the dim yellow light of the lantern, Klein's feet, which were wearing buckless leather shoes, stepped firmly on the ground at the bottom of the deep ravine. The endless darkness around him seemed to hide monsters one after another. In front of him was Chernobyl, which was made up of layers of grey. With the lightning in the sky and the lantern in his hand working together, Klein soon discovered a situation. This thick and wide greyish-white building didn't have a door. Yes, every place is sealed. I remember that the ancient sun god opened an illusory rift in the greyish-white wall. Klein thought as he found the spot in his memories and began chanting the fool's honorific name. In the easternmost part of the forsaken land of the gods, beside the solidified fog near Moon City, Klein, who was hiding in the historical void, immediately entered Sapphira Castle. With the help of the prayer light, he used his true vision to scan the situation in Chernobyl. There wasn't a single Amorn in the deep ravine and the remnants of the greyish-yellow fog in the wilderness. As for Chernobyl itself, even with the true vision provided by Sapphira Castle, Klein was unable to see what was happening inside. Beneath the layers of greyish-white, there seemed to be absolute nothingness without any color. It's indeed not simple. As expected of a place where the ancient sun god, the city of Silver's creator, walked out. Klein sighed inwardly as he quickly left Sapphira Castle and returned to the historical fragment from before the first epoch. Outside Chernobyl, Klein regained his consciousness as he reached out his hand and took out Leymano's Travels. He quickly flipped to one of the pages and prepared to use the apprentice's door opening. Such a move was actually a little rash for Klein, but considering that it was only a historical void projection, he felt that it wasn't a problem. Beyond us of the seer pathway are indeed cautious and rash at the same time. I'm cautious when preparing, and rash after making preparations, showing the duality of caution and recklessness. As Klein lampooned himself, he silently passed through the obstacle and entered Chernobyl. After repeatedly opening doors, he finally left the place where the greyish-white was poured. He saw a thick, half-open metal door in front of him. The metal door wasn't tall, only about 2.5 meters tall. It was clearly prepared for humans. In front of it were 2 pitch-black traces and 2 firearms that were more sci-fi than any weapon of the current era. These 2 firearms were a little similar to the ones Klein had seen in magazines in his previous life, but he wasn't a fan of such things, so he couldn't be sure. Klein didn't pick them up, nor did he attempt to study them. This was because his spiritual intuition told him that the 2 gun-like weapons had been completely corroded. Any touch would instantly cause them to dissipate and turn into bubbles. After taking a look, Klein dispelled Leymano's Travels. With a lantern in hand, he passed through the 2 pitch-black traces and arrived behind the metal door. There was a very wide aisle, and on both sides were rooms of different sizes. Some of the tables and chairs inside had toppled over. Some were intact, while others were missing half of them. The walls and ground were covered in black traces. It looks like a research institute. Klein made a preliminary judgment based on the remnant items and overall layout. Without needing him to search deliberately, he soon discovered a room with a collapsed machine. On the table were a few yellowish pieces of paper. They seemed to have been casually placed there after someone had gathered them. The ancient sun god or Amorn? Klein hesitated for 2 seconds before finally stepping into the room. The lantern's dim yellow light dispersed the darkness inside. He picked up the few pages and quickly scanned them. 10 seconds later, Klein put down the piece of paper as the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't recognize a single word on the few pages. I barely passed English in my previous life, much less other languages. Klein suddenly felt how the other beyond us in this world felt when they read Roselle's diary. He slowly exhaled, extended his hand into the void, and took out an item. This was a translation device that Zhu Mingrue had specially bought when he had saved up some money to travel overseas. During the luck enhancement ritual, it had been in the computer bag beside him. To Klein, the greatest advantage of the translation device was that it could translate offline as long as it didn't exceed the built-in dictionary. After some fiddling with it, he finally understood what was written on the few pages. Research on the situation of oil production in a dried-up oil field. Why would they build a research institute in a place that no one else would think of? God, what did they discover deep in the oil field? These are really some wonderful materials. What exactly happened? The doctor turned into a pool of black oil in front of me. More and more people are turning into oil. The research institute is sealed off from the outside. No one can leave. No one can leave. Madness. Everyone has gone mad. We're the only ones who are still normal, but our food is running out. I think I'm hearing things. There seems to be a voice coming from underground. It's summoning me. He is summoning me. The simple and straightforward text sent a chill down Klein's spine. He had the feeling that he was walking towards madness and death, one step at a time. At the same time, a thought naturally surfaced in his mind, the pollution that originated from underground. The cause of all this was the discovery of some strange geological material during the research of the dried-up oil field, and unnecessary in-depth experiments were done. Then, the world was destroyed. But if it was a disaster caused by such a coincidence, then it doesn't make sense for me, Roselle the Great, and the others to obtain the item that helped us transmigrate ahead of time. Perhaps, there's a coincidence in the inevitable, and there's an inevitability hidden in a coincidence. The pollution from underground had actually been affecting the human world, but it wasn't obvious. It could only intermittently bring about some mysterious events. When this research progressed, he would completely awaken. Klein subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He carried the lantern and left the room, heading deeper into the research institute. He paid close attention to his surroundings to see if there was anything worth paying attention to. After walking for dozens of seconds, his vision suddenly turned much darker. More than half of the lantern's dim yellow light was devoured by the area in front of him. Klein took a closer look and realized that there was a cliff 2 steps away. That part of the research institute had collapsed into the ground. It was dark and empty, with no end in sight. Vaguely, Klein seemed to hear a silent cry. It came from deep underground and directly sounded in his mind. Klein had once had such a feeling. It was brought about by the bronze door in the Hall of Truth. He frowned slightly and took a few steps back, prepared to dispel the historical void projection at any moment. At this moment, a palm that was so shriveled that only skin and bones were left reached out from the darkness and grabbed the edge of the cliff. Then, a figure jumped out and landed in front of Klein. He was wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe. There was a monocle in his right eye socket. He was none other than the Angel of Time, Amon. However, Amon's condition wasn't normal. He was like a skeleton covered in skin. Klein subconsciously took a few steps back as he watched Amon's flesh and blood rapidly fill up. He nudged his monocle and smiled. There's actually a visitor. You are. Chapter 1255. I am. Klein, who was just about to dispel the historical void projection, was stunned by Amon's question. He controlled himself and didn't frown slightly. Instead of answering, you're not Amon's true body? Standing at the edge of the cliff, Amon took a step forward and smiled. Of course not. You seem to know my true body, or other avatars. Although Amon didn't attack, his step forward still gave Klein an indescribable pressure. It wasn't easy for him to not retreat and expose his cowardice. He tersely acknowledged and replied in a deep voice, "That's why I'm very surprised that you don't know me. That's why I'm very surprised that you don't know me. Are you very famous?" Amon, who had crawled out of the darkness, teased with a smile. Then, he raised his hand to adjust the crystal monocle on his right eye. After this action was completed, it froze for a few seconds before it stopped. Amon seemed to be thinking and whispered as though in thought. Amon muttered, "There aren't any other me nearby. Is there really none, or has the connection been completely severed? What accident caused this Amon to become independent? No, I can't believe anything this fellow says. He is a top swindler." Klein's heart stirred at first, but he immediately suppressed the corresponding thoughts. He then asked, "Why did you crawl out from underground?" Amon's expression returned to normal as he chuckled. "Guess. Be it his true body or avatars, the fact that he has a terrible personality remains the same." Klein lampooned and probed, You're exploring the secrets of the underground. You're exploring the secrets of the underground. Amorn nodded slightly. Isn't that obvious? He then turned his body halfway and pointed at the darkness in front of the cliff that light couldn't illuminate. My father crawled out from here just like I did. Ah yes, it has a name. You should have heard of it, Chaos Sea. Chaos Sea. One of the 9 Sephiro, Chaos Sea. It's indeed hidden deep underground. Was the corruption behind the bronze door really brought about by it? Back then, I completed my mysticism knowledge by chatting with Amorn. The ancient sun god was originally a member of this research institute, but he fell into the Chaos Sea deep underground during the collapse. He only woke up in the second epoch and crawled out. Back then, he was only an ordinary person. According to the law that the higher one's sequence was, the more dangerous it was to approach the underground. Why wasn't he too affected? Klein's thoughts spun quickly. He recalled one thing after another and made one conjecture after another. 2 or 3 seconds later, he cooperated and said, "So you took the risk and jumped in to search for the buried history and the truth about world." Something like that. Amorn pinched the top and bottom edge of the monocle and said with a slightly self-deprecating tone, "But I didn't do it voluntarily." Huh. Klein used a simple pronunciation to express his doubt. Amorn smiled. Every one of us knows that it's very dangerous deep underground, so none of us wish to go down by ourselves. We have tried many roundabout methods, including creating marionettes to replace ourselves, but none of them succeeded. We were unable to obtain any feedback. In the end, under his true body's presiding, we conducted a fair vote. Unfortunately, I was chosen. It's a miracle that Amorn hasn't completely gone mad. As expected of the god of mischief. Even internal decisions have to be made in such a prank. Klein resisted the urge to lampoon. Then, you jumped down by yourself? I can't just wait to be thrown down by them, right? Amorn spread out his hands. At this point, he seemed to finally understand something as he muttered to himself. Chaos Sea severed my connection with my main body and the surrounding avatars. I'm independent. Independent. Back when I was in front of the bronze door of the Hall of Truth, I felt that every cell and worm of spirit was giving birth to a new consciousness, producing a self different from my main body. Amorn's avatar directly entered the Chaos Sea, so it's very normal for him to have such an anomaly. An independent Amorn avatar should be able to effectively scam Amorn's main body. No, I can't believe it. Klein had just confirmed Amorn's words with his own experience, but he suddenly warned himself not to trust the god of deceit. He smiled and said, "Of course. I suspect that you're lying to me." Amorn propped up the crystal monocle and sized up Klein for a few seconds. "It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Even if I want to find a partner, it won't be a weak fellow like you. In the era of the 8 Kings of Angels, were you very close to Red Angel Medici?" Since Klein was determined not to believe that Amorn was already independent, he attempted to ask, "What did you discover in the Chaos Sea?" "A lot." "Guess what it is," Amorn said with a smile. "I didn't discover anything," Klein deliberately said. Amorn shook his head. "I think the same for the others. Furthermore, because I haven't come out for a long time and didn't respond, it's reasonable to believe that I've been corroded and digested by the Chaos Sea." Without waiting for Klein to respond, Amorn continued. "The Chaos Sea is extremely large. It almost fills up the Earth's core and submerges the layer above. It is also the only Sephira that is both real and illusory. In the world, there is a direct entrance to the Sephira. The others are either completely illusory and hidden somewhere, or they are absolutely real and coexist with reality. I discovered something very interesting inside. The first blasphemy slate was likely born there, but it was later pulled by some power and left the underground before it was complete. My father might have browsed through that blasphemy slate in the beginning. That's why he condensed his remains into a second blasphemy slate when he died. These are the origins of the 2 blasphemy slates. No wonder the ancient god of the sun was so powerful in the late second epoch. Klein seemed to have vaguely understood something. What's the difference between 2 blasphemy slates? Amorn adjusted the position of the crystal monocle. The second blasphemy slate has some sequence names changed, and there's more content. The content contains the secrets of transcending the sequences. Transcending the sequences? Klein's pupils widened slightly as he felt that his long-held guess had been confirmed. Becoming the creator? Amorn smiled. Something like that, but such a description isn't accurate enough. I like to call that level above the sequences. There are also a number of true deities who use other methods to name it. Some call it Great Old Ones, some call it outer deities, and some refer to it as the cosmos. Cosmos. The moment Klein heard this term, his spiritual intuition began to warn him frantically. He remembered very clearly that the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Oriana, had once told him that he shouldn't attempt to understand the cosmos before reaching the level of an angel. Otherwise, just understanding it would bring him great danger. Without any hesitation, Klein, who was hiding in the historical void before the first epoch, gave up maintaining the projection. He stood up on the stacked old city and took 4 steps counterclockwise. Almost at the same time, the violent lightning that streaked across the forsaken land of the gods calmed down. The endless darkness also vanished. A huge crimson moon occupied half the sky. The light on the surface of the crimson moon expanded and contracted as though it had come to life. Outside this world, on the moon that orbited the Earth, a crimson sea flowed. It drowned everything, as though it was digesting this huge natural satellite. When Klein learned about the Great Old Ones, outer deities, and cosmos, the blood-colored sea boiled. They quickly gathered in the middle and constantly piled up, finally forming a blood-red phantom that couldn't be seen clearly. This phantom was many times larger than the moon. It had countless eyes as it looked down at the blue planet and cast its gaze at Klein's main body, which had established a connection with him due to his understanding. As the crimson sea receded, many potholes appeared on the moon's surface. From the ground, the moon was no longer crimson. It was bright and cold, unchanged for billions of years. Further away in the universe, the brown star, orange star, crimson star, Venus star, and blue star flickered at the same time, as though they were blinking. In the fog of history, bubbles appeared on the surface of Klein's body. In each bubble was a mutated worm of spirit. They bore the faces of Ju Mingrue, Klein Moretti, German Sparrow, and Dawn Dantes as they tried their best to burrow out. Klein's thoughts quickly turned chaotic. His entire spirit body seemed to be sliced apart by an invisible blade, but he still forced himself to finish chanting the last incantation. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Without a sound, Klein's spirit body passed through the grey fog and entered Sapphira Castle. The power in the entire space boiled as it enveloped him, melting away wisps of black gas, red light, and bubbles, severing the invisible connection. Nearly 10 seconds later, Klein, who was struggling and rolling, finally regained his senses. He held onto the high-back chair and stood up. Inside Chernobyl, Amorn, who was standing at the edge of the cliff, nudged the crystal monocle he wore on his right eye and muttered to himself, "You have a fast reaction." If Klein had been a second slower and fallen into that chaotic state, he wouldn't have been able to dispel the historical void projection in time. Then, Amorn would have been able to deceive the connection between the projection and his actual body and directly appear in the corresponding historical fragment. Above the grey fog, Klein sat down and rubbed his temples. That Amorn was indeed lying. He should be an avatar that stayed behind in Chernobyl. After sensing my arrival, he was unable to bypass the historical projection and directly deal with his true body, and he might not have the strength of a Sequence 2 angel. Therefore, he hid somewhere between the cliff and the Chaos Sea. He pretended to be an avatar that had just crawled out and was independent from his true body to carry out a deception. On the surface, he tried to make me believe that my avatar was independent and that he could work together, making me focus on this. In fact, he had hidden the danger in his words. Even if it's a normal conversation with the god of deceit, he will still be deceived. However, in order to achieve his goal, he has also given sufficient secrets. Chapter 1256. In the Kingdom of Ruin, Beekland. Force, who was still sleeping soundly, suddenly woke up from her dream and subconsciously cast her gaze out the window. She had no lack of similar experiences. Before she became a member of the Tarot, she had woken up in the middle of the night due to the curse of the full moon several times. But today, she didn't feel the familiar pain. All she felt was an inexplicable throbbing in her heart. As the curtains sealed the window, Force couldn't determine what time it was from the weak light. She subconsciously got out of bed, walked to the window, and pulled open the curtains. Sunlight penetrated the thin fog and shone into the room, dispersing the accumulated darkness. Force stood by the window and looked up into the sky. Her face revealed obvious confusion. The sun had already risen, and the crimson moon had long set. Why did I still have the feeling I had before the curse of the full moon arrived? Furthermore, there were still many days before the full moon. Republic of Intis, capital of Trier. Astronomers who woke up early, mysticism enthusiasts, and beyond us hidden among ordinary people all cast their gazes into the sky. The clouds in the night sky dissipated, and the huge and bright moon completely covered the light of the stars. The color of the moon was no longer the usual crimson red. It was pure white and abnormally bright. All the witnesses were stunned. This was a moon they had never seen before. Be it the normal textbooks of human society or books related to mysticism, there were no records of such a phenomenon. Apart from the common waning moons, full moons, and the occasional blood moon, the moon had never experienced such a change. At least not since the fifth epoch, in the past 1,300 years. At this moment, the witnesses realized that other than the crimson and blood-red states, the moon had other colors. Forsaken land of the gods, city of silver. Due to the high frequency of lightning in the afternoon, Derek and the others noticed the abnormality high up in the sky. The lightning and darkness that they were used to had completely disappeared in just a few seconds, leaving nothing behind. The blood-red light that occupied half of the sky was so obvious, so huge, that it illuminated everything incomparably clearly. The residents of the City of Silver who were more quick-witted immediately thought of the description of the moon and the corresponding pictures in the general education textbooks. Instantly, a stunned and confused thought flashed through their minds. Could this be the moon? Crimson moon? We actually saw the crimson moon. Soon, the red moon in front of their eyes faded inch by inch, revealing a clear and cold figure. The residents of the City of Silver were even more confused, unsure of what had happened. Derek Berg, who had heard Mr. the Hanging Man, Miss Justice, and the other tarot members talk about the situation in the outside world, was even more astonished than them. This was because this was a natural phenomenon that didn't exist outside the forsaken land of the gods. A few seconds later, the moon disappeared, and the deep darkness once again drowned everything. The frequent lightning became the main source of light. What just happened? Do you see that red mass? Moon. That's the moon. That's the crimson moon. Is this a sign that we are about to get out of the current situation? Our second exploration of the giant King's Court will be very successful, and we will open the door to the outside world. Amidst their confusion, most of the residents of the City of Silver subconsciously treated this phenomenon as a good thing, a good omen in mysticism. Only Chief Colin Iliad, the six-member council's leader, Old Lovia, and company had solemn expressions as they frowned. Above the greyish-white fog, inside the ancient palace, Klein, who had roughly figured out Amorn's deception, instinctively turned his attention back to the secret he had obtained. He had some guesses about the corresponding content, but when he really uncovered it, he realized that it was more terrifying, more exaggerated, and more despairing than he had imagined. To be able to successfully make the cosmos notice me, it means that most of the secrets revealed by Amorn are true. Above sequence 0, there really is another level. This should be the level of the ancient sun god. However, his condition doesn't seem to be right. He suffered a backstab and perished. According to Amorn, using the creator to describe this level isn't accurate enough. He named it above the sequence. There are also existences that use the term transcending the sequence to describe that level, indicating that he has escaped the restrictions of the Beyonder pathway. The gods call this rank Great Old One, Outer God, Starry Sky. From this, two things can be seen. First, in the vast universe outside this world, in the boundless starry sky, there are Great Old One and Outer God, which are existences at the level of the Creator. For example, the one who contains the moon, brown star, orange star, and the others appear to be the original planets. They have changed, preventing Roselle the Great from recognizing them. This is because there are Great Old Ones or outer deities entrenched on them, watching our world. The Great Old Ones in the box of the Great Old Ones came from the mutation after being corrupted by the cosmos. Yes, there's a high chance that there's more than one Great Old Ones or outer deities. Why are they around this planet? What are they spying on? They didn't directly invade because there's a power that's temporarily isolating the outside world. This comes from the 7 deities. Based on the prophecy of the apocalypse in 1368, the 7 deities might not have played the most critical role. They haven't transcended the sequences. When the true barrier disappears in 1368, the Great Old Ones or outer deities will no longer be obstructed. Then, the apocalypse of the world will descend. With this in mind, questions that had accumulated in Klein's mind suddenly flashed through his mind. Why did the Evernite goddess risk instigating a war of gods to snatch the uniqueness of the death pathway? Why did the 7 deities acquiesce to the appearance of a black emperor? Why did Adam, Amon, and the other kings of angels walk out from behind the scenes in this era after countless years of silence and step onto the stage? Why did the remnants of the Second Epoch's ancient gods appear one after another? Why did Sapphira Castle only have one transmigrator in the first 4 epochs, but there are 2 in the 5th epoch in just over 1,000 years? Few, regardless of whether he is good or bad, he is working hard to improve himself to welcome the apocalypse. The goddess is an existence that's good at plotting. Is she choosing such a risky method to transcend the sequences and become a Great Old One? There's only about 10 years left. Time waits for no man. She secretly supports me because she has similar expectations. Adam could have finished me off at least twice, but he didn't. Apart from the fact that I don't have much of a grudge with him, this is also a factor. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table and muttered to himself, the key to becoming a Great Old One or an outer deity is one of the 9 Sephiro. Looking around the empty Sapphira Castle, Klein sighed and muttered to himself, I didn't expect this to happen. As for the exact situation, I'll have to see the second blasphemy slate to know. Unfortunately, I don't know when I'll have the chance. He then focused his attention on something else. I wonder if the ancient sun god has completely transcended the sequences. If there's really a native Great Old One born, humanity will at least have a sliver of hope when the apocalypse comes. His fall is more complicated than I imagined. It's no wonder Roselle the Great said that I have to be a sequence 0 in order to preserve myself and protect the people I care about. I wonder if those Great Old Ones or outer deities have their powers infiltrated. Yes. Based on how the 7 orthodox deities and the evil gods like the true creator view the primordial moon and the mother tree of desire as enemies, their true bodies might be Great Old Ones or outer deities. It's no wonder the mother tree of desire can directly mislead my divination above the grey fog. She is the most dangerous existence I know. I understand why the Great Old Ones and outer gods gathered around this world. They likely want to obtain the 9 Sephiro. Destroying the world is just in passing. With this in mind, Klein suddenly recalled what the Mother Tree of Desire had said through Cynthia, Admiral, I want to have a child with you. Klein couldn't help but shiver as he seriously considered the problem of his safety after returning to the real world. He already had a certain level of understanding of the cosmos. As long as he subconsciously had the corresponding thoughts, he would directly establish a connection with the Great Old Ones and outer deities, causing him to be corrupted. If it wasn't for the fact that Sapphira Castle has already severed the previous connection, I wouldn't even dare return to the real world. Klein thought for a moment and decided to get his psychiatrist, Miss Justice, to help him hypnotize himself and seal the corresponding information deep in his subconscious. He would only remember it when he saw the preset notification. He originally wanted to directly summon the projection of justice in the historical void to do this, but considering that this was a delicate task, if the controller didn't have a deep understanding of the mind domain, it was very likely that there would be some mistakes. And once there was a mistake, the Great Old Ones and outer deities would cast their gazes over. Phew, remember to get Miss Justice to hypnotize herself to forget about this matter. Klein deliberated for a moment before turning the corresponding request into a stream of light and sending it into the crimson star representing justice. Before long, Audrey, who had just finished breakfast and had yet to leave home, arrived above the grey fog. The long bronze table had vanished, and there was a desk and 2 chairs in the ancient palace. Mr. World, what is it that you want to forget this time? Audrey looked at the German sparrow sitting opposite her and raised the most critical question. Klein rubbed his temples and used a deep voice to recount the secrets of the cosmos, great old ones, and outer deities. This made Audrey's eyes widen bit by bit as though she had been invaded by an evil god. After Klein finished speaking, she fell silent for a few seconds before speaking in the same deep voice, looking slightly confused. This is the truth of the apocalypse. Even the 7 deities can't save us? Without waiting for Klein's response, Audrey laughed self-deprecatingly. I thought what I've been doing recently was very meaningful. I thought the worst news I could think of was the defeat of ruin and the destruction of the church, but compared to the secret you told me, all of this is so insignificant. Chapter 1257. Upon hearing Miss Justice's slightly bleak and confused words, Klein could empathize with her. This was because he had previously had similar thoughts. After recalling the chicken soup for the soul he had read in his previous life, he deliberated and said, "The death of a father is insignificant to the entirety of ruin. A father's death is insignificant to all of Lun. It can happen every day, and it might even happen more than once. However, to his child and his family, it's a matter that can change their fates. Similarly, if one isn't at the level of an angel, everyone's outcome is destined. They will definitely die and be buried, but this doesn't mean that the time between our birth and death is meaningless." Audrey nodded slightly and said in a self-deprecating tone, "I understand all of this. It's just that the secret you mentioned just now had a huge impact on me. I couldn't control my emotions for a moment. As a psychiatrist, I actually need someone to console me." Klein smiled. "Isn't that normal? Many times, we can recognize if the state of others is normal, but we can't see our own problems clearly. Didn't you say it before? Occasionally, you and Susie will console each other." As Dawn Dantes had seen the golden retriever, Susie, Audrey didn't hide the matter during their conversation. Audrey nodded slightly and said, That's right. That's right. I've thought it through. I'll do what I can and leave no regrets." Klein then said, "I've already thought it through. What we do might even accumulate strength to fight against the apocalypse." Klein then said, "It's not just a matter of not leaving any regrets. Perhaps what we do can even accumulate strength to fight against the apocalypse. Compared to the whole, although it's tiny, no matter how vast a desert is, it's still made up of grains of sand. No matter how boundless the ocean is, it's also made up of droplets of water. As long as everyone has a bit of warmth and light, there might be some hope." A bit of warmth and light. Audrey softly repeated the keywords in the world's German sparrow's words. "That's not what I said," Klein added with a smile. The corners of Audrey's lips curled up as she replied with a faint smile, "Could it be Roselle the Great who said it? I don't know if he said that. I had to endure a strong sense of shame to flip through his quotations, so I couldn't finish reading it." Klein didn't give a definite answer, nor did he deny it. "Start hypnotizing me. Make me forget everything about the cosmos and only remember the corresponding warning. Wait a moment, I have something to ask you." Audrey generously made a request. She took this opportunity to talk about what she had been doing recently, as well as the difficulties she had encountered and the confusion she had. "Mr. World, do you have any suggestions? What can I do to prevent the people of Beekland from suffering too much before the war ends?" As for stopping the war, although she really wanted to, she knew rationally that she did not have the ability to do so. At the same time, she also understood that even Mr. World was unable to do it. Even if Mr. Fool were to intervene personally, he would only be able to turn the situation around and not stop the war. After all, the World War was essentially a battle between deities. Klein hesitated for a few seconds before calmly saying, "Although the spectator pathway tries its best to stay behind the scenes, and although I always remember the words cautious and careful when doing things, trying my best not to put myself in a dangerous situation." When he said that, Audrey subconsciously replied inwardly, "That's right. From the various rumors at sea, Force and the others' descriptions, and the semigod battle that I witnessed, I couldn't see any signs of caution or caution at all. I could only see power and radical. To be able to do all those things and survive, it's definitely not enough to rely on power alone." Seeing that Miss Justice was listening attentively, with her green eyes filled with concentration, Klein continued. But in this world, not everything can be easily solved. There is no need to take risks. Sometimes, when I do something, I do it with the thought that I might die. The mumbling in Audrey's heart stopped. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, I'm not sure. I see what you mean. Most of the time, it's impossible to do what you want to do and be absolutely safe. You can only choose one of them. Klein nodded and decided to let Miss Justice understand the truth of this world better, so as to prevent her from being overly idealistic when doing things. Among the methods you mentioned just now, the most feasible, least risky, and most helpful to the people of Beekland is to obtain food from the nobles, churches, big merchants, and the royal family. Why aren't we plundering the food of the Faysac, Intis, and Fainapotter armies? Audrey subconsciously asked. Klein said calmly, that's because these three armies have already penetrated deep into Ruin's borders. Even if you can break through the demigod's watch and successfully snatch the food, they won't collapse. They will definitely plunder the surrounding citizens for food to sustain themselves. It won't affect them much in the short term, but in the long term, it might not be possible. In that case, Audrey would know who would be the one being hurt. This was the difference between a war before a war of gods and an ordinary war. Besides, I'm unable to do it. Traveler's bag has a limited capacity. It's the same for teleportation recorded in Leymano's travels. Audrey enlightened herself and asked in thought, if I were to really obtain food from the nobles, merchants, and the royal family, and the church discovers the traces, what would be their reaction? Klein maintained his previous tone. Tacit approval. Audrey had a vague feeling that this was the answer, but she couldn't figure out the reason. Klein continued, believers are the anchors of a deity. Believers are the anchors of God, and a believer is an anchor. In this respect, there is no difference between a noble and a poor person. No one is nobler, and no one is lower. Under normal circumstances, nobles and merchants can use their status, power, wealth, and influence to help the church maintain the system and spread the faith, so they are more valued. But in this situation, which one is more important, a few thousand anchors or hundreds of thousands or millions of anchors? This is a simple math problem. Faced with the truth that had torn away the veil of warmth, Audrey was momentarily speechless. When Klein saw this, he added, that's right. In that respect, what you want to do makes sense on a larger level. You helped the Evernite goddess and the Lord of Storms stabilize their anchors. In the future, this might be the key to fighting against the apocalypse. Audrey pursed her lips bit by bit before releasing them after a long while. She chuckled. Only now did I realize that I'm actually a little proud of my noble status. What's noble is one's character, not one's status. Klein helped her finish the rest of the sentence. Audrey slowly exhaled and calmed her chaotic heart, but she didn't make up her mind. She casually said, our tarot and the church of Evernite seems to have a pretty good relationship. Mr. Fool and the Evernite goddess are allies. This question stumps me. I do wish to become allies with the goddess, but the goddess might not think much of me. Klein lampooned before saying rather seriously, we're currently considered allies. We're currently considered allies. He deliberately emphasized the present to prevent himself from being smacked in the face by reality in the future. At the same time, he muttered the real answer inwardly. From the looks of the situation, the goddess is Tarot's angel investor and main shareholder. Audrey slowly nodded and suddenly smiled. I'm wondering what you're mumbling to yourself when you answer we're currently allies. It must be interesting, just like when we explored Liveseed. Miss, a psychiatrist isn't suitable to crack such jokes with patients. Is it because we've chatted too much in the past half a year and have become more familiar with each other, revealing your true nature? Please respect the adventurer in front of you who's famous for being cold and crazy. Yes, I have to say that the spectator pathway's ability to adjust their emotions is really strong. It's all Leonard's fault that time. Klein was first taken aback before pretending that nothing had happened. He leaned back in his chair and said, let's begin. Audrey immediately reined in all her emotions and began to seriously and meticulously attempt hypnosis. After everything was over, Klein used the Crimson Star to confirm that Miss Justice hadn't been noticed by the Great Old Ones after she returned to the real world. Of course, He had already forgotten that this matter was related to the great old ones or the outer deities. However, he was certain that nothing abnormal had happened from Miss Justice's state. Phew! Klein heaved a sigh of relief and threw the piece of paper that could awaken his memories into the junk pile. He told himself to wait until he became an angel before reading it. Beekland, Bridge District, inside an apartment. Emlyn White looked at Marek, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. He took off his top hat and bowed gracefully. "What do you want?" Marek sat on the sofa, leaned forward, and clasped his hands. Emlyn pulled a chair and sat down. "You still want to deal with the important figures of Rose School's indulgence faculty? You have a clue?" Marek asked with an indifferent expression. Emlyn had definitely made preparations before coming to visit. He said unhurriedly, "That's right. I really don't have any clues about the person in charge of the Rose School in Beekland. However, after the war intensified, the southern continents East and West Balam, Star Highlands, Paz Valley, and Hargati Plains fell into chaos. Many of the Rose School's demigods surfaced and walked onto the stage. It was no longer difficult to lock onto them." Marek glanced at the red-eyed and thin-lipped Emlyn. "Which duke or marquis of the Sanguine are you representing to say these words?" "Can't I represent myself?" Emlyn raised his chin slightly and asked with a smile. Marek shook his head seriously. "You're only a sequence 5. You're not qualified." He was so direct that Emlyn was momentarily at a loss for a reply. Chapter 1258. Maintaining his smile and calming his emotions, Emlyn replied, "I can find a helper of a sufficient level. I can find a helper of a sufficient level." On this matter, he didn't wish to rely on the Sanguine's forces. This was because if that happened, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a liaison, a bystander, and a messenger. He wouldn't have any say in the distribution of the spoils of war. As for the Sanguine's dukes and marquises, there was no lack of direct descendants who wished to advance to demigod and become earls. In the beginning, Emlyn believed in his identity as the Sanguine's savior. He believed that the important figures above him would treat every matter and every member fairly, but as the hanging man analyzed the orders, actions, and hidden intentions of the high-ranking Sanguine like Marquis Nibs, Emlyn gradually became wary. Marek's brows furrowed indiscernibly. "Sherlock Moriarty?" Emlyn was puzzled as he adjusted his sitting posture. "Why do you think it's him?" If it were in the past, he would have directly said, "Why did you mention Sherlock Moriarty? He's been away from Beekland for nearly 2 years." But now, he could acutely sense that there was a hidden message in Marek's words. Hence, he subconsciously adjusted his rhetorical question. "In the eyes of this wraith, Sherlock Moriarty isn't simple?" "Yes, he's indeed not simple." As he spoke, Emlyn made a guess. Upon hearing Emlyn's question, Marek's eyes immediately turned odd, as though he was meeting this Sanguine Viscount for the first time. He quickly restrained the abnormality on his face and said emotionlessly, "We need to consider it. We need to think about it." "No problem." Emlyn secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He then stood up and bowed in a very gentlemanly manner. After agreeing on the method of contact, he put on his silk top hat and walked out of the room. On the way back to his residence, Emlyn couldn't help but go through his initial plan. "As long as I reach a cooperation agreement with the demigod of Rose School's temperance faculty, I can use it to request the marquises and dukes to use the Grade 1 sealed artifact in the clan. As long as I reach an agreement with the demigod of the Rose School of Thought's temperance faction, I can use it to request the marquises and dukes to use the Grade 1 sealed artifact in my race, using the request of the partner as an excuse to reject the demigods in the clan, not allowing them to directly interfere. Yes, to reach an agreement, I have to produce enough strength to convince Marek and company. I can only post the mission on the tarot and see if Marum Hermit, Miss Justice, and Mr. the Hanging Man are willing to accept the mission. Also, Miss Magicians can be considered. She can summon the world, a projection of German Sparrow. The biggest problem now is that I don't have enough compensation. I can only try to pay in advance, or make a promise that I'll pay you back when I become a count." With this in mind, Emlyn was suddenly glad that he had joined the tarot. This was the only organization that he knew of that could use the promise of the future to exchange for current resources. And within the Sanguine, in the Orthodox churches, One had to accumulate contributions one step at a time before they could line up for a Beyonder characteristic and advancement ritual. Sometimes, a Beyonder might not be able to accumulate the required contributions their entire lives. This is like a credit loan guaranteed by Mr. Fool. It can be used to issue a mission, and it can be repaid in installments when the advancement is successful. Emlyn habitually relied on things he was familiar with. Although he had never taken a loan from a bank, some sanguine had rich experience and often interacted with each other. Most of them had fixed hobbies that consumed a lot of money, and the precious items they collected were difficult to convert into cash. They had no choice but to borrow money from their acquaintances or bank loans. Emlyn remembered that there was a sanguine who wasn't good at business and relied purely on being a doctor to earn money. He had taken a fancy to a precious piece of art and bought it with a loan from the Beekland Bank. After that, he, who couldn't bear to mortgage his property, relied on his long lifespan to repay the loan in installments after 200 years. Of course, in name, the father died and the son took over. And when the son died, the grandson took over. Emlyn's evaluation of this was very trustworthy. Beekland, North Borough, outside St. Samuel Cathedral. The citizens lined up in a few rows and received food such as toast, dried mushrooms, and preserved fruits from the staff of the Ruin Poverty Relief Foundation. Their line extended from the cathedral's entrance to the square and circled around several times. At a glance, there were heads everywhere. Audrey stood on the steps behind Melissa and took in all of this. She saw the citizens with sallow faces and eyes filled with desire. She saw mothers carrying babies, coaxing them as they anxiously observed the line in front of them that didn't seem to have shrunk by much. She saw many people dressed smartly, wearing formal suits and long skirts. She saw some people lowering their hats and wearing veils, as though they didn't want the people around them to recognize them. From time to time, there would be people who didn't want to abide by the order. They would be dragged out by the priests and police who helped maintain the line and thrown to the back. As the portions of food were delivered, the cloth bags piled up behind the long table shriveled one after another before turning empty. Finally, all the food had been distributed, but the long line had only been reduced by half. The citizens who didn't receive any relief couldn't help but reveal a mixture of disappointment, frustration, reluctance, and pleading. However, they didn't make a ruckus or argue. They mechanically moved their feet and rushed to the other food distribution points. They had experienced such things too many times in the past month or two. They knew that unnecessary emotional outbursts would only waste their little stamina. They wouldn't be able to quickly move to other relief points or affordable food outlets. At that moment, their expressions were numb as they left the square with empty eyes. They were like a group of zombies. During this process, a woman carrying a child's legs went limp and she fell to the ground. Her child immediately burst into tears, and there was obvious pain in his voice. As he cried, the child sobbed and said, "Mommy, I'm so hungry." As he cried, the child sobbed and said, "Mommy, I'm so hungry, there'll be food soon. There'll be food soon. There's food at Memorial Square." The woman picked up her child and patted his back. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Upon seeing this scene, Audrey was just about to say something when she saw Melissa take out a portion of food from a wooden box under the long table. She then jogged towards the mother and child. "I didn't see it just now. There's another portion." Melissa half-squatted down and handed over the bread, dried mushrooms, and preserved fruits in her hands. Then, she explained softly, afraid that it would cause a fight among the surrounding citizens. The remaining food was actually prepared for the foundation's staff who had been busy for a long time. Melissa had given her portion. The woman took the food and handed it to the child. "Thank you, thank you." The child hugged the food tightly and childishly said to his mother, "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." Audrey subconsciously looked around and realized that the church's priests, most of the police, and the Nighthawks, who were hidden among the citizens to prevent any accidents, had undisguised sympathy, pity, and sadness. After the citizens had basically left, Audrey picked up her portion of food and handed it to Melissa. "You deserve it." Melissa looked at Miss Hall in front of her and shook her head. "I'm giving you my own share. Miss Hall, don't worry. I'll have food when I get home. My brother is a government employee, With a faint smile, Audrey stuffed the toasted bread, dried mushrooms, and preserved fruits into Melissa's hands. "You don't have to worry about me either. My family has prepared desserts for me when I'm busy outside." As she spoke, she took a wooden box from her maidservant, Annie, and opened it for Melissa. Inside the wooden box were exquisitely shaped cucumber sandwiches, cream muffins, and miniature carrot cakes. Melissa's face revealed a clear look of astonishment. She looked deeply at the desserts for a few seconds before looking up at Miss Audrey Hall. She then lowered her head and didn't say a word. She drank the water prepared by St. Samuel Cathedral and chewed on the toasted bread. Audrey seemed to be petrified by her gaze. She held the wooden box and stood rooted to the ground. She didn't move for a few seconds as she pursed her lips tightly. After the fifth batch of Moon City residents received purification and treatment and enjoyed the magical mushrooms, the ancient city became believers of the Fool without any resistance. They welcomed the saint and oracle, German Sparrow, into the city. Klein then held a large-scale mass and used the unshadowed crucifix and life's cane to heal the remaining Moon City residents. High Priest Nim came out of isolation and at the end of the mass, he respectfully asked, "Lord Oracle, what's the complete honorific name of the great lord?" Klein looked around and said solemnly with a taut face, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After giving out his honorific name, he deliberately emphasized one sentence. "Don't recite the honorific name in full when you pray. Only when there's an important matter. Otherwise, as Mr. Fool, he would have a mental breakdown from the work call." Nim wasn't surprised at all, because it was the same for the ancient sun god. He thought for a moment and asked, "What are the specific requirements for the ritual to worship the Lord?" Klein said with the air of a charlatan. "God said, the 8th commandment, serve me with your heart, not with a sacrifice. The most important thing in the ceremony is devotion. There are no other requirements. It can be very simple. Anyway, the Lord doesn't care." With that said, Klein added inwardly. After clarifying the matter, he raised his right hand and pointed at the pile of mushrooms in front of him. "The Lord bestowed these mushrooms upon you to give you a bountiful harvest. These mushrooms use the flesh and blood of monsters as nutrients. They can rapidly grow and reproduce, and they can accumulate all the toxins, corruption, and madness into the pure black mushrooms. This can be used as a medium for curses or paint for arrows." The residents of Moon City listened excitedly. At the same time, they clasped their hands and lowered their heads. They shouted, "Praise the Fool." At that moment, Klein seemed to hear countless illusory voices emerge from the air. They mixed with the real praises, surrounding him and fixing him in place. Chapter 1259. After Mass, Klein followed the newly appointed priest of the Fool, Nim, into the Black Tower. Nim didn't hold back as he explained in detail how many demigods and Grade 1 sealed artifacts there were in Moon City. 3 demigods. 5 Grade 1 sealed artifacts. Moon City isn't weak at all. As expected of a faction that can directly obtain a revelation and guard the borders. Furthermore, in the beginning, their 22 Beyonder pathways were relatively complete. They could effectively cooperate with each other, making certain rituals not require external help or be restricted by the environment. Yes, for them to be able to last until now in an environment worse than the City of Silver and without the support of a Grade 0 sealed artifact, they are indeed outstanding. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't find suitable food, they would have been able to last in the darkness for hundreds or even thousands of years. Klein sighed when he heard that. At this moment, Nim said respectfully, "Your Excellency, we are willing to sacrifice all the sealed artifacts and Beyonder characteristics to the Lord. I wonder which one will please him more." The High Priest had just said that apart from him, the Night Watcher, Moon City also had an Iron-Blooded Knight and an Imperative Mage. They served as the Lightning Priest and the Night Priest respectively. As for the 5 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, one of them belonged to the Monster Pathway. It seemed to be a portion of the Misfortune Sorcerer's Beyonder characteristic mixed with a bit of a Chaos Walker's characteristic. One of them was a puppet from the Mutant Pathway. One of them was bestowed by Red Angel Medici back then, allowing everyone's strength to be gathered together. One of them was suspected to be a manifestation of a Bizarro Sorcerer's characteristic. It was unknown which pathway it corresponded to. It had extremely powerful insight abilities, but it had been corrupted by an unknown entity. It was rather dangerous. Upon hearing Nim's words, Klein's eyelids twitched. Serve your master with your heart, not as a sacrifice. The Lord encompasses the entire world and does not care about these things. At this point, he paused for a moment. Of course, if you don't mind, you can show me around so that I can broaden my horizons. No problem. Nim answered without hesitation. He originally imagined that German Sparrow would take away a Grade 1 sealed artifact during the tour, but to his surprise, the Oracle only wanted to understand the exact situation and had no intention of asking for any benefits. He picked up every sealed artifact and looked at it, but he eventually put it back. After the tour was over, Klein said to the 3 demigod priests, I'm not sure. The opportunity to leave this cursed land hasn't come yet. You need to hold on for a while longer. And I will continue my journey to find other survivors and spread the light of the Lord. Yes, Your Excellency, Nim and the other priests replied without any hesitation. With those mushrooms, they would not be in danger of being destroyed for at least 3 generations. After arranging the matters in Moon City, Klein put on his windbreaker, top hat, and lantern and walked into the deep darkness outside. What he was going to do next was very clear. Find dark demonic wolf Kota and hunt the god of wishes. My wish is to obtain the miracle invoker beyond a characteristic and that curtain. I wonder if he can help me realize it. As he walked, Klein mocked inwardly. Seeing that he had escaped the attention of the residents of Moon City, he pulled out another version of himself from the fog of history. His main body entered the void and transferred his consciousness to the projection. This projection summoned the staff of the star's historical void projection. With its beyonder powers, it descended directly into the place outlined in his mind. The completely destroyed ancient city of the north, Noir. After successfully arriving at his destination, the projection quickly disappeared. Klein's main body returned to the wilderness outside Moon City. Right on the heels of that, he summoned the staff of the star's projection and repeated the previous process, instantly returning to the Noir ruins. The main purpose of the historical void projection was to scout the way and ensure that the scene that appeared in his mind was the same as reality. It didn't cause the staff of the stars to produce a random effect. This was the caution of a scholar of your City of Silver, in the middle of the quiet and dark training ground. Colin Iliad, who was carrying 2 swords on his back, stood by the side and watched as Derek Berg set up the ritual and prayed to Mr. Fool, asking him to send a Holy Spirit to descend and provide help. This was different from a normal summoning ritual. The corresponding incantation was more complicated. The Great Fool, you are the ruler above the grey fog, you are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your favor, I pray for your attention, I pray for the power of concealment and change. In the name of the Great Fool, I summon, Holy Spirit that sees through everything, kin of the king of yellow and black, traveler of dreams and hearts. Lines of Jotun echoed in the altar as the flames at the top of the candle suddenly expanded, interweaving into an illusory door covered in mysterious patterns. The illusory door slowly opened, and a woman wearing a pure white dress and a silver mask walked out. She stepped into the void and landed on the ground. Her hair was wine red, and her eyes were golden. They were clear and deep, as though she could see through everyone's hearts. This was Justice Audrey. She had used lie to change her height and the main characteristics that her mask couldn't hide. She had come to the City of Silver in the form of a spirit body, to the forsaken land of the gods. In fact, the summoning ritual wasn't complicated in nature. Klein had pulled Audrey's spirit above the grey fog in advance, and when the door of summoning was established, he would open it for her and let her pass through. That would settle the entire matter. In other words, the description of Holy Spirit that sees through everything wasn't important. If it was Sleeping Princess, owner of the Golden Apple, former owner of the Crystal Slipper, it could still make Justice Audrey descend. This only depended on who Klein wanted to let pass through the door of summoning. After all, the key point of the ritual was to use the Fool's name to summon and use the power of Sapphira Castle to communicate with the forsaken land of the gods. Audrey, who was wearing a silver mask, quietly surveyed the area. Without leaving a trace, She sized up the flashing lightning in the sky, the hidden dangers in the darkness, and the nearby chief of the City of Silver, Colin Iliad. She then retracted her gaze and nodded at Little Sunday. "You can begin." As she spoke, she couldn't help but sigh at his height. Although this could be seen at the tarot gathering, it still left Audrey in a daze when she actually encountered him in real life. She remembered very clearly that Sun was a few years younger than her. According to Ruan's standards, he was definitely underage. To her surprise, he was more than 2 meters tall. This made Audrey, who had used the lie mask to deliberately become taller, still look up to him. Without any hesitation, he relaxed his mind and cast his gaze at the golden potion placed on the altar. Gradually, he became a little dazed as scenes involuntarily flashed through his mind. It was his parents who were still alive in their coffins. It was the silver sword that had stabbed down heavily. It was the blood that had splattered onto his face and blinded his eyes. It was the warm scene of a family in the past. It was the City of Silver that was on the brink of collapse in the darkness. It was the teammates who supported each other and used each other as shields. It was the elders who stood in front of everyone, blocking the wind and rain. It was the repeated curses. It was the hope of seeing lightning in the darkness. It was the hope of every day for more than 2,000 years. It was the desire of every generation for light. The emotions that Derek was most unwilling to give up were very complicated. It included anger towards reality, nostalgia for the past, the pain that came from the situation, the oppression from history, as well as the desire to save the City of Silver. Audrey separated these emotions bit by bit, as though she had experienced the despair and sorrow of the City of Silver, as well as their unity and sacrifice. Her golden eyes occasionally focused and flickered, as though she had grasped something. She had some feelings, but she was still confused. After a while, she saw the angel of light with 12 pure white wings on its back. This was another response from Mr. Fool to the sun. Audrey seized the opportunity and attached those intense emotions to the angel phantom, preventing them from disappearing, flowing back, or completely separating from Derek's main body. "It's done." She didn't open her mouth, allowing her voice to echo in Derek's heart. At that moment, Derek's eyes became abnormally cold, as though he didn't know what happiness, sadness, pain, or oppression was. He then picked up the golden potion in front of him and poured it into his mouth. This was the demigod potion obtained by shattering the unshadowed crucifix. The sealed artifact that originated from the ancient sun god no longer existed. Of course, to Klein, as long as he had it, it would last forever. The scorching and violent liquid slid down Derek's throat and instantly filled his entire body, occupying his soul. Beams of bright sunlight burst out from his body, washing away the remaining corruption in his flesh and blood and the emotions that had settled in his soul. Derek's body became purer and more transparent, like a holy spirit formed from pure light. His self-consciousness, his emotions, and thoughts were being purified and rejected. Before long, all that was left was the instinct to praise the sun. At that moment, Audrey no longer allowed the intense emotions that had been stripped away to attach themselves to the angel phantom. Instead, she guided them back to Little Sunday. The scenes resurfaced in Derek's mind, and he was overwhelmed with complicated emotions. He once again experienced the pain of killing his parents with his own hands. He experienced the despair brought about by the City of Silver's situation, and he experienced the joy of obtaining Mr. Fool's favor. This was engraved into his bones. It was the foundation of his mind's world. It was extremely sturdy and reliable, helping him withstand the final few rounds of the potion's purification power. Finally, Derek opened his eyes. They were pure white. When he saw a remnant of light in front of him, he instinctively reached out his right hand in an attempt to grab it. However, the light quickly dimmed and calmed down. Derek was taken aback for a moment before he clenched his right hand. Beams of light soared up, enveloping the entire City of Silver. The legendary noon arrived at this moment for a brief moment. Including Chief Colin Iliad, every resident of the City of Silver was stunned. This was more shocking than any demigod advancement in the past. Sunlight. This was sunlight that illuminated the entire city. After ending the summoning, Audrey returned above the grey fog. At that moment, Mr. Fool was nowhere to be seen. The only person left in the ancient palace was the world, German Sparrow, who had planned on watching the ritual from the sidelines. "You don't seem to be in a good state." Klein took the initiative to ask. Audrey sat down and smiled. "I'm just a little hesitant, and confused. That's normal. Before they make up their minds, everyone will be like that. There are countless people who shrink back and regret," Klein said calmly. Audrey did not directly respond to this topic. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, "Ever since I became a spectator, I've always shown the side of myself that others can accept, taking care of their most delicate emotions. This isn't a bad thing, but this way, I have no way of knowing what my true self looks like in the eyes of others. I have no way of removing the gorgeous clothes and seeing the rotten flesh hidden beneath. I have no way of figuring out where the problem lies. Recently, I've been trying to reveal my true state in some details. I want to see how the people around me will react to the current situation. I want to see if they still think that I'm that kind, amiable, and noble lady." Having said that, she suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, she sighed softly. Chapter 1260. Without waiting for the world's German sparrow to respond, Audrey, who maintained her upright sitting posture, slowly said a few words: heavy, pain, shame. Klein listened quietly and didn't comment on Miss Justice's words. He used a gentle tone that was closer to Dwayne Dantes' image. "Why do you suddenly want to do such a test?" "It's not a test." Audrey shook her head. "I'm just revealing some of the details that I usually deliberately hide and avoid, so as to see what the real me is in the eyes of others." After a pause, she moved the corners of her mouth without a smile. "After the last conversation, I'm really trying to formulate a plan. I intend to secretly manipulate things so that the nobles, merchants, the royal family, and the church can provide enough food. This matter is easy to talk about, but when I actually put it into action, I realized that I couldn't be as resolute and decisive as I thought I would be. Some of them are my uncles and aunts. Some of them are my cousins. Some of them are my friends since I was young. Some of them are my elders who took good care of me. Some of them are people I often meet at various banquets and charity events. They are rather friendly people. They formed the basis of my childhood and gave me too much. They are a part of me growing up. They carry my beautiful memories of the past. Moreover, the food that they accumulated was not robbed, so their explanation is actually reasonable to a certain extent. I really can't bring myself to target them and try to rob them of part of their wealth, at least for now." When she said these words, Audrey's voice unconsciously became louder, as if she was arguing with someone. She immediately realized that she had lost her composure. She remained silent for 2 seconds before continuing. "Therefore, I want to understand myself more deeply and get rid of the illusion of warmth. Under different gazes, I want to ask myself what I really want, whether my thoughts in the past were impulsive, hypocritical, naive, or a strong will from the bottom of my heart." At this point, Audrey suddenly smiled. "Although there are no results yet, the attempt itself has already brought some additional rewards. I used to think that I strictly abided by the principle of you're just acting, but now I realize that I was almost addicted to acting. It's different from the other pathways, which require one to portray different identities and occupations. The spectator pathway's portrayal is completely integrated with one's daily life. Sometimes, it's very difficult to differentiate. The simplest example is, who doesn't desire to be loved by everyone? Therefore, I'll wear different masks when facing different people. I'll use the powers of the spectator pathway to create an image that best matches the other party's wishes. When such things happen more and more, when you do it to everyone, you're already addicted to acting and are about to lose yourself." Klein nodded slightly. "This is a very good harvest." He didn't comment on Miss Justice's previous words. Audrey was silent for a while, then slowly said, "Recently, I've reread the East District investigation report that my father got someone to do, and I've gained a new understanding of many things. Before the war, many poor people, workers, and farmers lived a life similar to today's. They lived in hunger and pain for a long time. The amendments to the Poor Law, the mandatory regulations on labor hours and the environment, and the control of air pollution have indeed brought about some improvements, but only a little. When the war ends, if we defeat the apocalypse, will similar things happen again? As she spoke, Audrey pursed her lips and fell into silence. Klein could sense Miss Justice's confusion and bewilderment. After some deliberation, he didn't say the answer he had in mind. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "These questions of yours, including the truest thoughts you just mentioned, need to be answered by yourself. No one else can replace you. I can only give you some suggestions. Go to the fields to see the working farmers. Go to the factories to see the toiling workers. Go to East Borough to experience it in depth. Go to the library and read the newspapers and all kinds of related works of the past." Audrey listened attentively and nodded seriously. "I'll try to do it." She then stood up and bowed to the end of the long, mottled table. Although Mr. Fool had already left, Audrey believed that he was watching her. Just as she was waiting for Mr. Fool to send her back to the real world, the world's German sparrow suddenly said, "Wait a minute." "Yes." Audrey asked with a nasal voice. Klein looked at her and conjured a piece of paper. "This is a description of a mythical creature's character and behavior. I hope you can provide me with help in analyzing his reactions in different situations." "All right." Audrey didn't refuse and agreed. After she took the piece of paper and read the contents, Klein deliberated and said, "Regarding what you just said, I have another suggestion. Your doubts and questions are actually divided into two types. Some are indeed urgent, but some are not so urgent. You can wait for things to calm down before you do an in-depth investigation. Well, when people are anxious, they tend to make mistakes. You'd better distinguish between them." Audrey thought for a moment and nodded solemnly. "I understand." After replying, she suddenly laughed. "I thought you stopped me at the end because you wanted to bless me. You wanted me to see the truth and still love this world." Klein was taken aback at first, then he asked with a smile, "You seem to have read a lot of Roselle the Great. He's an outstanding person, but he's also a very complicated and contradictory person," Audrey said with a faint smile. Klein nodded indiscernibly and spoke rather slowly, "That's right. If I wanted to give you my blessing, I wouldn't say so. I will say, I hope that after you see the truth, you will still love your family and friends." Audrey was stunned. Her lips moved slightly as if she was repeating those two words. After a few seconds, she closed her eyes and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Thank you, Sonia C., Roasted Archipelago Waters." The Blue Avenger led a pirate fleet as it shuttled through the smoke-filled battlefield. Suddenly, a gigantic fireball flew over from an unknown location. Silver-white beams of light parted the surface of the sea, creating a passageway that didn't originally exist. Surrounded by the majestic waves on both sides, it headed straight for the Blue Avenger. When Alger Wilson, who was standing at the bow of the ship, saw this scene, he raised his right hand without a change in expression. A violent tornado suddenly appeared, sweeping up the blue seawater and the silver-white beams of light, making them look like a long snake that soared into the sky and collided with the gigantic fireball. Boom! The water splashed and fell like rain. Alger immediately locked onto a battleship, opened his mouth, and let out an angry roar. With a boom, the ship was suddenly lifted into the air by a ferocious wave. Seizing this opportunity, the Blue Avenger's cannons automatically fired, and the rumbling sounds continued without end. Seeing that the Beyonder on the enemy's battleship still wanted to use the recoil of the fireball to move the ship sideways, Alger suddenly pulled down with his right hand. A thick bolt of silver lightning struck down, charring the Beyonder's body as he trembled constantly. Boom! 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 One cannonball after another hit, and the ship disintegrated in midair. At that moment, Alger was in a daze. He couldn't help but look down at his right hand. This is the power of a cataclysmic interrer. Is this what it feels like to be a demigod? He sighed inwardly in an intoxicated manner before quickly coming to his senses. He made the Blue Avenger pursue the enemy. An hour later, the intense naval battle ended, and Ruin's side once again defended the Roasted Archipelago. Alger was in a good mood. After the Blue Avenger returned to the port, he called for the sailors to disembark and head to one of the few bars that were still open for a drink. Ruin had issued a wartime ban on alcohol to conserve food, but for sailors, alcohol was indispensable. Therefore, in a place where the Church of the Storm was in charge, the ban wasn't too strict. Furthermore, the Rorsted archipelago was rich in resources, and the population wasn't too large. The sea transportation lines were also under control, so food could still be supplied. After walking for a distance, Alger's gaze suddenly froze. The street in front of him had been bombarded, and many houses had collapsed. Among them, a huge pothole had appeared in a concrete field, and the 4-story building beside it was left in ruins. The smile on Alger's face disappeared bit by bit. Monday afternoon, 3:00 in Beekland time. Crimson beams of light rose from both sides of the long bronze table, solidifying into blurry figures. After all the members bowed at Mr. Fool, the gathering directly entered the transaction phase due to the lack of Roselle's diary and the lack of accumulated questions. Emlyn immediately sat up straight and surveyed the area. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a commission. Which shaman king do you wish to hunt?" According to her understanding of Mr. Moon, Cat Lear went straight to the heart of the matter. Emlyn took 2 seconds to digest her question. He maintained his elegant smile and said, "You guessed right." Cat Lear nodded slightly. "Then what kind of payment can you pay?" Emlyn was once again at a loss for words, a little embarrassed to say the words he had prepared. At this moment, the world's German sparrow, who was at the bottom of the long bronze table, suddenly said, "You found someone from Rose School's temperance faculty to cooperate?" Emlyn secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Yes. Then I can accept this commission." As this was a matter between Miss Messenger, Miss Sharon, and Marek, Klein controlled the fake world to take the initiative to accept the order. Of course, this requires a certain medium. Without waiting for Emlyn's response, he made German Sparrow look at Miss Magicians. "Make some preparations ahead of time." Force, who had been watching the entire play, had a blank look on her face. 9 Heavens Divine Emperor. Chapter 1261. Seeing that Miss Magicians hadn't fully reacted, Klein made the fake world add another sentence. "You don't need to be there. Just summon my historical projection in advance." "Okay." Magician's Force nodded hurriedly. At that moment, because German Sparrow had accepted his mission, Emlyn clearly relaxed. In his mind, this meant that the probability of success had skyrocketed. In the next second, the world's German Sparrow looked at him and asked in a hoarse voice, "What kind of payment can you pay?" Emlyn fell silent for 2 seconds as his gaze drifted up slightly. "When I become a shaman king, I'll make a promise to help you on a similar matter for free. Also, I only want the shaman king beyond a characteristic for the spoils of war. The people from Rose School's temperance faction should have a clear goal. The rest is yours." Mr. Moon is feeling guilty. He doesn't have much confidence. Audrey came to a certain conclusion through his actions and words. This fellow, Emlyn, has also learned from others to take out a loan. Klein snickered inwardly as he made the fake world reply indifferently. "Looks like I'm the only demigod you can afford. If Mr. Moon can provide a large amount of food, I don't mind participating." Audrey mumbled inwardly. However, she didn't need to say anything to know what Mr. Moon's answer would be. Why do vampires like us have to hoard so many snacks? For the blood race, their staple food was human blood that was rich in spirituality. Food such as bread and meat products were not necessities. Seeing that the world's German Sparrow didn't reject his conditions, Emlyn secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "What else do you want? I will try my best to satisfy you." The German Sparrow thought for a moment. "Provide a mystical item or sealed artifact that can greatly enhance the wielder's spirituality for a short period of time." This was lent to Miss Magicians, allowing her to maintain the historical void projection she summoned for a few more minutes. And without a doubt, the Moon Domain had such beyonder powers. For example, a Scarlet Scholar could create a full moon state, allowing spirituality to flourish and enhance one's spiritual perception. Phew. Emlyn quickly nodded. "Okay, no problem." Seeing that the human and vampire had come to an agreement, the Magician's Force hurriedly raised her hand. "No full moon. If that happened, she would be lucky if she didn't die on the spot, much less enhance her spirituality. After all, the higher the sequence, the better the effects of Mr. Dawes' ravings. And Force had long advanced from sequence 6 Scribe to sequence 5 Traveler. Emlyn also knew about Miss Magician's full moon curse, so he didn't have any questions about it. He tersely acknowledged, indicating that he would take note of it. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, who was listening to the entire transaction, thought and said, "That's right." Although the Beyonders of the Rose School's indulgence system are easily controlled by their emotions and instincts, this doesn't mean that their brains have disappeared along with their zombification. Even if their brains have really disappeared, they still have Beyonders of the Moon domain among them. Since their demigod directly participated in the Southern Continent's war and exposed their location, it's impossible that they didn't consider the possibility of the Blood Tribe, Temperance Faction, and other enemies ambushing them in secret. "I believe that there's a high chance that they're hiding a trap." "Yes," Leonard echoed. Many dossiers indicate that although the Beyonders of Rose School's indulgence faculty are known for being bloodthirsty, cruel, and indulgent, they are still very meticulous when it comes to doing things. They will show a certain level of cunning and sinister. Zio glanced at her friend and said, "That's right. 2 months ago, I encountered a Beyonder incident that involved Rose School. The target was clearly deceived and fell into a trap." The world German Sparrow listened attentively and laughed before turning to Emlyn. He then turned to Emlyn and said, "Which Shaman King is your target?" Emlyn didn't hide the truth. The Shaman King who led the natives to besiege Ruin's main colonial city in East Balam and North Olet. Upon hearing this, a thought flashed through Klein's mind. The Mother Tree of Desire didn't seem to wish for the goddess to grasp the uniqueness of the death pathway. She was driving the natives and using war to shake the Church of Evernight's proselytizing foundation in the southern continent. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Klein made the world German Sparrow look at Emlyn and chuckle. "Then, my target will be another Shaman King. This has nothing to do with your actions." Without needing him to be too direct, Emlyn, Catlear, and company quickly understood his plan. It was a simple plan. German Sparrow hunted another Shaman King and took the initiative to step into a trap, attracting the forces of Rose School's ambush. And at this moment, the Moon and the Temperance faction of Rose School seized the opportunity to attack the real target. "Isn't that too dangerous?" Emlyn subconsciously replied. The danger was, of course, referring to the German Sparrow who set off the trap. The world's German Sparrow replied very calmly, "That's just a historical projection. If he died, then so be it." Upon hearing such an answer, Emlyn, Leonard, and the other tarot members were at a loss for words. They didn't know if they should marvel at how different a Sequence 3 demigod was, or if they should be envious of Scholar of Yours Beyonder powers. Klein continued making words speak. "If Rose School is suspicious of my sudden attack and only diverts a portion of its forces to stop me, maintaining a relatively complete trap, I'll attempt to forcefully hunt down that Shaman King and turn the fake target into the real target. After all you want is the corresponding item. You don't care who the original owner is." A simple but effective plan. The crux of the matter is that German Sparrow has to have strength that exceeds the limits. Even against an angel, he can resist. Audrey studied it seriously and evaluated it inwardly. Emlyn no longer had any doubts as he thought for a moment. After some thought, he said, "Before the official operation, there's a need to meet with the Temperance faction of Rose School to finalize the details." World's German Sparrow nodded. "You make the arrangements." After this exchange, Klein made World conjure a stack of paper and distribute it to the tarot members. "A certain existence and I will be dealing with a mythical creature. You can give your opinions and share your thoughts." On the piece of paper was written dark demonic Wolf Cota's personality and specific actions, as well as Miss Justice's various analyses based on it. Klein hoped to find inspiration through the different opinions provided by people with different personalities and insights. Mythical creature. The world has already targeted a mythical creature. The hanging man Alger, who was much quieter than usual, couldn't help but look up at the bottom of the long bronze table. Although he was already mentally prepared for this, feeling that he wouldn't be surprised even if the world's German Sparrow suddenly claimed to be an angel, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised and shocked when he realized that the hanging man was really targeting a mythical creature. Catlear had similar feelings, but she immediately thought of the Snake of Fate, the Death Consul, and the Ancient Bane. This matched the certain existence mentioned by the world's German sparrow. It was very normal for 3 angels and a sequence 3 deities blessed to hunt a mythical creature. Their gazes retracted from the bottom of the long, mottled table as they seriously read the information in their hands. At this moment, as it didn't involve a commission, a transaction, or the sharing of information, the tarot members inexplicably felt like they were working hard together. They had the feeling of a loose gathering that was beginning to resemble an organization. After reading the contents of the piece of paper, the hanging man Alger was the first to speak. According to Miss Justice's analysis, no bait will make that suspicious mythical creature take the bait. It will only make him hide even further away. In a situation where he is suspected to have a sequence 1 beyond a characteristic, there's really no need for him to pursue anything else. Improving himself is the most important thing. If we want to deal with him, we can only consider it from this angle. Upon hearing this, Zio said from her profession, but this mythical creature is very careful. He didn't leave any clues, and according to the intelligence, the location of his sequence 1 ritual isn't restricted in the forsaken land of the gods. Yes, there are too many monsters for him to use. Sun confirmed Miss Judgment's words. The scene immediately turned gloomy. Leonard thought for a moment and said, yes, there are too many monsters for him to use. Can we rely on the law of beyonder characteristic convergence? As he spoke, he looked at Klein Moretti. That mythical creature seems to be on the same pathway as you. Just relying on the convergence of beyonder characteristics at this level to find that mythical creature through a chance encounter might take a year, 2 years, or even longer. Furthermore, the other party is a complete mythical creature. He has the ability to interfere with this to a certain extent. Klein rejected Leonard's suggestion. Of course, if he were to attach the convergence ability of Sapphira Castle to himself, he might be able to directly encounter the dark demonic wolf the next time he used the Staff of the Stars to randomly teleport. However, the problem was that if that were to happen, the chances of encountering Amorn's true body would be higher, much higher. This was a standard case of sending him to his doorstep. After hearing everyone's discussion, Katlear thought and said in accordance with the Queen's taboo, can we use this mythical creature's honorific name to establish a connection? If the dark demonic wolf hadn't been tracked by Amorn, it wouldn't be impossible. But now, Amorn would definitely have thought of it. Under such circumstances, the fact that the dark demonic wolf hasn't perished means that he is definitely wary of such matters. The world German sparrow slowly shook his head. With his suspicious personality, he definitely won't automatically respond. Just as he said that, Klein suddenly had an idea. The dark demonic wolf's lack of response didn't mean that he wouldn't pay attention to the corresponding prayer light. Chapter 1262. As he had experience, Klein placed himself in the shoes of the dark demonic wolf. Usually, he would turn off the automatic response to prayers to prevent the enemy from using the feedback to establish a connection and lock onto his location. Under this premise, when faced with the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar prayer, there was no doubt that he would rely on the corresponding point of light to observe who the other party was and obtain more information so as to make preparations for what might happen in the future. If the person chanting the honorific name was a familiar and powerful existence like Amorn, it would be best to immediately extinguish the prayer point of light. However, if the other party was a stranger, under such a situation of absolute safety, it was highly likely that any rational creature would do something like long-term monitoring to understand the exact situation and determine if there was a need to counterattack. At the very least, that was what Klein would do. The essence of this matter was that a non-mythical creature would be marked by a high-level existence. They could die an extremely tragic death for no reason at any time. To a prayer, this was equivalent to suicide or even more terrifying. To the dark demonic wolf, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. In the beginning, the suspicious dark demonic wolf would definitely suspect that there was a conspiracy. It wouldn't dare to rashly establish a connection and influence Klein from afar. However, with the passage of time and a deeper observation, it would confirm that the other party was a weakling who wasn't even at the level of an angel with the aura of Sapphira Castle. Furthermore, he hadn't made sufficient preparations. He would definitely find an opportunity to attack from afar through the marked prayer point of light when Klein was least prepared. This matched the advantage that Klein had previously concluded. I'm very weak. The only problem with this plan was that the initiative was completely in the hands of the dark demonic wolf. Everything about Klein was being monitored, so there was no way for him to make any preparations. Once the other party really tried to influence him, he wouldn't be able to retaliate at all. There was no reason for him to be spared. Phew, by doing this, I'll successfully fish out the prey, but the hunter will die as a result. It's meaningless. But if I don't place myself in such a passive position, I really wouldn't be able to fish out an angel of the seer pathway. I wouldn't be able to fish out such a suspicious demonic wolf. This can't be replaced by a marionette or someone else. If only I can grasp the fact that the dark demonic wolf doesn't dare to rashly attack from afar due to its paranoia. It will only choose to monitor and observe for the time being. Klein's mind raced as he searched for an opportunity from the impossible. In this regard, he could only sigh inwardly, feeling regretful that he wasn't an angel of the spectator pathway. According to his guess, angels of the spectator pathway would more or less have the beyonder characteristic of the more others understand you, the more you understand them. When the dark demonic wolf used the prayer light to closely monitor and carefully observe an angel of the spectator pathway, his location would undoubtedly be exposed to him. Unfortunately, I'm not. Furthermore, a sequence 2 of the spectator pathway might not be able to do it. I can only be certain that a sequence 1 has such a trait. Summoning 0-08 from the fog of history? That won't do. Ignoring the problem of not being able to summon that pen without Roselle's travels, even if I successfully create a projection, the pen is a pen, and I am me. The dark demonic wolf's understanding of my situation won't allow 0-08 to attempt to grasp it in reverse. Also, I can only use it for a short 2 minutes at a time. There's no time to sense anything. This can be used as a supplement to the plan. I can write down the development I want ahead of time, making the dark demonic wolf's choice reasonable and eliminate any uncertainties. Klein considered many things, but he ultimately failed to find a suitable way to trap it. Apart from regretting that he wasn't a sequence 1 angel of the spectator pathway, he could also associate it with the cosmos. The cosmos that would be corrupted just because of understanding it. If I had the essence of the cosmos, then after the dark demonic wolf monitors me through the prayer point of light, he would have been corrupted due to understanding it, allowing me to lock onto his location. However, the essence of the cosmos is higher than that of an angel. How can I have it? I keep feeling like I've forgotten something. Klein made the world's German sparrow shake his head indiscernibly. He surveyed the area and said, "There's no need to discuss the answer now. We can use the appropriate method to communicate with the appropriate people when we return." He focused his attention on Leonard and Katlear, hoping that they could obtain suggestions from more experienced existences like Palles Zoroast and Queen Mystic Bernadette. As for himself, he would use the historical void projection to return to Beekland and consult Miss Messenger, Will or Septin, and Oriana. This is what it means to seek the opinions of angels or quasi-angels before making a major decision. Klein lampooned his actions inwardly. When Leonard and Katlear heard that, they nodded in unison. All right. Following that, the tarot members discussed the situation of the various battlefields until it ended. After returning to the real world, Leonard, who was resting in the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, suppressed his voice and described the main points of Klein's problem. Finally, he said, "Old man, what suggestions do you have?" He wants to obtain the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic left behind in the forsaken land of the gods. Palles Zoroast was first enlightened before he chuckled. "Tell your former colleague that he can't resolve this matter himself. I only have one suggestion, to seek help from the fool." Leonard knew old man's character very well, so he hurriedly asked, "Is that really the only suggestion?" Palles Zoroast grunted and said, "That's a mythical creature that even Amorn failed to capture. That's a mythical creature that even Amorn hasn't been able to capture. We can only rely on the fool's help." Only then did Leonard nod and sigh. From the looks of it, that's the only way. 2 days later, 2 minutes before the agreed meeting time between Emlyn and Marek. Magician's Force was nestled in a reclining chair by the fireplace as she listened to the commotion on the second floor. She cast her gaze at her good friend, Zio. If the war continues, Beekland will definitely suffer more attacks. Are you really not going to evacuate your mother and brother to the surrounding villages? Zio's short, pale yellow hair was parted asymmetrically and combed neatly. Compared to last year, she looked more serious and had the bearing of an adjudicator. She was like a high-ranking knight leading a squad of knights. She said hesitantly, "The surrounding villages have reached their limits. The population of the surrounding villages has reached its limit, and I can still get enough food from MI9. Having said that, she paused for a moment. If the flames of war really reach Beekland, bring them on a trip to Intis, Faina Potter. It seems like that's the only way. Force was just about to mention her trip to Intis a few days ago to purchase food when she suddenly heard her alarm ring. She jolted and suddenly sat up straight. She reached out her right hand, which was wearing a red string, and grabbed at the void. Her arm sank as she pulled out the bespectacled German sparrow, who was wearing a silk top hat, a black trench coat, and no glasses. The cold adventurer's eyes darted around as he gained consciousness, reducing the expenditure of Miss Magician's spirituality. As he nodded slightly, he made the glove on his left hand quickly turn transparent. In less than a second, German Sparrow teleported away, disappearing from the apartment that Force and Zio rented. Force was taken aback. After a while, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly as she turned to Zio and said, "I think I'm just a tool." The sky was already dark, but the gas lamps along the streets weren't lit. Only the crimson moon illuminated the entire city. Klein arrived at the agreed location and looked around. His gaze paused for a few seconds on the abnormally deserted streets, the burn marks on the walls, and the collapsed houses not far away. Just from what he saw, Beekland was desolate, dilapidated, and filled with the smell of gunpowder. At this moment, Emlyn White walked out of an alley and nodded at the crazy adventurer. According to the other party's instructions, he didn't say a word or bow to prevent wasting precious time. He directly led German Sparrow to a nearby house and rhythmically knocked on the door. With a creak, the door automatically opened, revealing a dark environment that was shrouded in faint moonlight. The moment Emlyn and Klein stepped in, they saw Marek, who was wearing a white shirt and a black vest, appear on the sofa. And the door behind them seemed to have a life of its own as it slammed shut. Glancing at Marek, Emlyn smiled and pointed at Klein. "This is my partner, Mr. German Sparrow." Just as he said that, he suddenly realized that the way Marek looked at him had turned even odder, as though he was examining a fool. "Long time no see." Marek immediately stood up, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed at Sherlock Moriarty. Since the other party didn't appear in the form of Sherlock Moriarty, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to mention such matters. "Long time no see." Klein took off his hat and surveyed the area. "Miss Sharon, please come out and discuss with us. I have limited time." As he spoke, he took out the silver adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. A figure wearing a dark and complicated long dress walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. The messenger summoned using the historical projection of the harmonica was an objective existence. It wouldn't increase the spirituality burden of Magician's Force. At the same time, Marek nodded. "All right." He cast his gaze at the high stool on the other side of the room. Emlyn looked at the wraith with a blank expression before looking at German Sparrow and the spirit world creature he had summoned. For some baffling reason, he felt as though he was being ostracized and shouldn't be here. And on the high stool, a figure quickly outlined itself. Her skin was as white as a doll's, and she wore an exquisite black regal dress. She wore a small bonnet of the same color. Her blonde hair and blue eyes were rather pale. Chapter 1263. Emlyn subconsciously looked at the high stool on the other side of the room and saw the exquisite doll. His eyes immediately revealed a mixture of astonishment, admiration, and fanaticism. His mouth gaped, and he nearly blurted out where he could buy such a doll and which master's masterpiece it was. However, he was already an adult and had experienced many things. He knew that it was very impolite to raise such a question in such an occasion. He planned on finding an opportunity to ask after the discussion was over. Sharon frowned without a trace. Her body floated up and bowed at Rionette Tynker and Sherlock Moriarty. "There's no need for pleasantries," Klein said simply. "This is the initial stage of our plan." He described his plan of using a historical projection to step into a trap to attract Rose School's attention. Sharon, who was wearing a black bonnet, listened quietly and said in a slightly erratic voice, "That's right." She said with a slightly ethereal voice, "They might not take the bait. After discovering that the attacker is you, that Shaman King might choose to retreat under the protection of a sealed artifact or an angel. This way, they would only be able to implicate a portion of Rose School's strength." Without waiting for Klein and Emlyn's response, Rionette Tynke's four heads opened their mouths and spoke at a relatively fast speed. "Their main target should be me." Emlyn was a little confused, but he could roughly tell that the spirit world creature summoned by German Sparrow was someone of considerable status. Furthermore, it had a deep relationship with Rose School's temperance faculty. "That's right. Even if the Mother Tree thinks highly of me, such an arrangement would most likely attract Miss Messenger." Klein pondered for a moment before giving an additional plan. Attack the other Shaman King with me in the form of a historical void projection. German Sparrow is very respectful towards this spirit world creature. Just as this thought flashed through Emlyn's mind, he saw the 8 eyes on the forehead sweep at him. He shivered for some reason and reflexively joined the discussion. Can this fool the people from Rose School? Since Klein made such a suggestion, he must have thought of a corresponding solution. "I have an item that I can lend to Lady Tynke." At this point, he looked at Rionette Tynke. "That item can simulate the Beyonder powers that appear in your mind. I hope that you can use it to summon your past self and enter a concealed state, injecting your consciousness into the projection. This way, Rose School won't be able to discover any abnormalities in a short period of time. It's very likely that they'll take the bait and gather their forces to kill you and me, giving Miss Sharon and Emlyn a chance to launch a sneak attack. If they are more cautious than I thought." Klein paused for a moment and smiled. "In that short period of time, if you and I were to join forces in peak condition, we would have a chance of killing a Shaman King under the protection of a sealed artifact. The main point now is, do you have a sufficient understanding of the Beyonder powers of summoning historical void projections and transforming into a concealed state? I can show you the former, but I will think of a way to deal with the latter." Rionette Tynke's four heads bobbed up and down at the same time. "I can. No problem, that's the general direction. As for the details, you can confirm them in the next few days." Klein silently estimated the time and looked like he was going to keep it short. Sharon nodded indiscernibly and said, "The most important thing is information. Teacher can provide a portion of it, and the rest can be obtained through magic mirror divination." Marek chimed in, "I remember the symbol you drew back then." He also remembered that the question raised by the secret existence didn't violate his privacy, nor did it bring him a strong sense of shame. Emlyn thought for a moment and cautiously asked, "How do we communicate with each other?" "How do we communicate with each other? If we can't grasp the timing accurately, the plan will definitely fail." The Sanguine's Oath of Rose couldn't transmit what they saw and heard over such a long distance. Sharon glanced at Rionette Tynke and said, "Teacher's true body can stay with us. Teacher's main body can stay with us. 10 seconds after he enters a concealed state, we will take action. Once he exits its concealed state, we will immediately leave, regardless of whether we succeed or not." Emlyn jumped in fright as he instinctively turned his head to glance at German Sparrow. He remembered very clearly that he was summoned by Mr. World. How terrifying. Emlyn didn't know if he was talking about the spirit world creature or German Sparrow. Once the information is gathered, you can communicate again. Seeing that it was almost time, Klein took off his top hat and bade farewell. Emlyn's lips twitched, but he ultimately didn't ask a question. He followed German Sparrow out of the house where Sharon and Marek were. Miss Messenger actually didn't ask for gold coins. "I'm busy helping him. She really shouldn't be charged. If I really want to charge, the gold coins I have are all historical projections. I can only rely on Emlyn. I have to say that the ring of spirituality that Emlyn provided to Miss Magicians is quite effective. On the one hand, it can strengthen Miss Magicians' spirituality, and on the other hand, it can speed up the recovery of her spirituality, allowing her to last until now." Just as thoughts raced through Klein's mind, He heard Emlyn White ask in puzzlement, "That lady, Miss Sharon, is a sequence 4 demigod of the mutant pathway?" "Yes, the potion's name is Puppet," Klein kindly reminded him. Emlyn was instantly enlightened. After 2 seconds of silence, he said with a complicated expression, "It would be perfect if she couldn't talk or move." If it wasn't for the fact that Clown was known as a master of expression management, Klein would have spat at Emlyn's face. He had thought that the other party would praise Miss Sharon's beauty and doll characteristics, showing infatuation and fanaticism, but in the end, I can't understand this guy's mental world. Klein controlled his urge to fut and sighed in his heart. Emlyn glanced at him as though he had guessed what he was thinking. He scoffed and said, "That's right. Which 2 things do you like the most?" With German Sparrow's persona, he shouldn't have answered such a boring question. However, Klein was still Sherlock Moriarty, and he was considered a friend of the vampire in front of him. He thought for a moment, walked into the alley, and said casually, "What's the matter?" "Money and delicious food. Then I'll give you a stack of edible gold pounds. Would you like it?" Emlyn didn't have the fear that Miss Magicians had towards crazy adventurers. He walked beside German Sparrow and asked further. Klein imagined it and felt that this would tarnish the value of the gold pounds, and it would make the delicacies lose their alluring appearance. Hence, he slowly shook his head. "So." The corners of Emlyn's mouth curled up. "Although I like exquisite and beautiful dolls and beautiful and pure girls at the same time, I can't help but find it a little odd when they are combined. Yes, I believe that every one of my dolls has their own personality and their own story. If they were to suddenly come to life, I would be very disappointed and worried if they weren't what I imagined them to be. Of course, if I have the chance to obtain the puppet potion and drench every doll with it, I might give it a try." As Emlyn spoke of his conflicting thoughts, he acted like a philosopher. If Miss Justice were here, she should be able to analyze Emlyn's true mental state from his reaction and words. Before Klein could respond, his figure instantly faded and vanished. In the apartment that Force and Zio rented. In front of the fireplace, Force leaned back into the reclining chair with a pale face. She pulled up the wool blanket that covered her body and, with the help of cogitation, entered a deep state of sleep. 2 hours later, she woke up in high spirits, but there was still a hint of fatigue on her face. This Miss Magicians took a deep and slow breath and reached out once again, dragging German Sparrow out of the air in front of her. Half of the demigod powers she recorded was to summon images from the historical void. Klein glanced at her and didn't even nod his head this time. He directly teleported out of the apartment and entered an empty room in a hotel. 2 hours ago, he had been busy with Emlyn and Miss Sharon's matters. This time, he was returning to Beekland for himself. Without wasting any time, Klein immediately took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. After Miss Messenger stepped out of the void once again, Klein recounted the main points of his plan to hunt the dark demonic wolf. Finally, he asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" Rionette Tynker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads bobbed at the same time. "Sapphira Castle. It's essentially the same as Palez Zoroast's answer." Klein pressed in puzzlement. "How?" "I don't know." Rionette Tynker's 4 heads answered in unison. Klein silently exhaled and thanked her. "Sorry to trouble you. You can leave now." The blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tynker's hands immediately replied, "Bills. Records. 1351. Year, 9. Month. German. Sparrow, owes. Me. Gold coin." With that said, her figure turned transparent and returned to the spirit world. Klein was stunned for 2 seconds. He slowly took out his wallet from his inner pocket and picked up a paper crane. "I have a question." He wrote on the surface of the crane with a fountain pen he carried with him. After doing all this, Klein lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In the grey world of dreams, he once again saw Will Orseptin, who was lying in a black pram and wrapped in silver silk, in the pitch-black steeple. "You're already more than a year old. Do you still think you're a few months old baby?" Klein pretended not to see the man sucking his fingers and quickly described his problem. The chubby Will Orseptin retracted his thumb and sized up Klein. "Isn't the answer obvious?" "Ah." Klein was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Will Septin grumbled. You must have been eating too little sweets recently, causing your memory to deteriorate. Do you still remember what happens when Beyonders of the fate pathway look at you directly? This. Klein's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 1264. After Klein became a demigod and gained initial control over Sapphira Castle, preventing its aura from seeping into the real world and attaching it to him, he didn't consider such problems. After all, this would result in abnormalities, causing him to be instantly recognized by Beyonders of the fate pathway. It was rather unsafe. And at this moment, with Will Septin's reminder, he felt his thoughts clear up. Back when I was only attached to Sapphira Castle and had a certain level of use, the accompanying aura and projection of Sapphira Castle was enough to make a saint of the fate pathway not dare to look at it directly. It made the corresponding low and mid-sequence Beyonders feel as though they had seen a mythical creature. Now that I've gained initial control over Sapphira Castle, there's a high chance that I can make the effects even better. This can affect an angel that's a complete mythical creature. Sapphira Castle is at least at the level of Sequence 0? Yes, according to my guess, it might be a little higher than Sequence 0. It has the trait of being corrupted if one understands it. Klein's thoughts became active as they flashed across his mind like bolts of lightning. He quickly decided to return to the forsaken land of the gods and find the monsters in the depths of the darkness and the marionettes in the fog of history to conduct experiments to determine if his idea was useful. A smile appeared on his face as he said to the 1-year-old child in the black pram, "I roughly understand what you mean." "I think I understand what you mean. I'll have someone send you ice cream in the near future." Will Septin, who was wrapped in silver silk, slowly turned his head and looked to the side. "No, there's no need. I've been eating too much ice cream recently. It's affecting my body's development." Klein pricked up his eyebrows and said, "It's pure. It's top-grade ice cream from Trier, the capital of Intis. Give it to me next week," Will Septin replied after some hesitation. With that said, the chubby 1-year-old child turned around and buried his face in the tiny pillow in the pram. As Miss Magicians could only maintain the historical void projection for a limited amount of time, Klein didn't say anything else. With his unique traits, he forcefully broke free from the dream and woke up. He got out of bed. Right on the heels of that, he reached out his right hand and pulled at the air. 4 or 5 times later, his arm sank, and he dragged out an ordinary-looking lady in a simple linen robe and a tree bark belt. She was barefooted and had long black hair draped over her shoulders. The leader of the Church of Evanite's Ascetics, servant of concealment Oriana, at the same time, in a house in Hillston Borough, Force, who was sitting on a reclining chair, seemed to be pulled by invisible strings. She sat up abruptly, her body straight, and the veins on her forehead throbbed. She felt that her spirituality was like a flood that had burst a dam, surging into the void in front of her. She couldn't stop it no matter what, and it looked like it was about to dry up. In the next second, the feeling eased up a lot, but it was still frightening. It wasn't something she could withstand at the moment. In the hotel room, seeing that Mara Moriana's historical void projection had gained sentience, Klein cut to the chase. "I plan to work with someone to deal with a certain shaman king from Rose School." Oriana nodded lightly, indicating that she understood, but she did not give her own suggestions. Seeing that the ascetic leader didn't give any warnings, Klein felt a lot more at ease with his plan to hunt the Shaman King. "I'll be planning an operation against the dark demonic wolf soon." Oriana opened her mouth slightly. "Be careful. Does this mean that I shouldn't underestimate the dark demonic wolf, Kota?" Just as Klein was about to retort, his consciousness suddenly blurred. He saw the lady opposite him and himself in her eyes turn incorporeal and quickly vanish. "Pa." Force fell into the reclining chair, her facial muscles twitching slightly. "This is even more tiring than writing all night." She gritted her teeth for a while and hurriedly tried to cogitate to fall asleep. Sometimes, when a person is extremely tired, he or she will have trouble sleeping. In the forsaken land of the gods, near the ancient city of Noir in the northern ruins, in the uninhabited dark wilderness, Klein held the lantern that emitted a faint yellow light and circled around to confirm his surroundings. Then, he found a rock to sit on and no longer blocked the grey fog's aura from infiltrating reality. On this basis, Klein also subconsciously strengthened the projection of Sapphira Castle on him. After finishing his preparations, Klein quickly transformed a monster hiding in the darkness around him into a marionette. The marionette walked out of the area without any light and approached Klein under the illumination of the lantern, casting his gaze on him. In the eyes of this marionette made from an ordinary monster, the black-cloaked and half-top hat Klein looked no different from before, apart from his eyes becoming deeper and his bearing becoming more indescribable. After repeatedly testing different types of monster marionettes, Klein confirmed that ordinary people, or rather, most beyond us, wouldn't be able to discover the aura of Sapphira Castle on him. Following that, he reached out his right hand and dragged out his past self from half a day ago. He then controlled the rather sluggish historical void projection to cast his gaze over. This time, Klein saw a layer of grayish-white fog shrouding his body. There were specks of light shimmering inside, but it didn't reveal his actual appearance. He then dispelled the maintenance of the historical projection and attempted to grab Nimblewright Master Rosago and other Beyonders of the Seer Pathway to repeat the experiment. Yes, after strengthening the projection, Beyonders of the Seer Pathway can directly discover certain abnormalities. However, at the very least, those below the level of angel can only confirm that I'm related to Sapphira Castle. They can't directly see that strange door of light, which is also the projection of Sapphira Castle. Klein wasn't too surprised by this outcome. He took a deep breath, and after making preparations to save himself, he raised his hand and pulled out Inuni, who had just become his marionette. Inuni raised his head bit by bit, and his eyes gradually reflected Klein's figure. It reflected the thin grayish-white fog that was spreading outwards. In the depths of the fog, transparent or translucent twisted maggots formed countless balls of light. The balls of light stacked together, forming a door of light that was dyed bluish-black. The door of light was much clearer than before, and it had a more textured texture. At the same time, its shape had also changed. It stretched to the top and became much taller. This made it look like a tall, thin, and resplendent figure, and the grayish-white fog around it was the figure's hooded robe. The different balls of light constantly flickered, making Klein feel as though he was being stared at by the deep, mysterious, and terrifying figure. With a boom, Klein's head involuntarily tilted back. Blood mixed with transparent maggots spewed out from his pores. The worms of spirit fell to the ground and struggled crazily. Some of them quickly dissipated, while others eventually calmed down and crawled back into Klein's body, burrowing into his pores. Man! It's much better than the last time I fainted and lost my memories. Klein rubbed his temples and sighed silently. Inuni, who was in front of him, was unable to maintain the historical void projection due to the impact he had suffered. He had vanished. This was also one of the reasons why Klein didn't suffer too much damage this time. Without Inuni, he wouldn't be able to see the strange door of light that had changed. He didn't need to continue attacking it. After 2 seconds, Klein entered the fog of history. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. As he watched the illusory dark light rise from his body and melt away, Klein finally heaved a sigh of relief and laughed self-deprecatingly. I nearly corrupted myself and corrupted myself. After that, I'll use Rosago and the other Beyonders of the Seer Pathway to do another experiment. Under the situation of not being directly impacted, as the observation time increases, will I be reverse corrupted by Sapphira Castle's projection? Southern Continent, East Balam, Failtech City, which was under attack. Under the illumination of the crimson moon, the ruined soldiers who were hiding behind the simple buildings were taking turns to rest to recover their energy. Their faces were black and filled with traces of gunpowder. From time to time, someone would wake up and take out dried tobacco. They casually wrapped it and lit it with the remaining match. They brought it to their lips and took a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with numbness and blankness. Several soldiers on duty at this line of defense smelled the smell of tobacco. They subconsciously sniffed and looked back. "Do you still have tobacco?" A soldier holding a repeating rifle asked his companion in a low voice. His comrade shook his head. "I've long finished smoking them. I wonder when the next batch will arrive. I'm going crazy without tobacco." The soldier who spoke first pointed outside the fortifications with his chin. "See that? There are so many corpses, so many hands, and so many feet. They used to belong to the living. Before the sun set, the resistance launched a ferocious attack. They crazily attacked the various defensive lines of Failtech City. Their fearless attitude frightened the ruined soldiers and servants. They nearly won, but in the end, they failed to break through the key defensive line. They left behind a large number of corpses and retreated like a receding tide. His comrade fell silent for a moment. Perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps the day after, we will end up like this. Having said that, he looked up at the crimson moon and said dreamily, I wonder how Beekland is doing. I wonder how Backlund is doing. I haven't received a letter from home in a long time. I wonder if they have enough food, and if they can find a doctor if they're sick. The soldier who had wanted to smoke was just about to curse the darn war and the darn enemy when his eyes suddenly widened. He raised his trembling right hand and pointed ahead. Alive, alive, alive. The soldiers looked over and saw that under the crimson moon, the mutilated corpses that the resistance had left behind were crawling up one after another. They were staggering as they attempted to approach the defensive line. In the distance, a mysterious man wearing a hood and a black robe embroidered with crimson patterns stood behind the resistance with his arms slightly spread open. The spirituality of the entire battlefield was rapidly growing. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday.